Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Speaking of Dr. Banner, both Jason and Tony Stark fell silent. One is feeling sorry for what happened to Dr. Banner. The other one is thinking about how to get Dr. Banner into his own hands. Even if it is, you can't get it to be your subordinate. It's good to have a good relationship now. There was silence for a long time. Tony Stark then spoke. Jason, do you really think you can intervene? How to intervene? Let's not talk about whether you can stop those two guys on the street. You can't even get through the military blockade. Ross is a genuine Air Force lieutenant general. Jason shook his head and said, the bald eagle military has always had a posture of not losing its tail. As the largest military force in the world, it spends the most military expenditures every year. The bald eagle's military is very powerful. The energy in the hands of an Air Force lieutenant general is very powerful. A lieutenant general with real power is probably more powerful than some civilian generals. The government of Bald Eagle at home is originally a system of mutual disputes. Wait until the order comes from above. I'm afraid the daylilies are getting cold. Even so did Tony Stark. But Jason himself had a little thought in mind. There is no way to help inside the military encirclement. But we can wait until Dr. Banner breaks out on his own. Whether it was helping Dr. Banner hide his whereabouts afterwards or getting it into his own laboratory, it's all a sure profit. Tony Stark is careless. Of course, I don't know what Jason is thinking in his heart. Hear Jason say that. He also knew that his own ideas were simply unrealistic. After saying a few words gloomily, he hung up the communication directly. Wait until Tony Stark cuts off the communication. Jason then spoke. Skynet, hurry up, bring out the surveillance on Fifth Avenue, and see how the situation is. Also, call all the cameras in the area. Get ready to follow Bruce Banner's trail. Also, send the Shadow Armor to New York on standby. This Shadow Armor is a special type of armor that he's specially modified. The combat effectiveness is very low, but the hiding ability and speed are top-notch. Almost no radar reflection. The matching optical camouflage can completely achieve the purpose of invisibility in the dark night. Enough to transport Bruce Banner away from New York without a trace. In fact, Jason has always felt that. Bruce Banner's escape from New York. I'm afraid SHIELD is behind this. Nick Fury, a bald guy, probably had his eye on Bruce Banner from the beginning. Otherwise, there would be no one to help hide the traces. It would not be easy for Bruce Banner to hide his traces. The military's tracking technology is very advanced, whether it is military satellites or electronic communication technology. Unless Bruce Banner is hiding in the deep mountains and forests, it is impossible to escape tracking. Now, he was about to prepare and go directly to intercept whose shield. Jason thought for a moment. Skynet has brought out the surveillance on Fifth Avenue. He also quietly invaded a military satellite over New York to provide him with a better view. Jason turned his attention to the screen. I saw a scene after the war. The originally very bustling Fifth Avenue. It was almost in ruins. There were fires and exploding cars everywhere. People's cries and shouts. There were also occasional gunshots, making the whole environment extremely noisy. Jason frowned as he looked at it. In this chaotic situation, according to the character of New York people, I'm afraid it's not safe. Normally, the security situation in New York is not very good. It is common to rob convenience stores in broad daylight. Not to mention the current chaotic situation. I'm afraid that fires in many places were deliberately set by someone. But that's not something he should worry about. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to another screen. That's exactly what happens when Hulk and the Abomination fight. These two bodies are extremely perverted. The fight was really punching and extremely exciting. The muffled sound made by the two people's struggle even made Jason's stereo blare. The two of them had a heated fight, but the soldiers in the military suffered a lot. The M1 tank was originally able to show off its power on the battlefield of oil countries. It's like a toy inside the two monsters. From time to time, these two guys would directly pick it up and use it as a weapon. Then it fell into pieces. One can imagine the fate of the bald eagle soldier inside. Therefore, Ross is really capable of becoming the Minister of National Defense after something like this happened. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly, whether it's Dr. Banner or the subpersonality Hulk in his body. Please give me flowers. He's not much of a character who's good at fighting. In front of the hatred of a special soldier is simply not enough. He was quickly suppressed and put at a disadvantage. Abomination seized the opportunity and kicked him out. A very cruel smile appeared on Hate's twisted face. Hulk, today is the day you die. Having this kind of power, but not knowing how to use it is a waste. When Hulk heard this, he roared. Then he rushed up. However, Cunson noticed it keenly. When Abomination received Hulk's fist again, he began to feel a little powerless. Jason's mouth twitched when he saw this. Tell me, what are you doing with this exciting thing when you have nothing to do? Zero. Hulk is a monster that gets stronger the angrier it gets. During the Great War in New York, he even stopped the Kurita armor with one hand. That thing is probably at least several thousand tons. I hate a pirated product and dare to be so provocative. He doesn't know who gave him the courage. Have you listened to too many songs by Liang Jingru? Sure enough, as Jason expected, the situation quickly changed. As the level of anger increases, Hulk's fists are getting heavier and heavier. Even though he started to hate him, he could still rely on his superb fighting skills to survive. Later, under absolute power, he was beaten so hard that he kept retreating. Even under this situation, the hater with a big head couldn't stop talking. Impossible. How is this possible? I'm the strongest. As soon as he said this, he was punched in the face by Hulk, and several teeth flew out. Hulk could even directly grab the bone spurs on Abomination's back and break them off with a roar. Looking at Jason from far away in Gotham, he took a deep breath. Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. This fat green guy is so crazy that he is no longer human. He just saw that the tank's main gun hit the bone spikes on Abomination's back without any damage. The sturdiness is probably slightly better than his armor. Just break it with your hand? This is a human being. When I used to watch movies, Jason still doesn't understand how powerful Hulk is. Watching the live broadcast now, you can see how powerful Hulk is. I'm afraid he's wearing a battle armor and won't be able to take a punch easily. The result is no longer in doubt. Although Abomination has gained huge amounts of power, it is still a knockoff. After Banner's power becomes stronger and stronger, all that's left is being beaten. Hulk even developed his own air cannon, directly utilizing huge amounts of force to squeeze the air. The shockwave sent out immediately staggered Abomination. Then he rushed forward and gave him a good punch. Abomination was immediately stunned. The extraordinary resilience in his body has lost its effect. This is like killing Hulk on the Asgard immigration ship more than 10 years later. Causes huge amounts of damage in an instant. It also takes a long time to recover. Hate is what it is now. Autism was directly hit by huge amounts of force. Pale green blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The arrogant momentum just now disappeared, and the whole person fell into a 980 semi-conscious state. But Hulk didn't stop, just pressed the hatred to the ground. The fists of the sandbag file size rained down on Abomination's body. Jason felt a little numb when he saw it. Very, too cruel. This time, it is considered the resilience of hatred. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover if I don't lie in the hospital for half a year. I don't know how many times I was hit. Until you hit it so hard that you have more air coming out and less air coming in, and it's almost impossible to see the original appearance. Hulk was the first to listen. He looked up to the sky and let out a roar. He looked at General Ross in the helicopter next to him with murderous eyes. This made General Ross, who was always known as a tough guy, couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, he has a good daughter, even if he protects Ross. Otherwise, a new record will be added to the Bald Eagle Empire. After World War II, the highest-ranking military officer was killed. Hulk looked at his girlfriend. There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. He let out a roar and then rushed away quickly. Seeing Hulk escape, General Ross stood up from behind his daughter angrily. Chase me. If you let him run away, wait until you take me to a military court. At Ross's command, the bald eagle soldier who was watching the show just now followed reluctantly. That dawdling posture. Those who don't know really think that they are good soldiers who love their people like their own children. Jason chuckled when he saw this scene in Gotham. At the same time, my heart moved. The opportunity has come. Skynet, lock him. Let the shadow armor be in place quickly. Jason said a few words quickly. Target lock. The armor will be in place in 2 minutes. Tian Wang's unhurried voice came to mind. Hulk huge amounts of figure. Even in the night, it is very obvious. With the help of military satellites. Locking down Hulk is very easy. The bald eagle soldiers behind Hulk did not have such luck. There are many situations on the trail. Either we encounter a car that had an accident or civilians blocking the road. After a while, Hulk disappeared directly. Jason looked at the scene. He hummed twice. If this was correct, he would have eaten the table in front of him. When did the bald eagle people dare to stop the car of the bald eagle soldiers? These people are not good birds. Killing civilians has no psychological burden at all. Moreover, perform military missions. There will be no court-martial at all. When something goes wrong, it's the superior officer who takes the blame. He didn't believe that the bald eagle man was so bold. Even if you don't take a shot from a gun, it will be very uncomfortable to be hit by a gun, but someone must be up to something behind this. Either Nick Fury or his old nemesis, HYDRA. Not many people in New York can react so quickly and use this kind of power. Ignore these guys. Jason's eyes quickly followed Hulk's. However, at the moment Hulk entered a park directly, the green body disappeared into the woods. It soon disappeared. Jason knew that Hulk must have turned into Dr. Banner and hid directly. Skynet, is the armor in place? Activate the life detection device. Find Dr. Banner. The battle armor is in place and the life detection device is turned on. Skynet's voice fell. There was a radar map in front of Jason. Several red dots appeared on it, meaning these are human beings. Among them, Dr. Banner's spot of light is particularly dazzling. However, apart from Dr. Banner, there are also fainter spots of light in this forest. But it has nothing to do with him. Skynet, control the armor and kill all these people. Let them have a good sleep. Jason said with a smirk on his face. The armor with the word shadow was originally used for sneaking into assassinations and escaping. In addition to the poisonous needles that kill people, the body is equipped with anesthesia weapons. No matter what these people do, I'm afraid I'm going to have a good dream tonight. Let Skynet control the armor to clear out these redundant people. Jason directly took over control of a piece of armor and went in towards Bruce Banner. In the life detector display, Bruce Banner's spotlight is particularly dazzling, and he stayed in the middle of the woods and didn't move for a long time. Jason guessed that Bruce Banner might be taking a break. After transforming into Hulk, he went through such a battle. Bruce Banner was obviously very tired. Jason controls the fast-moving armor. Soon, we arrived near Bruce Banner. Originally, he wanted to observe it in the woods, but I didn't expect it. He just arrived nearby. Bruce Banner spoke. Who? Bruce Banner's voice was full of caution. There is still a bit of uncertainty, and it seems that today's experience has had a great impact on him. Dr. Banner, I don't mean any harm. As Jason spoke, he controlled the armor and walked out. Wireless-controlled robot. 3.6. The military's technology is really advanced. Bruce Banner scoffed. Dr. Banner, you misunderstood. I am not from the military. Jason defended himself. You are not from the military. How could you find me here? Bruce Banner taunted again. Jason looked at young Bruce Banner carefully. I have never experienced the nearly 10 years of living in the slums. Bruce Banner is obviously much more irritable now. The character doesn't look very good either. Not at all like the very gentle Huxia many years later. The tone was also full of provocation. But considering his experience, Jason can understand. If he was domestically abused by his father since he was a child, the character may be worse. Bruce Banner was a bit beyond Jason's expectations, acting very aggressive, and the distrust in his tone could be heard by Jason even through his armor. However, I just experienced something like this. This situation is no exception. Jason grew up in the slums of Gotham, so he understands it very well. Dr. Banner, I know you don't trust me now, But actually, I really want to help you. Hearing Jason's words, Bruce Banner's eyes became even more sarcastic. I have no relatives. Why are you helping me? Are you an angel sent by God? Jason looked helplessly at Bruce Banner in front of him. No wonder Tony Stark can hang out with Bruce Banner. Both people are the same person. When I was young, he has a bad mouth and is very unpleasant. That guy Tony Stark often hung up on him in the middle of the night. Get him out of bed, completely disregarding his thoughts. He is also very sarcastic when he talks. He is often so angry that others want to tear his mouth apart. Now he felt it again in Bruce Banner. If he hadn't been unable to defeat him, Jason would have taken action directly. It seems that Dr. Bruce Banner has not experienced the beating from society yet. Wait until he has lived in the slums for a few years. The whole person will become gentle. Thinking of this, Jason had no intention of continuing to communicate with him. Okay, Dr. Banner, think whatever you like. I won't tell you more. These are for you, bye-bye. And remember, my name is Jason Wayne. After saying that, Jason controlled the armor and turned around to leave. Wait until you leave. Jason just thought about it. It's not a good thing to have Bruce Banner now. Dr. Banner now is nothing like he will be a few years ago. Have good control ability. It can explode at any time. When the time comes, he will be the unlucky one. Forget it. Let him fend for himself. We can communicate later after forming a good relationship. Thinking of this, Jason's mood improved again. Not as disappointed as before. As soon as he relaxed, the system's beep sounded in his mind. Get in touch with plot characters. Extraction technology. Extraction technology. Extract. The sound of Jason's system seemed to be stuck, and his heart suddenly jumped. This is what he depends on for a living. It won't break, right? The expression on Jason's face suddenly turned ugly. If I had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so curious and came to see Dr. Banner. Okay, now, the system is going to crash. What should I do? Just when Jason was extremely anxious. Suddenly, a sharp system prompt sounded in his mind. Warn! Warn! Unknown data intrusion detected. Unknown data intrusion detected. Execute emergency countermeasures. The psionic void engine is temporarily activated. The cosmological constant is being assimilated. Please authorize the firing of the psionic energy disintegration cannon. I don't know if it's an illusion. Jason always felt like there was a little bit of emotion in the system. But at this time, I can't care too much. Jason said anxiously, Authorize. Authorize now. Get authorization. The nether energy disintegration weapon is being charged. Cross-domain attack ready. Sending extra-dimensional interference. The underlying coordinate space is locked. The nether energy disintegration cannon is fully charged. Execute the strike. The moment the system sound fell, several great beings in this universe suddenly felt heart palpitations. A blue beam of light was emitted from an unknown place in the universe, shooting straight towards the bottom of the universe. This beam of light is not like an ordinary light. Instead, it looks like blue crystal. It looks extremely crystal clear. However, after just one look, a sense of danger arises from the bottom of my heart. Beam directly traveled through countless spaces and came to the bottom of the universe. This is the deepest part of the universe. All the evil and darkness in the entire universe comes from here. The 5 gods of the main universe call this place hell. There's a green door above the main space of hell. It is engraved with the marks of countless gods. The marks of eternity, death, destruction, etc. are all engraved here. Block the passage to hell. And inside the gate, there is something indescribable. This indescribable thing is indescribably long, even if it's just a quick glance. The soul will become crazy and twisted. Hoarse whispers continue to sound from nearby. All hell is calling the name of this indescribable thing. Oba, it's a pity it was almost. A male or female voice sounded from here. The tone was full of regret. After saying that, OBA huddled up lazily. However, as soon as it relaxed, it felt a sense of horror in its heart. In an instant, countless defenses were set up around him. A blue beam of light. shuttle in directly from the outside world. The door, covered with seals, seemed to not exist at all, and was directly penetrated by this blue beam of light. The way OBA was established is like paper with layers falling apart. The blue beam directly hit the main body of OBA. Blue crystals spread directly on OBA's body, then it slowly breaks apart, became the tiniest particle in the universe. The blue light constantly spreads until OBA only has 1/10 of the body left under 110. The energy of the blue beam was slowly consumed. No, the sound of despair spreads in this hell. Countless amounts of black gas began to gather near the OBA, started to repair his body. However, this process will be extremely long. And on the other side, Jason had no idea what was going on in the hell of the universe. He was anxiously waiting for news from the system. Good thing. The system's beep sounded quickly in his mind. Reach the goal. Emergency counterattack mechanism is closed. The regular system is coming online. General system loading completed. Congratulations to the host. The permissions have been upgraded. Authority increased to censorship. Inspector, you can choose from one of the following technologies. General knowledge on nuclear physics of Type 1 civilization. Gamma, strengthening potion. A kind of general knowledge of civilized creatures. The options cannot be changed once selected. Please choose carefully. System notifications sounded in Jason's mind. Jason was overwhelmed by what he heard. What followed was unbearable ecstasy. System privilege escalation. Is there such a good thing? Seeing the technology provided by the system, Jason was even more enthusiastic. Is this still a choice? Definitely choose Hulk Potion. If the fist is big enough, who will study? Jason never thought about it. His luck can be so good. Come out and watch the excitement. And you can even get a big gift package from the sky. Just do an upgrade slam. It not only gave him elevated system permissions, even Dr. Banner's housekeeping skills were revealed. When he thought about this, Jason just wanted to kiss Dr. Banner. He suppressed his excitement. Jason chose in his mind. Choose Gamma, Strengthening Potion. Inspector, you have chosen Gamma, Strengthening Medicine Pavilion. Technology is being released. OBA Core Purification Liquid is being distributed. Please note that this item is unique and cannot be copied. Please use with caution. Jason was stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he had seen this kind of situation. The system actually proactively distributed materials. Then Jason lowered his head. On the table in front of him, at some point, there was a silver-white metal bottle. The surface of the bottle is very smooth. It doesn't look like metal at all, but like a gemstone. The bottle cap on top is also a bit ingenious, completely integrated with the bottle. If it is not a system prompt, he thought the system had given him a piece of metal. Jason suddenly became interested. Through this bottle, can we tell the origin of the system? Skynet, check this bottle. Jason placed the bottle on top of the machine. A beam of light scanned from above. This is a new type of scanning tunneling microscope. The surface morphology of materials at the nanometer level can be observed. With this instrument, one can even see the whole picture of atoms. There are definitely no more than 50 such instruments in the world. Jason turned his gaze directly to the screen. But what shocked him was, what appeared on the electronic screen was a smooth plane, no different from what he observed with the naked eye. Jason's face was full of shock. The magnification of a scanning tunneling microscope is around 5,000 to 10,000 times. In theory, dogs can observe the shape of atoms. This happens now. This shows that the structure of this material is much smaller on a microscopic scale than he imagined. Scanning tunneling microscopy cannot observe its surface morphology at all. It's like looking at glass with a magnifying glass. No matter how much you zoom in, you still see a smooth surface. The magnification is not enough. Jason was not discouraged. He would only be disappointed if the things given by the system were so easy to study. Skynet conducts full spectrum analysis, X-ray scanning, and particle beam interaction experiments, chromatography, mass spectrometry, and electrochemical analysis, electron energy analysis, differential thermal analysis, Moose-Bauer spectrum analysis, Jason talked about dozens of analysis methods in one go. It covers almost all research methods used by human civilization to study new materials. Soon the results were obtained by Skynet and displayed on the screen. Jason looked at the spectroscopic results given by the system. Then the whole person was blinded. The analysis results given by the system are empty. It cannot be said that it is completely blank. It can only be said that there are no peaks in the spectral analysis. Looking at the spectral analysis diagram is actually looking at the peaks of the reflected waves. Different materials produce different photon reflection wave peaks. It is through this difference that the different properties of various materials can be studied. However, the material given by the system has no peaks at all. The entire spectrum is flat. This indicates that this material absorbs all emitted light, and no particles are reflected back at all. Jason grabbed a handful of hair and took a breath. It's a system indeed. Just one material can break the imagination of the entire physics community. Jason immediately gave up the idea of continuing research. According to the technology he has now, there is simply no way to parse such material. Forget it. Let's look at gamma strengthening technology. 11. Anyway, there's no threat to the system now. Jason thought to himself. Not only did the system pose no threat, it also brought him many benefits. But Jason still felt a little uneasy. There is no such thing as a pie in the sky. Is it possible to give him such a huge benefit out of thin air without asking for anything in return? However, it is useless for him to think about this now. He hid his doubts in his heart. Then start looking at gamma strengthening potions. Gamma rays are a very common thing. Essentially, this is an electromagnetic wave. It is the same thing as the light, infrared, etc. we usually see. It's just that the wavelength is different. Because its wavelength is very short, the energy contained in photons is very high. It is also classified as a type of ionizing radiation. Moreover, gamma rays are produced when atoms decay and can also be converted into nuclear radiation. As the old saying goes, talking about toxicity without considering the dosage is just a hooliganism. The same goes for gamma rays. The gamma rays produced by the sun every day are refracted by the atmosphere, leaving only a small part. It poses no threat to the human body at all. Unless gamma rays are irradiated in large doses, the human body's adaptive ability is not afraid of this effect at all. It just so happens. The amount of gamma rays used in gamma strengthening agents is the lethal dose. Ordinary people would die long ago after being exposed to gamma radiation through this method. Bruce Banner's survival was a complete coincidence. Fortunately, the safety of the system-modified medicines is still guaranteed. The principle is very simple. Gamma rays are used to cause benign mutagenesis of human cells. Enables human cells to absorb gamma rays to strengthen the human body. You can become stronger simply by basking in the sun. But I don't know why. The medicine provided by the system does not have the effect that the angrier you are, the stronger it becomes. Corresponding. Even after modification, the human body will not change. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the sight of turning into the Hulk. Even so, the effect of the potion is very powerful, and it can continuously absorb gamma rays, constantly becoming stronger. According to theory, if he keeps absorbing light, when the time is long enough, it is completely capable of becoming an immortal existence. Thinking of this, Jason felt excited. I can't wait to make the strengthening potion right away. Moreover, it is not only able to absorb the gamma range emitted by the sun. The arc reactor's cold nuclear fusion will also emit a small amount of gamma rays. In this way, it is simply double the happiness. Jason didn't even think about it again. Do you want to cause a wave of Iron Man and install an arc reactor on the chest? Anyway, I already have the armor. There is no shame in building a reactor. The thought of a conflict later. Others finally broke through the armor. Only then did I realize that I was stronger than the armor. How desperate would that be? Jason smiled when he thought of this and couldn't help but dive directly into the laboratory. However, he always felt that he had forgotten something. At the same time, Dr. Banner in New York. Taking the money given by Jason, he was ready to escape. Suddenly my legs felt weak. The whole body seemed to be hollowed out. Human body modification is a very dangerous thing. If you're not careful, problems of this kind will occur. Taking a closer look at the entire universe, Captain America is the only one who has undergone human body modification without any problems. For other people, it's not because of physical problems. It's just a mental illness. For example, Dr. Bruce Banner directly suffered from schizophrenia. Jason naturally had to be fully prepared before making the potion before he would take it. First, just understand the principle of gamma strengthening potion. Before you figure this out, it was difficult for him to just take the potion. Only, this is easy to say. Without experimental subjects, it is very difficult to conduct research, especially in Dr. Banner's absence. He knows it very well. How do human cells absorb high-energy radiation? It's hard to understand that it relies on photosynthesis. Jason took a malicious look at the Hulk's skin color. Superman's hometown is green, and he can absorb solar radiation and become stronger. Hulk is also green and can absorb sunlight and become stronger. There might be some connection between these two. In my heart, I maliciously slandered the two guys who are not human beings. Jason began to prepare the potion. In fact, the configuration of gamma strengthening agent is not difficult. It is enough to synthesize according to the ratio of various substances given by the system. Finally, add the vial of unknown substance given by the system. Even if the big 347 is done. Jason had seen that the medicines used in the formula were basically common high-energy nutrient solutions. Nothing special at all. So he waited until his potion ration was completed. His test still showed no progress. Look at the bottle of liquid in front of you. Jason carefully took out a drop and tested the liquid. Skynet, provide the test results as soon as possible. Building molecular dynamics models. Jason made himself a cup of coffee and waited for the test results from Skynet. Soon, Skynet's test results came out. However, it was somewhat beyond his expectation. How can it be? His test showed. The test results of this strengthening potion were no different from the nutrient solution he prepared. The bottle of unknown substance given by the system seemed to contain nothing at all. There are two possibilities. One is that the system is cheating him. The other is that his technology, CFBD, has not reached that level. He preferred to believe it was the latter. Jason's face looked uncertain. Skynet, showing molecular model. Simulating electron motion. See if the basic molecules of matter change. Jason said with a gloomy face. Soon, the molecular model was established by Skynet. Based on Skynet's powerful computing capabilities, the accuracy of this model is almost 99%. However, he still didn't find anything wrong with this molecular model. The expression on Jason's face became a little uncertain again. He thinks about it now. Should he try drinking these potions directly? In this way, he will face unknown risks. To be honest, now he is living a happy life. I don't want to bet on the probability that nothing will go wrong. But then he thought about it. This world doesn't seem to be a safe world. Not to mention that Thanos has already been plotting against the Earth in the universe for a long time. The few people Batman knows don't have fuel-efficient lamps. Something like Superman, Wonder Woman, etc. None of the villains he faced were easy to mess with. His environment was not as safe as he thought. Never mind. Stress the bold to death and starve the timid to death. Is there any way to gain strength without taking risks? Skynet, prepare a large gamma ray emitter. Seal the laboratory and start radiating the ice wall device. Prepare a high-concentration extremist stock solution and prepare first aid. Jason issued the order 3 times, 5 times 2. He took off his clothes and lay down together. In his right hand is the bottle of gamma-strengthening potion he made. The instrument is charged and preparations for gamma ray emission are complete. The atomic decay device is ready. High-energy extremist stock solution is ready. Tianwang's emotionless voice sounded next to him. A trace of cruelty flashed in Jason's eyes. He poured the potion directly into his mouth. Those who saw him drank the potion. Skynet directly turned on the gamma ray emission device. This device produces gamma rays through the decay of atoms. The instantaneous production of gamma rays can even exceed that of the sun. Ordinary people are in front of such a machine. In a matter of seconds, genetic collapse occurs. The body literally melted away within weeks. If the potion fails, it was inevitable that Jason would end up like this. So it's really a big gamble. The moment the instrument started, Jason didn't feel anything yet. I only feel the opposite angle of the spring breeze blowing on my face. On the contrary, it's a little comfortable. Soon, the situation changed. Jason felt as if there was an extra ball of lava in his body, constantly flowing in the body. Severe pain came out. In every cell of his body, it's like there's a steel needle stirring constantly. That feeling was like Ling Chi. The suppressed pain burst out of his mouth. He knew that he had to be patient at this time. The cells in his body are being remodeled under the influence of gamma rays and agents. If he leaves at the moment, it is very likely that all his previous efforts will be wasted. There is even a risk of genetic collapse. Gritting his teeth, Jason slowly endured it. A few minutes. In Jason's eyes, it seemed like several years had passed. Fortunately, it was very quick. The pain dissipated like a tide. It turned into a warm feeling, made Jason feel very comfortable. Skynet, is the gamma ray emission device still on? Yes, Master. The gamma ray device is still on. There was also a hint of surprise in Tianwang's tone, which had always been calm. Obviously, Jason's current situation and changes in his body are very strange. Master, your body has changed. What changes? Jason said. Upon hearing Jason's question, Skynet placed a photo directly in front of him. I am Chow, is this me? Jason looked at the people on the screen and was shocked. It was really such a big change that he couldn't believe it, although he has an adult soul. But because of his age, Jason is still a little kid, less than 1.5 meters tall. He is a bit short among his peers. Coupled with the previous malnutrition, Jason was as thin as a bamboo pole. There is not even an ounce of meat on the body. If it wasn't for its good looks, it would really be unwatchable. But now, huge amounts of changes took place in his whole being. If it weren't for Skynet's inability to lie, he would even think that Skynet put his head on Bruce Wayne's body. It's incredible. The effect of the gamma-strengthening potion is much better than Jason imagined. It's not just physical fitness that has changed. Even the appearance has changed. It's like Captain America was injected with a super soldier serum. Suddenly, he became a muscular tyrant. Looking at the muscles on his body, Kunson nodded with satisfaction. Next time you see Tony Stark, be sure to mock him. Even though he is only 1.6 meters tall, he mocks him every day for being 1.5 meters tall. It's simply too much. Now, it's time for him to feel his own pain. I smiled a little wretchedly in my heart dash. Jason couldn't wait to put on Bruce Wayne's clothes and went to Bruce Wayne's private training ground. Bruce Wayne became Batman for a reason. In addition to necessary social activities and doing chivalrous work outside, he spent most of his time at the training ground. Completely different from Tony Stark, the playboy who spent half his life in bed. Therefore, the underground training facilities in Wayne Manor are very complete. It's not just the equipment in a regular gym. There's also a small shooting range in the back. When he first arrived at Wayne Group, Jason even went to M***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************� But this time he was going to test his strength on the training ground. Skynet, prepare to monitor my physical condition in real time. Create my profile, Jason said casually. Already in the beginning, he asked Skynet to create his personal file. Various body data are collected almost every 6 months. Scientists like them are very prone to sudden death. Take Tony Stark, for example. Sheng Xiao was played every night, and the body was consumed by wine and S***X. But this guy just stayed up all night doing research. The food was burgers and coffee. Under the situation, Tony Stark didn't die suddenly. Jason has to say that Tony Stark is himself. He has no interest in betting on this probability. Therefore, he usually pays great attention to his health. Now it's time to compare with his data. Picking up a 25 kilograms dumbbell plate, Jason gave it a try. Then he looked weird. It's not that this thing is too heavy, but it's too light. If it were him before, he wouldn't even think about such a thing. But now, holding this dumbbell chip, Jason even felt like he was just holding a bag of potato chips. Skynet, prepare the boxing test machine. This thing doesn't make sense anymore, Jason said with sour teeth. He originally thought that even if the strength increased, it would not be too exaggerated. He didn't lose control of his power at all. But now it seems, or because the potion is too powerful. His nervous system has also been strengthened, a perfect match for his own strength. He has no correct understanding of his own power at all. Judging from just now, his strength is not as strong as iron, but it's almost there. This is the advantage of having a factory at home. The machine Jason wanted was quickly brought over by dozens of armors. For the sake of the future, Skynet directly designed a testing instrument with an upper limit that can withstand several hundred tons. The volume is naturally a bit larger, file size that occupies more than half of the venue. After the equipment was installed, Jason warmed up. Skynet, prepare to record the values. As he spoke, Jason shook his wrist and punched the machine with all his strength. Boom! There was a muffled sound. There's an obvious punch mark on the special rubber carbon fiber material. The numbers on the instrument kept jumping up. 243. Seeing this number, Jason raised his eyebrows. So strong? He has just strengthened his body, and there's still a lot of room for improvement. And he had never learned any systematic way of exerting force before. This power is at most 2/3 of his full strength. That's close to 250 tons. What concept? The speed of his punch is about 100 meters per second. According to the kinetic energy formula, power is equal to force multiplied by speed. In other words, the power of his punch is about 2 million kilowatts. A country with a large population like. The electricity load in third and fourth tier cities is only 1 million kilowatts. The power of Jason's punch was equivalent to the load of 2 cities. Although the performance is not that obvious in terms of strength. But if one punch punches through a 5 to 6-story building, it probably won't be a big problem. It has completely exceeded the boundaries of human beings. Unless it's anti-Hulk armor, I'm afraid. Otherwise, ordinary steel armor will only be regarded as a toy in front of him in the future. Please give me flowers. It turns out that just one body-strengthening potion can make you so strong. It's a beautiful comic book world where there are as many gods as dogs, hanging on the walls and everywhere. This strength has grown a bit too fast. Jason made a deal in his mind. The people in the training room couldn't help but sigh. Now, even Tian Wong, who had been calm all this time, couldn't stand it anymore. If she wasn't an artificial intelligence, she would probably spit in Jason's face. Who are you pretending to be? I can't stand Jason's pretentiousness. Skynet's gentle voice rang out from the speakers. Master, your physical examination report is out. Do you want to take a look? Jason, who was immersed in joy, did not notice the vividness of Skynet's tone. Okay, cast it on the screen for me. Soon a string of data appeared on the screen. 0. Jason looked at it and saw that it was completely different from before. Before strengthening, his weight was only 40 kilograms. My current weight is straight towards 300 kilograms. But his figure does not look fat. One can imagine how incredibly dense his body is. The heart beats only half as often as normal people. It's just that the heart beats more vigorously. Jason even seemed to be able to hear the sound of blood flowing in his veins. Not only that, the activity of various organs in his body has been greatly enhanced. Even the gut flora, when taken outside, they can be regarded as superbacteria, the kind that no drug can kill. No wonder some previous works said that the blood of gods is poison to ordinary people. Bacteria with such high activity. It's okay to enter an ordinary human body, Jason said in surprise. I'm afraid he has nothing to do with voluntary blood donation in this life. I'm afraid there are no humans in the world who can bear his blood. Check the parameters of each part of the body. Jason was secretly surprised. He can be sure that he is very strong now. Very strong. Not at all human. From now on, when he goes out, as long as he doesn't meet a pervert, he can walk sideways. Jason was feeling complacent. A voice suddenly came from behind him. Who are you? Why are you here? Don't move. Jason wanted to turn around, but just halfway through I heard a gunshot. Then my back felt like it had been pricked with needles. Jason turned around. He looked at Mr. Alfred holding a pistol with disbelief. Just shoot right now? What about your normally amiable persona? Why did you shoot without saying anything? Compared to Jason, Alfred was even more confused. He looked at the Glock pistol in his hand, and then at the shape-shifted bullet that fell on the ground. The old man is a little doubtful about life. He fired a shot at the target next to him. No problem. It's a real gun. But look at the bullet that only tore through one layer of someone's shirt. Alfred was considering whether to go to Glock for an explanation. But Alfred reacted quickly. He looked suspiciously at Jason, who was already a head taller than him. Grandpa Alfred, it's me, Jason said helplessly. As expected, this old man came from the 513th section of MI6. Make a move. That is totally unhesitation. Fortunately, after strengthening his body defense is also incredibly powerful. Hulk has just gone through strengthening. It can even withstand the bombardment of 20mm cannons from military-armed helicopters. That is a powerful weapon that can easily smash concrete walls into pieces. He can now stop pistol bullets. There seems to be nothing to be surprised about. Hearing Jason's voice, Alfred confirmed Jason's identity. He looked at Jason carefully, then asked, Jason, how did you end up like this? Ahem. Something went wrong when I took the medicine. Jason said quietly. He is very satisfied with his current physical condition. Do you not want to transform from a 6-inch boy into a muscular man with a height of 1.8 meters? However, this is very difficult to accept for Alfred, who regards Jason as his own son. You get home, seeing his son suddenly grow into a strong man who is even more powerful than himself. It's hard for you to accept. This change is so rapid. Alfred was a little caught off guard. In the end, he could only sigh. Jason, I know you are a genius, but you can't be reckless. What if there are any hidden dangers left? Hearing Alfred's concern about culture, Cunson felt warm in his heart. No, Grandpa Alfred, this is science. There are no uncontrollable variables. Jason said this without blushing. Of course, Alfred didn't know that Jason was talking nonsense. If he can't hold on to the strengthening just now, they are probably all disabled now. Heard that said, Alfred felt a little relieved, but he still said it. Even if you say that, you are too messy. You can't be sure. What if something goes wrong? Besides, although we at Wayne Group are not afraid, how will others see your huge amounts of changes when they are spread out? Maybe he thought you were switched. Alfred also had a headache when he said this. He wasn't sure just now. After listening to Jason's voice, he even looked at Jason carefully to be sure. Those little unconscious actions cannot be faked. He can confirm it, but others can't. Suddenly grew so big, said to be Bruce Wayne's illegitimate son. Who believes it? He didn't even believe it when he said it. Thinking of this, Alfred had a headache. At this time, behind them, a voice came again. Who are you? Alfred, who is this? Alfred looked at Bruce Wayne, who was approaching, rubbing his shoulders. More headache. Have to. One problem has not been solved yet. Then another one came. He can no longer be a housekeeper. It took Jason a lot of effort to convince Bruce Wayne that he had not switched the package. In the end, Skynet was used to prove himself. Wait until this is confirmed. Bruce Wayne marveled at Jason. The look in his eyes made Jason feel a little uncomfortable. Jason, do you still have this potion? After hearing Alfred say that Jason was hit by a bullet in the front and was unhurt, Bruce Wayne's eyes lit up. If there are conditions, who doesn't want to be a super able person? Every time he meets Superman, he always felt a little shorter. Meet other superheroes and ask him. He could only laugh at himself and say that he was rich. In fact, why doesn't he want to become a super ability person? If that were the case, he wouldn't have to work so hard when he went out to do heroic things. Jason looked at Bruce Wayne's face lighting up. Jason could only shake his head helplessly. This one really doesn't exist anymore. But didn't I give you a desperate injection? Don't you feel anything? Jason looked at Bruce Wayne strangely. What he injected into Bruce Wayne was the high-level version, although it is not as abnormal as Gamma Strengthening Potion. But it definitely rivals Captain America's Super Soldier Serum. Strength, reaction speed, and recovery ability have all been enhanced. No matter how you look at Bruce Wayne, it seems like he has nothing. Seeing Jason's scrutinizing gaze, Bruce Wayne also smiled awkwardly. The extremist strengthening effect is indeed very powerful. His strength has increased at least 3 to 4 times and is still growing. The wound recovery effect is also very good. His arm had been shot before he came. If it were before, you will have to stay in the hospital for at least a few months. Now, his wound has recovered. In fact, he was very satisfied. But seeing Jason can stop a bullet, he was naturally envious. Want to have one? The look in Jason's eyes when he saw Bruce Wayne. I cursed inwardly. What kind of bike do you want? Still not satisfied. But this is also human nature. After cursing in his mind for a long time, he still said helplessly, I guess it won't work this time. The materials used to make this potion are very rare. If I get a chance in the future, I'll get you a copy. Then it's settled. Bruce 4.0 Wayne thought happily. Kiss your own son. What are you being polite about? But having said that, what's going on with you? Jason looked at the bullet hole in Bruce Wayne's arm. Well, hearing Jason ask this, Bruce Wayne sighed. The whole person became a little depressed. This matter actually has something to do with me. Bruce Wayne shook his head and said. This time he went out and met an old friend of his, Harvey Dent, originally the district attorney of Gotham City. He is an upright man and is known as the Bright Knight of Gotham City. He is a very decent person. That's why he admired Harvey so much. Because from him, we can see all the bright parts of human beings. Only, all this changed after Shoution appeared. Joker is a very formidable enemy. Bruce Wayne said in front of Jason again. Harvey would have been a very bright man. Although his childhood home life was unhappy, he was not tainted by it. Instead, through his own efforts, he became a prosecutor. And very shield. You can think about it. Coming from a family where his mother is a drug addict and his father is an alcoholic, how difficult it is for him to achieve such an achievement. Bruce Wayne sighed. Hearing this, Jason nodded in agreement. The influence of one's family of origin on a person. A sound that almost penetrated a person. People who had an unfortunate childhood will have more or less psychological problems when they grow up. Dr. Bruce Banner's split personality, Tony Stark's eccentricities and arrogance. It's all related to this boy's experience. If Bruce Wayne didn't have a good housekeeper and a good master, he would take over the role of his parents. It's hard to say what the future will be like. After Harvey Dent experienced his parents' divorce and domestic violence, he still grew into a bright man. It's incredible. After meeting Jason, I understood what he meant. Bruce Wayne speaks again. It is precisely because of this that I say Joker is scary. What's scary about him is not his force, but his ability to manipulate people's hearts. Few people who came into contact with him remain normal. So too does Harvey. There was a flash of sadness in Bruce Wayne's eyes. Jason was even more convinced. In fact, the most obvious thing about this is Harley Quinn. She was a good nurse. He is good-looking and has a gentle personality. But after meeting Joker, he was forced to become a madman. Not only do I love this Joker deeply, I also have a mental problem. He is still locked up in a special prison. So in dealing with an enemy like Joker, you can't let him do more than one. Just kill him and that's it. Bruce Wayne, on the other side, didn't know that Jason had such violent thoughts in his heart. Otherwise, I will definitely shout a traitor. That's how Harvey met Joker. The more extreme the light, the easier it is to fall into darkness. Joker first used sulfuric acid to disfigure Harvey, and then messed with Harvey's mind with words. Harvey couldn't accept his disfigurement, so he became a shadow hiding in Gotham City, Two-Face. Bruce Wayne finished, directly fell into silence. Jason also sighed. Harvey Dent's tragic childhood life did not have no impact on him. He suffered from the same disease as Banner, schizophrenia. According to scientific statistics, more than 90% of schizophrenia patients had miserable childhoods. So does Harvey. Behind his bright personality, there is another personality hidden. And Joker, release this hidden personality. That's why Harvey Dent's actions are so unpredictable. He often determines his actions through a coin. At times, he was the most feared gang boss in Gotham. Sometimes, he helps Bruce Wayne fight crime. He is a very complex criminal. It's normal for Bruce Wayne to be frustrated when facing him. On the one hand, Batman never fails to kill people. Harvey Dent, on the other hand, was his good friend from the beginning. He still has certain expectations and has no determination to take action. Didn't die at the hands of Harvey Dent. He was lucky. Looking at Bruce Wayne, Jason couldn't bear it. Do you want me to help you deal with him? Bruce Wayne glanced at him. Never mind. He didn't question Jason's strength. To deal with Two-Face, you really don't need any powerful abilities. That's what he's worried about. Once Jason takes action, Two-Face people simply cannot survive. Back when dealing with Joker, he could see how ruthless Jason was. He also knew that Jason was born in a place like the slums of Gotham. It's normal to develop this kind of personality. He is already thankful that he has not developed the habit of smoking, getting tattoos, or smoking tobacco. Just like that, he was planning to find a psychiatrist for Jason. I promise you, why not kill him? Jason said helplessly. Not to mention that Bruce Wayne is his cheap daddy. Just saying that Bruce Wayne was really nice to him. It's not just the various resources of the Wayne Group that are at his disposal. I usually care a lot about him. Before going out to do heroic things every day, I often talk to him. It is better to say that they are friends than father and son. Jason is not an ungrateful person. If someone treats him well, he will naturally remember it in his heart. Now Bruce Wayne is in trouble. Of course, he wants to take action. Are you serious? Bruce Wayne asked suspiciously. Would I lie to you about? You have to think clearly if you can't deal with him. Harvey Dent doesn't know what he's going to do. What if someone else takes action then? Gotham is a big city, no less than New York. Of course, there is more than one superhero like Batman. Many other superheroes also operate in Gotham City. Bruce Wayne doesn't take action, in case Two-Face messes with other superheroes. The possibility of being killed is also very high. The gap between super ability people and humans is really huge. Hear Jason say that. Bruce Wayne also hesitation. Jason is right about this. Gotham City 080 still has a lot of superheroes, although not very strong. But there is no problem in dealing with a gang boss. Okay, then you must promise me not to kill him. If there is no death penalty in Gotham City, we cannot carry out private executions. Jason curled his lips when he heard this. Capitalism is really good. Abolition of the death penalty is commonplace. There's really no way for ordinary people to survive. After thinking about it, Jason said impatiently, Okay, I got it. I will definitely bring him back alive to you, and I will send him to Arkham Asylum. I'm going to help you upgrade the security system there. Tell it yourself, there are many people running away from your place. Jason was so full of things that he didn't even know where to start. Obviously, he has no strength. You really want to trap these supervillains. No matter how powerful your mental hospital is, can it be more powerful than SHIELD's super prison? There are very few jailbreaks over there, let alone yours. If he doesn't help strengthen the defense, I'm afraid I've only been locked up for a few days. The villains ran out on their own. Bruce Wayne also sighed when he heard this. You could go ahead and upgrade. Arkham should really change. When he said this, Bruce Wayne's tone was full of fatigue. His heroic deeds were not so easy. When Jason decides to do something, there are very few people in Gotham City who can stop him, especially when he wants to find traces of a person. The ability of Skynet artificial intelligence is like a ghost on the internet. As long as you have used the internet, it is impossible to escape his search. Not to mention that Two-Face is a very low-key person, thanks to the clear governance of Gotham City. The police are basically useless. The gangs in Gotham City are quite rampant. Most of it is on the surface. Even cooperating with the police is a very normal thing. Two-Face base was quickly detected by Skynet. This is an abandoned factory in a slum, because it is far away from the city and close to the pier. He was treated as his own factory by the Two-Faced man. Produce some contraband. The defense is very tight, and 40% of the entire gang's defense force is used here. Definitely, that's for Jason. It is simply a name only. Skynet, prepare the armor and load it with non-lethal weapons. When the time comes, give them a shot of saturated anesthetic gas to cover them. Jason chuckled. Wasn't he the one who was captured? It's so simple. Hundreds of rounds of ether diffusion bombs were fired into it, and the elephant was stunned. It's definitely possible that some unlucky guy breathed in an overdose of anesthetic gas and died. But what does this have to do with him? Are there any good people among these gangsters? Moreover, he's not like Bruce Wayne. He is not a messenger of justice. Also, Skynet, prepare anesthetic injections. Prevent these people from having gas masks on them. Jason patted his head and said suddenly, "This is a double-faced factory. It is also very normal to prepare some gas masks inside, although it would not pose any fatal threat to him. But in the final analysis, it is troublesome. It would be safer to bring some narcotic weapons." Soon it was evening. In order to avoid exposing one's own strength, he scheduled his move at night. Avoid the risk of being seen by ordinary people. It's time. Jason started directly from his own laboratory. Soon we arrived at Double Face Factory. Skynet, is the target still there? Master, the target is still there and has not left. According to the surveillance, the other party seems to be carrying out unknown criminal activities. Skynet's voice sounded next to Jason. Jason was not surprised at all. Anyway, the two-faced person is either committing a crime or on the way to commit a crime. Morgana committed a criminal activity. What's so strange about it? Now that we have determined that the target is internal, let's start taking action. Let some armor sneak in secretly and release ether gas. With emphasis, Jason asked Skynet to take action. Then the armor behind Jason. He began to act quietly. The propellers under his feet became silent, and it doesn't emit any light. Soon, colorless ether gas is dispersed throughout the factory. Lots of alert gangsters. He fainted immediately. Jason wore the armor directly. He walked into the factory openly. See if Two-Face is stunned, swaggering into huge amounts of steel and tile factory buildings. Jason didn't have time to speak. The headlights of the factory are turned on directly. Bob bang bang. Applause rang out from the second-story steel structure of a steel factory. Jason looked up. Two-Face appears above. To be honest, if it weren't for half of his face being disfigured, Two-Face would still look very handsome. Just a pity. Today's Two-Face man has half his face dissolved directly by sulfuric acid, making him look like a Terminator with half of his face exposed from the metal structure. However, what makes Jason strange is, he was not knocked out by the ether. How strange. You are supposed to be the legendary, illegitimate son of Bruce Wayne, a man in steel armor? As soon as Two-Face saw Jason, he spoke directly. Although it was a question, his tone was very calm. It seems that this result is very certain. When Jason heard this, his heart changed. How does this be asterisk, 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 asterisk? D know his identity, although he often goes out wearing battle armor. But the action is very secretive. The surrounding surveillance systems were also destroyed by Skynet. No one should know his identity? This is how the same thing? What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm Iron Man, Jason said directly with nonsense. Although Two-Face looks very certain, but he can't admit it. He's not like that idiot Tony Stark. The desire to perform is so strong. Making a fortune in silence is what he wants. Hear Jason say that. Two-Face smiled mockingly. You playboys, do you all like to pretend to be superheroes? So does Tony Stark in New York. It seems like he is the Iron Man, Two-Face said with a mocking look. Jason didn't answer his words. Asked instead, compared to who I really am, why you can remain calm is what I'm curious about. Don't you know that we never fight alone? With that said, Jason waved his hand. More than 20 pieces of armor appeared behind him. This kind of combat power is enough to attack a small country. It's more than enough. Jason brings so many armors. It's just a subconscious preparation. God knows if these gang members have any genetically mutated monsters. You can never go too far wrong. However, Two-Face didn't seem surprised by this. Instead, he said with some sigh, as expected of someone from Wayne Group, the price of these armors is probably billions of dollars, right? Two-Face said this. Jason's heart moved again. Why does this Two-Face man seem to know his information very well? This shouldn't happen at all. Who leaked his information? Jason became increasingly curious about Two-Face. He wanted to know who leaked his information. Immediately, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Two-Face. Just wave your hand and get ready to take action. 20 pieces of good armor came forward quickly, but just halfway through the flight, suddenly a burst of electric current appeared inside these armors, and then they struggled a few times. It fell to the ground. Young man, you are really far from your father. He is not as impatient as you, 11. As he said that, the two-faced man waved his hand. Dozens of them armed. Men in gas masks stepped out of the shadows. Not like a gangster at all. Instead, he looks like a professional soldier. Jason's eyes narrowed. I felt the condition of the armor on my body. Graphite dust bombs. I never thought you could get something like this. Jason felt a little surprised. Graphite dust bombs are not something that is easy to obtain. It can be used with military-grade graphite dust. The price is very expensive, not to mention making it into a weapon. Where did Two-Face get this thing? Jason suddenly became more interested in Two-Face. The iron armor is a very powerful creation. It is the crystallization of the highest level of engineering. This does not mean that the steel armor does not have shortcomings. Unless it's late. It's like asking you Stark to research nano-armors. Otherwise, the steel armor is a complex engineering machinery. Any construction machinery. There must be circuits inside. The energy consumption of steel armor is very serious. Electronic equipment loaded with various energy weapons. The internal circuit is very complex. Graphite dust bomb is a weapon specifically designed for this kind of equipment. Graphite is a conductor. The graphite particles that are ground into particles will adhere to the circuits of electronic equipment. When electric current is running, short circuits will occur in electronic equipment. This goes for any electronic device. All are unacceptable. The electronic precision electronic components inside the steel armor, completely scrapped after short circuit. This is also the reason why all those steel armors were scrapped. Thinking about it, this is what makes Two-Face so calm. Otherwise, Two-Face will not act like a fool. Dare to face this highly maneuverable weapon of destruction. Seeing Jason, he stopped moving. Two-Face spoke again. Jason Wayne. 997. You know nothing about me, but I know you very well. What are you using to fight me? Jason laughed when he heard this. Say it as if these are your things. If there is no support behind the two-faced person, he twisted the head off to use as a urinal. Mr. Harvey Dent, you feel too good about yourself. In the entire Bald Eagle Empire, there are less than 10 arms dealers that can produce graphite dust bombs. Each military-grade graphite dust bomb has a market price of $3 million US. Not to mention this kind of dust weapon arranged in advance. It's not enough for the whole space. At least 4 or 5 pieces are needed. It's not that I look down on you, Mr. Harvey Dent. Do you have that much money? Although Jason's tone was very calm, but the irony in it is obvious to everyone. Obviously, there are things you can learn from being friends with Tony Stark. At least, this taunting ability is maxed out. Harvey Dent over there turned red when he heard this. The ruined face on the other side was full of ferocity. Jason is right about one thing. He really couldn't afford that much money. It's not really impossible to get it out. I want to take out so much money. I'm afraid he has to sell all his assets. He's not crazy. How could this be done? But knowing is one thing. It's another thing to be told. You are really as annoying as Bruce Wayne. The smell of hypocrisy is disgusting. Jason pouted again. Mr. Harvey, it's not your fault that you are ugly, but it is your fault that you come out to scare people. I have reason to suspect that you are jealous of the good looks of our Wayne family. When Two-Face heard this, he became even more angry. Since the disfigurement, what he hates is what others say about his appearance. A sharp-tongued boy. Originally, I wanted God to decide your life or death. But now it's time for me to make up my mind. I'm going to make your life worse than death. Two-Face's tone was very spiteful. It was hard for Jason to imagine. How did this person become the light knight of Gotham City? Could it be that the brighter a person is, the more ruthless Blacken will be? The thoughts in his mind did not block Jason's counterattack at all. Harvey Dent, you are ugly, but I think you are beautiful. Believe it or not, I'll beat the shit out of you today. When Two-Face heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Boy, if you're not curious, why am I talking so much nonsense to you? I'll tell you the answer now. I'm just stalling for time. 17. You have wings and can't escape. Jason pouted. I really don't know where Two-Face self-confidence comes from. Can't he see that CFBH, Two-Face is stalling for time? A breakdown of Gotham City's villains. The one who liked BB the most at the beginning was Joker, because he likes to confuse people. On the contrary, Two-Face is the kind of person who can take action and try not to be pushy. He just likes to flip coins and maintain his neurotic personality. And being a villain who likes to take action. Suddenly I'm talking to you. There are only two reasons for that. One is because he can't beat you. The second is because he is stalling for time. However, what is coming is very disturbing. Is this your trump card? Feel the vague pressure coming from your body. Jason's face was full of disappointment. Strong magnetic restraint device. If he were the Jason he was a few days ago, maybe it will really fail. The armor loses its effect. In addition, a strong magnetic restraint device can generate several tons of force in an instant. He couldn't change hands at all. Because of magnetism, the steel factory building next to it has to be shape-shifted. Two-Face didn't take Jason's statement seriously at all. You can't move now, can you? Jason Wayne, bluffing won't do anything. You will die today. Harvey Dent said viciously. Mr. Harvey, that's not what our agreement says. Two-Face just got mad. A young voice came from beside him. A blond young man in a suit appeared next to him. This young man wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looks more elegant than him, like a young master from a big family. Behind him were two heavily armed soldiers. It could be said to be full of style. Jason was immediately interested. Coming. The mastermind behind the scenes appears. This is my place. Harvey Dent also showed his fangs, as he said that a group of gangsters rushed out from outside. Although it seems that these gangsters have a variety of equipment. There's no way to compare with those fully armed soldiers. But there are so many of them. Each person has an AK, which is more than 100 guns. Not to mention, this seemingly ragtag group of guys also had several song RPGs. I don't know what the police in Gotham City do. Wow, Mr. Harvey, we at AIM are sincerely cooperating with you. It's so sad that you're like this. The young man said with a sad expression on his face. Makes it look very cool. Cooperation? You just want to use me. Just in time, I want to take advantage of you too. Jason Wayne must die. The equipment you're wearing is also mine. A trace of greed flashed in Two-Face's eyes. Playing good old Jason down there. I felt like Chow in my heart. It's like watching an annual drama. The appearance of AIM surprised him. Two-Face surprised him even more. This guy actually wants to take advantage of both families? It's a good idea, but do you have the strength? The appearance of AIM, an old friend, was a bit beyond Jason's expectation. He thought about who was behind Two-Face, but I didn't expect it. These people turn out to be people from AIM. Think about it too. AIM is one of the few people who might know his identity. Anything can happen during a fight. It's not impossible to reveal your identity. Just didn't expect it. The people from AIM dared to chase him all the way to Gotham. He also contacted the local gang. But I guess the people at AIM haven't thought about it either. The psychopath Two-Face is more greedy than they imagined. I still want to take advantage of others. Jason is therefore seen as non-threatening. Don't put them aside. People from the two families started a fight. Two-Face believes that his more than 100 gangsters are very intimidating. More than 100 fully automatic rifles. Coupled with RPG, it is enough to fight a small local war. It is also very normal for Two-Face people to be confident. However, the people at AIM are also very calm. There are obviously other trump cards. Mr. Harvey, do you really want to do this? This is very damaging to our friendship. Even to this point, the young man from AIM still looks very calm. I don't know what trump cards there are. Stop being pretentious. My men have investigated, and there is no one else around here. The two-faced man said with a very disgusted expression, hand over your equipment obediently. I might be able to keep your bodies intact. The two-faced man looked at the person opposite, his eyes full of greed. It seems that he has been planning for AIM's sophisticated equipment for a long time. This excellent military special equipment. But there is a price, but no market. It's not something you can get with money. Gangsters like Two-Face want to get this thing. Totally impossible. He is naturally very greedy about this. So are two-faced men. Looking at these people's equipment, their eyes lit up. It's like seeing a fat wolf. The whole group of people became excited. In an instant, whistles, shouts, and the sound of guns being loaded filled the factory building one after another. The young man from AIM had pity in his eyes. What a pathetic person. Never know what true power is. Don't you know that numbers are meaningless in the face of absolute combat power? He finished. Suddenly, there was a thumping sound from above the factory building. It was as if something heavy fell from the sky. Suddenly, all the gangsters aimed their guns at the factory. Two-Face also pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the young man opposite. A ferocious smile flashed across his face. You'd better not act rashly. The young man at AIM smiled. He straightened the tie on his suit. It's really sad. The words have not yet finished. The young man turned into a black shadow. Two-Face hasn't reacted yet. Just flew up out of thin air. It hit the factory building next to it. It knocked a huge amount of dent into the iron sheet. Of course, Jason can see clearly. The young man rushed out quickly, kicked Two-Face. Because the speed is too fast. Two-Face didn't react at all and was knocked out. Only at this time did the Two-Face people react, while shouting and cursing uniquely to gangsters, while holding the crazy design of the AK in his hand. That posture was like that of the black uncles in a certain area. Not very good at marksmanship. The momentum is very strong. But soon they screamed. It was a guy wearing a black body armor that fell from the sky. Go on a killing spree among gangsters. Those gangsters basically lost their fighting ability after just one punch. And because of being in the crowd, the gangsters outside didn't dare to shoot. After a while, he was beaten to pieces by these men in black. Many people started to run out. Jason sighed a little. He naturally recognized what these people were. It is AIM's Centipede Warrior. What he didn't expect was, Tony Stark, and the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. destroyed so many bases. The AIM people can actually produce so many Centipede Warriors, even raising funds to deal with him. Sure enough, the Centipede was dead, but not stiff. Various secret organizations in this world. It's really annoying. A dozen modified Centipede Warriors. The strength is very powerful. 100 gang members. In front of a Centipede Warrior, it was like chopping melons and vegetables. They were all beaten to pieces. Several Centipede Warriors rushed out. Jason could still hear the screams coming from outside. Saw took control of the situation. The blond young man from AIM straightened his tie. Walk up to Jason. He said with a salute. Selden Gordon, Director of AIM Weapons Research and Development Department. I'm really sorry to meet in such an unreasonable way. Mr. Jason laughed. Jason carefully looked at the gentle scum in front of him. He asked, pretending to be hoarse. What is your purpose? Oh, I didn't expect Mr. Jason to be so straightforward. Then I don't want to show off. I would like to invite Mr. Jason to join our AIM Weapons Research and Development Department. You're such a genius. Your transformation of technology is also an art. Before you, I never thought that weapons could be so beautiful. Selden Dawson looked at the Centipede Warrior next to him. A trace of intoxication flashed across his face. Jason looked at it and cursed inwardly. 0-0. Another psychopath. Why is there so much perversion in this world? Still beautiful? It doesn't matter if she's a girl. She's 19 tall and muscular. How do you see beauty? After cursing a few words in his mind, Jason spoke again. You planted a spy in our Wayne group? Thinking of this, Kunson was a little annoyed. He is still young. I didn't think about it at all. The confidentiality of various technologies is very inadequate. It is also very normal for technology to be stolen. There are 500 people in the Wayne Group headquarters alone. The Wayne family is relatively low-key, but to take care of Wayne Manor, there are nearly 200 people of various kinds inside. Not to mention, he had just expanded his biology laboratory. There are also 200 to 300 people. In a country where commercial espionage is normalized, some of the spies are just too normal. Not to mention, AIM is a large organization. If you don't send a few spies, Jason thought their leader was an idiot. Thinking of this, Jason became even more annoyed. Whether it is the past life or the present, He has no experience in this area. I didn't expect that I've been unaware of it all this time, and that I would actually fall into the trap. Selden didn't know the annoyance in Jason's heart. He smiled and said very happily, Mr. Jason is a genius. But these are just little tricks, not worth mentioning. Jason looked at Selden, who was smiling in front of him. I have the urge to explode him. He fell for all the little tricks. Doesn't it seem that his IQ is very low? There was one thing Jason didn't expect. This AIM is indeed a villain organization. No taboos. After stealing his technology, he shamelessly recruited him. He even planned to brainwash him. Mr. Jason, a genius like you shouldn't be buried like this. As long as you join us at AIM, you can quickly gain power. If we rule the world in the future, you will definitely have a seat. Hearing this, Jason's mouth twitched. Rule the world? Is your organization still awake? Jason can only be described as ignorant and fearless, not to mention SHIELD and various state violence agencies. Even the group of magicians under the Ancient One are not something ordinary organizations can afford to offend. Want to rule the world. Overthinking. Is this kid probably brainwashed? Mr. Jason, I know you don't believe in our lofty 143 ideal, but as long as you join our organization, after seeing our strength, I finally believe it. Jason looked at Selden, who looked serious. I was immediately speechless. This is hopeless. I have been completely brainwashed. What happens if I don't join your organization? Jason asked in a hoarse voice. Oh, Mr. Jason, I'm afraid you don't want to suffer that outcome. There was once someone as determined as you, but they all eventually became one of us. I really don't want a genius like you to be treated like that. Selden said this from the bottom of his heart, as if he was doing it for Jason's benefit. Jason understood. This AIM is probably no ordinary organization. I'm afraid there is some kind of hypnotic ability or brainwashing technology. Otherwise, Selden would not have spoken so confidently. Jason thought for a moment, then spoke. Okay then, I'll join you. Real? Selden asked in surprise. Definitely, I don't want to suffer. Jason said helplessly. Besides, we don't have any conflicts, right? Selden also spoke after hearing this. Yes, Mr. Jason, we have no conflict. We all want a better future for humanity, right? Jason cursed inwardly when he heard this. Just talk nonsense. Just now he said he wanted to rule the world. However, he still pretended to be conceited. That's right. Seaton, now that I have joined you, can you cancel the strong magnetic restraints? This kind of pressure is uncomfortable. Jason complained. Definitely, Mr. Jason. It's just that you need to take off the armor first. Selden said, with a gentle smile on his face. Okay then, hurry up. Jason's tone seemed very helpless, like a young master who can't stand the abuse. Mr. Jason, I remind you not to make any small moves. Otherwise, it won't be us who get hurt. Selden breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jason agree. Although the centipede warrior is powerful, but it can't fly. If Jason ran away, he wouldn't have anywhere to cry. Jason certainly had no intention of running away. Mr. Selden, you are overthinking. I know the strength of Centipede Warrior better than you. I won't do anything irrational. This is best. Selden was non-committal. Then call a Centipede Warrior to help Jason take off his armor. There was no disturbance in the process, and Jason didn't make any small moves. Selden saw the suit peeling off Jason. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. His tone also became sincere. In his opinion, Jason has a desire to cooperate. Besides, in his opinion, Jason had no essential conflict with them. Destroying their base was just because of the naughty child's temper. No matter how talented he is just a child. What a lie. Mr. Jason, the changes in you are incredible. Selden sighed when he saw Jason, who was 1.8 meters tall. Use your words. Jason rolled his eyes at him. That guy Tony Stark always said I was short. Who is shorter now? Selden heard this. The corners of his mouth twitched secretly. He is indeed a naughty kid. In order to fight for the spirit, the body can be transformed. He is a ruthless person. However, he's still complimented against his will. Mr. Jason is naturally a genius. How can Tony Stark compare with you? That's natural. Jason admitted without hesitation making Selden groan in his heart. Mr. Jason, it's getting late. Let's go to our AIM first. My boss has been admiring you for a long time. Selden licked his face and said, There's no rush yet. Jason said nonchalantly, Mr. Jason wants to regret it? Selden asked with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Definitely not yet. Jason waved his hand. If a genius like me joins your organization, isn't there any preferential treatment? If that's the case, why should I do things for you? It turns out it's about benefits. Selden felt relieved. Mr. Jason, don't worry. There will definitely be great benefits to joining our AIM. When you join our organization, you can't help but get rich resources and see some high-tech technologies. And being able to have a huge amount of labs. Even we can become your subordinates. Selden explained slowly. As a result, Jason pressed his nose and said, This treatment is not very good. Is it okay if we have some from Wayne Group in the laboratory? Selden choked suddenly. AIM is indeed a big company with a big business. It may surpass Wayne Group in terms of strength. But like Jason's own laboratory, they really don't have many. Let Jason be the heir to the Wayne Group. Just having money? This, definitely, as long as you make enough contributions, you can have a better laboratory. Selden said bravely. Jason licked his nose disdainfully again. Then the treatment from your organization isn't that good. We also have a lot of new technologies. Selden said hurriedly. Is it as powerful as the one I developed myself? I developed the steel armor and improved the centipede warrior. Do you have better technology? Selden choked again. Damn it. A naughty kid or something. So annoying. For point 8. This, definitely we have other technologies as well. Selden said somewhat vaguely. Jason saw his look and sun-mouthed. If this AIM wasn't well hidden, they would have killed it long ago. You don't have anything and you're still trying to trick others into joining? Then your AIM must have something worthy of my participation, right? Jason asked. Selden said hurriedly upon hearing this. Definitely, Mr. Jason. We at AIM are a large multinational organization with very strong capital. There are branch bases of our organization throughout the Americas. Many big companies have our shares. As long as you join, you will definitely get great rights. After speaking, Selden looked at Jason eagerly. That posture, not like a villain. On the contrary, it's a bit pitiful. Maybe Selden really thought Jason was going to join AIM. Told Jason a lot of information. AIM is ostensibly a weapons research company. Actually a huge amount of multinational organization. Across America, all have AIM bases. The financial strength is also very strong, and we have a deep network of relationships in various aspects. Only, Selden was vague about the origin of these things. When Jason heard this, he was shocked at first. Then came the deep doubts. What does Nick Fury, the spy chief, do for a living? Can such a large organization be invisible under his nose? When I went out to destroy AIM some time ago, it was just a small fuss. Stopped after destroying a few secret bases. There was no intention of pursuing it further. Jason once suspected that Nick Fury had been switched. Wrong. It's impossible for Nick Fury to be traded, but that's not necessarily the case for others. An idea suddenly appeared in Jason's mind. SHIELD is no longer just S.H.I.E.L.D. Hidden in the shadow of SHIELD is an organization with a longer history. Hydra. Even the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Company 25 is from HYDRA. If AIM and Hydra were involved, it might be hidden. The more Jason thought about it, the more he felt that this guess was very possible. His guess was very well founded. Within an area, capital is limited after all. On the same road, there are large transnational organizations such as SHIELD, Hydra, and AM. Is it possible? Don't forget inside this area. There are other organizations with larger file sizes and smaller ones. The resources of the Americas simply cannot support the development of these organizations. Then the answer is obvious. Some of these organizations are definitely related. The independence between organizations coupled with Hydra is very strong. Various organizations are united under various smugglers. It is possible. It's very simple to verify this. looking at the expectant Selden in front of him. Jason said quietly, "Hail Hydra." Hearing this, Selden's face was filled with shock, looking at Jason in disbelief. "Hail Hydra. Mr. Jason, you, too?" Selden asked hastily. Jason nodded calmly. "Whose men are you, Pierce or Whitehall?" "Probably not a Baron." Jason seemed to be talking to himself, but all the sounds reached Selden's ears. Selden was very shocked when he heard this. He is considered a minor leader among AIM, but I don't know much about HYDRA. All I know is that the AIM he works for is a branch of HYDRA. Their leader is Whitehall, the veteran of HYDRA. He didn't know the names of the other Hydra leaders. Now listen to Jason say this. He was suddenly shocked. I think Jason might be Hydra's big shot. Jason looked at Selden, whose face was full of shock, smirking inwardly. Modern Selden is just like the original SHIELD bald Agent Sitwell when he heard Captain America lie to him. Completely unbelievable. Then he was directly cheated out of the infinite gems in his hand. Selden now also looked confused. "Mr. Jason, how is that possible? How is it impossible? Our Wayne family is a very old family." Jason gave Selden a meaningful look. Selden suddenly had a lot of thoughts. What ancient times Hydra was founded on? I heard that many Hydra families are hiding in the shadows. See one head, grow two heads, and so on. Selden immediately thought of the Wayne family as one of the oldest families in HYDRA. The expression on his face immediately became respectful. Although HYDRA does not belong to each other, but there is still communication between the leaders. He couldn't afford to offend a secretive smuggler. "Mr. Jason, it turns out we are all in the same group. 17. I was disrespectful in the past. Please forgive me." Jason waved his hand indifferently. "Ignorance is not guilty. Since you don't know my identity, it is not an offense. It's just that you can tell me something more in depth now." Jason glanced meaningfully at Selden again, pretending to be some kind of Hydra big shot. "Mr. Jason, it's not that I don't want to say it, but I really don't know anything anymore." Selden had a wry smile on his face. As he said that, he wiped his cold sweat. "I'm just a small character. I have never met Mr. Whitehall." Jason's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Selden, his eyes full of oppression. Selden was so frightened that he almost knelt down. "Mr. Jason, you also know that our Hydra system is strict. I really don't know anything anymore." Selden said hurriedly. "That's a shame." Jason sighed and said, "What's the pity?" Selden asked with some confusion. "It's a pity that you are of no use anymore." After Jason finished speaking, the expression on his face suddenly became very ferocious. Then he punched out. Selden would never have thought of that. Jason, who was very friendly just now, was completely unprepared. That circle hit Selden directly. Hundreds of tons of force, punched out at a speed exceeding factors. Selden, the transformed centipede warrior. It's like a plastic bag filled with water. Didn't even have time to react. It was blown up directly. Red plasma was everywhere. The ground within a few meters was covered in blood. Jason looked like he was dyed red by fuel. The whole person is red. 963 looks like a devil. At this time, the surrounding AIM members reacted. Several centipede warriors pounced directly on him. The special team members behind them opened fire directly with the firearms in their hands. But the ruthlessness in the hands of these special team members is sophisticated. The caliber is very small. Not even the AK-47 in the hands of gangsters. In front of this total monster like Jason, it has no effect at all. The bullet just penetrated the skin. It was clamped by extremely powerful muscles. He was squeezed out directly. Then the wound healed quickly. At this time, several centipede warriors also rushed up. Every warrior who has been transformed. The power can even approach Captain America. Lifting a car is very easy, blessed by powerful force. Centipede warriors are also very fast. The fist hit Jason directly. If you're an ordinary person, with these few punches, I'm afraid all the bones in his body will be broken, become a bag wrapped in blood. Only, in front of a monster like Jason, who has been strengthened by gamma-strengthening medicine, it's almost like scratching an itch. Jason didn't even move. A sinister smile appeared on Jason's face. "It's my turn." The sound of sonic boom suddenly sounded. Jason's fist sent ripples through the air. Hit a centipede warrior. Time seemed to stand still. The centipede warrior that Jason shot. It was like being hit by a speeding train. He was knocked out directly. Then it was attached to the steel wall of the factory building, like a tomato thrown down from dozens of floors. The centipede inside the body transformed the metal and became extremely twisted. Like a twist, it was hung on the wall. The entire factory is filled with an atmosphere that is not suitable for children. Saw this scene. Even the centipede warrior, who has always been expressionless. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. They looked at each other. They all fell back. "You want to run away now? Don't you think it's too late?" A sinister smile appeared on Jason's face. His feet kicked the ground hard. A large hole of about half a meter was left on the ground. The whole person jumped out. That speed. It actually produced an afterimage in the air. A special operations team member standing in front of Jason. No one reacted. He was knocked directly out. The whole person turned into a blood mist. Due to high-speed airflow, not even a trace was left on Jason. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The Hulk is one of the strongest in the Avengers. Although Jason has not reached the level of the Hulk now. But it is definitely not something that a mere transformation warrior can contend with. This team of AIM Special Forces didn't even leave any trace on Jason, except for the clothes being a little tattered. There wasn't even a scratch on him. Wait until the massacre is over. Jason looked at the scene that looked like a Shura field. A wry smile appeared on his face. The gamma-strengthening potion still had a certain impact on his mood. The moment he killed Selden, he felt a bloodlust. Plus, he didn't deliberately limit it. This is what happened. If it were him before, he would never be able to do such a thing. Just beat people to death. It's really disgusting to blow it up. Just right. The armor sent by Skynet has arrived. Jason quickly went in and cleaned it. Each piece of steel armor has an independent internal circulation purification system. Tony Stark even said that he often peed in his suit. Although Jason doesn't have that strong taste, but it's still very good for cleaning. Skynet, send me a set of clothes. Because of the graphite dust bomb situation, all the electronic equipment on his body was scrapped. Only now did I contact Skynet. Clothes and other things can only be picked up back home. Also, go ahead and bring out the Two-Face man inside. Jason patted his head and said, Two-Face body is pretty good too. He survived a blow from Centipede Warrior, but the bones in his body were probably broken a lot. Now there's more air coming out and less air coming in. But for Jason, these are minor issues. Just Wayne Group. He can give Bruce Wayne a complete Two-Face. It's just that he can't cure his schizophrenia. Look at the factory hidden in the darkness behind you. Jason frowned. Skynet should destroy this factory, lest others use it to do bad things again. Below this factory, there's a complete white powder production line. Of course, Jason couldn't let this kind of thing continue to exist. Finish these things. Jason was in no rush to go back. Instead, he put on the clothes brought back by Skynet. Sitting on a piece of steel. Skynet, activate internal surveillance mode. Track all Wayne Group employees, internal Wayne Manor employees. Keep an eye on their whereabouts. Jason said in a deep voice. The exposure of this intelligence gave him a big wake-up call. There may be many spies within Wayne Group. Even his core technology can be obtained. This shows that there may be various spies in the core level of Wayne Group. But Jason wasn't surprised either. SHIELD is a secret service agency with very strict rules and regulations. Everything penetrated by Hydra is like a sieve, even within S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra's numbers are probably much better than those of S.H.I.E.L.D. Infiltrate their Wayne Group. It was so easy. He had to check it carefully himself. Don't worry about the privacy of employees. Start comprehensive monitoring. After monitoring, all data will be deleted. Jason said helplessly. He was concerned about the privacy of his employees. Skynet does not have authority in many places. He is well aware of the dangers of artificial intelligence. So in many places, there is no authorization from him. Skynet cannot act on its own. Previously for the privacy rights of employees, he did not give Skynet authorization. It's completely gone now. Hydra spies are very scary. Do not know when. Maybe you would stab him in the back. Must pick it quickly. Definitely, Skynet is not omnipotent. Hydra is also a very well-organized organization. To some extent, the rigor of its system may be even superior to S.H.I.E.L.D. while conducting espionage activities. Very experienced. In today's digital age, they may even use the most primitive way to convey information. That's not something Skynet can monitor, while monitoring existing operations. Investigate the resumes of these employees. Since they are spies, they must have been trained. There will definitely be some traces of cobweb horses. Jason said with certainty. There are many employees who have worked at Wayne Industries for decades. These people will certainly not be able to find any clues in the short term. Only their resumes can be traced. Know something is wrong. Skynet, establish a laboratory safety mechanism. All personnel actions are documented. Directly physically disconnect the laboratory. A handful of network ports must go through your oversight. Enforce a strict employee classification system. Low-level employees cannot access high-level materials. As Jason spoke, he asked Skynet to record it. He talked about more than 100 various rules and regulations. Li Zhao. Moreover, Jason decided that these would all be supervised by Skynet. People will always have problems. People are not saints. There are always weaknesses. Even if you don't have it, your relatives and friends must have weaknesses. Hydra is an unscrupulous terrorist organization. As long as they can achieve the results they want, they will definitely use any means. He wants to fundamentally eliminate the impact of personnel. Leave the monitoring responsibilities to Skynet. In this way, interference caused by personnel can be avoided to the greatest extent. Because he just found out from Skynet. I usually bring him food. The head maid who has worked at Wayne Manor for 30 years turned out to be from Hydra. This made Jason shudder. Fortunately, this person just stole the information in his hand. What if there is an assassination attempt on him? Order before body strengthening. He can be poisoned by any poison. It's too dangerous. Personnel cleaning is required. The ancient said, once bitten, twice shy. Jason feels a little nervous now. Everyone around me wants to be a Hydra spy, although these spies can't kill him. But killing Bruce Wayne and Alfred may not be a big problem. Grandpa Alfred, you better not go out these days. I'm going to have Dr. Connors give you a shot of extremis potion. Is this necessary, Jason? Alfred said with a frown. It's absolutely necessary. Bruce's identity could be exposed. After all, there are too many spies in the family. Thinking of this, Jason also shook his head. Wayne Group is doing fine. There are many spies, but it's irrelevant. They rarely go to Wayne Group. The technology in the company is not very advanced. The real danger is the people in the manor and the laboratory he established, especially the biology laboratory, because it was just established. 1/5 of it was actually sand mixed in by various groups. Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Court of Owls, and other biological groups. They are all here to steal technology. The servants inside the manor are even more threatening. According to the old man's torture, he extracted a confession. These 960 people have long been eyeing the Wayne Group. In their opinion, this is a big fat meal. Special was the years when Bruce Wayne went to the mountains to train. The internal struggle within Wayne Group has reached fever pitch. The agents of various interest groups were at loggerheads, if it were not for the uneven distribution of their interests. Wayne Group has long since changed hands. Fortunately, the Wayne family's assets are relatively secretive. Otherwise, there would be more trouble. Jason said somewhat thankfully. The Wayne family is also considered an old family. Its origins date back to before the Revolutionary War. Such a huge family. The way it works is very complex. Through cross-holding, supporting agents, etc. The Wayne family runs a huge fortune. Wayne Group is just a small part of it. And Bruce Wayne is just a legacy. Even if he dies, the wealth will flow into the Wayne family bloodline. It's this way of being unrelated to Bruce Wayne. These riches were not discovered by the people of Hydra. It is also a blessing among misfortunes. Jason, I know this incident has had a great impact on you. CFCH. But it won't come to this. Alfred looked at Jason's attitude of trying to stab the sky. he said rather helplessly. Retired from MI6 at a young age. Then served the Wayne family. All of a sudden, it's 50 or 60 years. As an old man half buried in the grave, he has seen true friendship and decisive betrayal. He didn't think it was a big problem to have a traitor in his family. He even knew that many people had problems, but it wasn't revealed. Just to send some wrong information through these people. A spy is sometimes a tool. Therefore, he didn't understand where Jason's panic came from. Seeing Alfred's disapproval, Jason sighed. Grandpa Alfred, you don't know how powerful the forces behind these people are. Jason sighed. Hydra is a global organization. Most of SHIELD has been infiltrated. Among the members of Congress, there are also many people from HYDRA. Even within HYDRA, there are also many people with special abilities, not to mention secret bases hidden around the world. This group of people even mastered nuclear weapons. Jason even feels that the Avengers are not as powerful as HYDRA. If HYDRA really wanted to banish the Avengers together, it would be very easy to beat them in a semi-crippling form. Nuclear weapon. This is the most threatening weapon developed in the history of human civilization. So powerful. I'm afraid it's beyond ordinary people's imagination. World War II period. The 2 atomic bombs exploded in Fuso were only the smallest atomic bombs. It seems that it is impossible to get on the stage at all. An active Bald Eagle Ohio-class nuclear submarine. The conventional bomb load is 24 Trident missiles with a range of 11,000 kilometers. Each missile can carry up to 14 nuclear warheads with a yield of 100,000 tons. If a war really breaks out, within a few minutes, one nuclear submarine can destroy 24 cities the size of New York File. Such a nuclear submarine. The Bald Eagle Empire officially has 14 ships. The combined yield of these nuclear weapons is 1.4 billion tons. It is absolutely possible to use nuclear bombs to clean the surface of the Earth. Not to mention, Bald Eagle's empire has the most powerful aircraft carrier fleet in the world. These aircraft carriers are also capable of launching nuclear weapons. The Avengers are really vulnerable in the face of this kind of force. Thor, the strongest Avengers. It can only block the fixed star's light head-on. Just like that, he was also on the verge of death. The core explosion temperature of any nuclear weapon can exceed the core temperature of the sun by hundreds of times. With a high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees, Thor might be melted instantly. In the Avengers, no one can resist nuclear weapons. Jason even felt that Thanos could not block such a powerful weapon. Definitely, this is a weapon that can kill 1,000 enemies and damage itself by 800. Generally, no one will use it, but HYDRA is crazy. That's really not necessarily the case. If a nuclear weapon is actually launched, there is still a 10,000 chance that Jason will escape. As long as he is not in the core explosion range of the nuclear weapon, he will most likely survive. The people around him are really not sure. This is what worries Jason. Compared to the weak armies in the movie, the real military is much scarier. There are only those like the Ancient One, Odin, or Thanos who has mastered the infinite gems. It is possible to ignore the deterrence of nuclear weapons. Personal power can only be used more for assassination. Head-to-head confrontation, unless you are the kind of strong person who can move a city distance instantly. Otherwise, no one is a match for the modern army. Jason felt that he had not reached that level. So when facing an organization like Hydra that may have mastered nuclear weapons, be careful. Grandpa Alfred, just listen to me this time. I won't harm you. As for the name of this organization, I can't tell you yet. The more people know about it, the more dangerous it is. Jason said with a tired tone. Alfred was a mature man. Naturally, I saw the heaviness in Jason's tone. I stopped asking immediately. Jason, don't worry. No matter what you do, I will support you. Alfred patted Jason on the shoulder and said seriously, Thank you for your trust, Grandpa Alfred. Jason said with a moved face. Jason didn't stay in his lab for long. After talking to Alfred, Jason left. By the way, deal with all the spies you found. It's okay for ordinary commercial spies. He sent all the people sent by Hydra to the west. Finish dealing with these bad things. Jason just decided to do something he had wanted to do for a long time. Meet Nick Fury. The founder of Avengers and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is a very legendary figure. He has not only seen things on Earth, but also many aliens. Although Jason does not agree with some of Nick Fury's actions, it does not mean that he does not admire this man who has dedicated his life to the Earth. No matter what, everything he makes is to protect the Earth. It just so happened that in this regard, Jason felt that Nick Fury should have a lot in common with him. After all, Hydra is the enemy of the entire Earth. Put on the modified Shadow battle armor. Jason flew towards New York quickly. The armor he wears has been specially modified. No fighting ability, but secret ability was developed with a twist, combined with the optical invisible coating developed by Wayne Group's laboratory. Infiltration ability is very powerful, plus Skynet's assistance. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. defense may be useless in front of him. He can easily sneak into Nick Fury's office. According to Skynet, Nick Fury was still in the office, studying something at the moment. Soon, Jason arrived in New York. It flew directly over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Delta Wing headquarters. Master, they have discovered you. Jason had not yet taken a closer look at the magnificent S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building. Skynet's voice suddenly rang from beside his ears. What? So fast? Jason said, a little depressed. He knows that S.H.I.E.L.D. technology is very advanced. Various black technologies emerge endlessly. The technology used in his armor is not very advanced. It's not an easy thing to escape S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance. Only, he didn't expect that. It was discovered as soon as it flew over someone else's house. Yes, young master, the other party has installed an ultrasonic detection device inside the base. Your mecha has no relevant hidden technology. Skynet's voice sounded inside the helmet. Jason was also a little helpless. There are thousands of detection technologies, and it is impossible for him to install them all on the armor. This is not realistic. Block their signal, let's go in. Jason shook his head, stopped looking at the scenery, and quietly entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. His real confidence in infiltrating was Skynet. Skynet is here. All S.H.I.E.L.D. equipment is blind. The instruments spotted him, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. employees couldn't see him either. As expected, under the intervention of Skynet, there was no vigilance in the entire headquarters. Following Skynet's guidance, Jason soon arrived at Nick Fury's laboratory. Fortunately, all electronic locks are used here. Various security measures are also controlled by computers. It was effortless for Jason to sneak in here. Opening the door, Jason stepped directly in. I said, I don't want donuts. Nick Fury was in the office and said without raising his head. But soon, he discovered something was wrong. Although he heard the door open, he did not hear the footsteps. Subconsciously, it was like he was drawing a gun from its holster. Director Nick Fury, I wouldn't do this if I were you. A hoarse voice came to mind from beside him. Nick Fury suddenly froze on the spot. But soon he calmed down. As an old fox, one of only a few level 10 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., he has a very complicated experience. Have very good psychological quality. Who are you? Although he didn't know where the sound came from, Nick Fury asked in a deep voice. Nick Fury just finished speaking. Jason showed up. There were ripples in the air like ripples of water. Wearing a black armor and a mask, Jason stood in front of Nick Fury. Nick Fury's pupils shrank. I guessed this person's identity 10,000 times in my mind, but I still can't figure out who he is. Able to sneak into his office without alerting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defenses. Logically speaking, this is impossible. Even Captain America can't do this. Who are you? Nick Fury asked again in a deep voice. My identity is not important. Compared to Director Nick, I am just a nobody. Please give me flowers. If you must call me, you can call me Prophet. Prophet. Nick Fury pondered this title in his mind. According to his understanding of the world, he knows that there are indeed people with special abilities in this world. Some of them can predict the future to a certain extent. Among them S.H.I.E.L.D., those who have such super ability. However, he didn't know if the person in front of him was really capable, still deceiving people. There is a lot of thought in his mind, But there was no change in Nick Fury's face. Instead, he spoke with a hint of sarcasm. I've never seen a prophet who was so sneaky that he didn't dare to see people. And he's wearing a mask. 0. Jason didn't take it seriously when he heard Nick Fury's slightly provocative words. Director Nick, I'm just trying to avoid unnecessary trouble. SHIELD does not behave kindly towards people like us. Jason smiled and said. His purpose in saying this was to mislead Nick Fury. Make Nick Fury think he is a mutant or someone else with super abilities. Mislead his investigation direction. If you don't pose a threat to ordinary people, we at SHIELD will not take action at all. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. Yeah. Jason smiled meaningfully, non-committally. Nick Fury may have thought so and ordered so. However, in fact, SHIELD's approach is not necessarily the same. Many super ability people whose identities are known to God Game will appear in Hydra's biological laboratory, plus surveillance by originally SHIELD. The situation of super able people is not so good. Just listen to Nick Fury's words. There are many things that he himself does not know. However, Jason didn't mean to remind him and spoke directly. Okay, Director Nick, I think we should have established a certain amount of trust. Let's get down to business. I don't know when we establish trust. Nick Fury retorted. The hand that was pressing on the drawer was removed. Jason knew all this through Skynet, with a bright smile on his face. Nick Fury is truly a talented and courageous person. Nick Fury is undoubtedly a very smart man. Before Jason enters his office, and after sitting in his office chair very relaxedly, he just knew it. The prophet in front of me. If he is not a fool, he is undoubtedly confident. Nick Fury doesn't think anyone can know his identity. What a fool. So he decided not to act rashly yet. See if he can ask me anything. Jason doesn't care what Nick Fury thinks. It would be a good thing to talk to him. He didn't come here to see the legendary Nick Fury. Instead, tell him the news about HYDRA. Let Nick Fury deal with it early. The provincial Hydra people have time to give him trouble. Director Nick, you must be sorry why I am here. What I want to say is that darkness has begun to lurk in the shadows of the 400 world. Nick Fury heard Jason's words. There is no fluctuation in my heart. Even a little want to laugh. Similar words. He has not heard of 1,000. He has also heard of 800. Jason's is the lowest end. Are you going to tell me next? This shadow is related to our shield. Nick Fury said with a slightly mocking tone. You're right. Jason nodded. I know you may not believe what I say. Then I'll bring some evidence. Jason said mysteriously. Nick Fury looked at Jason with a sneer on his face. Wait for Jason to speak. My eyes tell me. Director Nick should have been very fond of cats a long time ago. But then I don't know why. But there is no cat around you anymore. Through the mask, Jason's eyes stared at Nick Fury. I guess it has something to do with your other eye, right? Some kind of powerful creature left a deep mark on you. Jason's hoarse voice sounded in the office. Nick Fury's heart was filled with turmoil. How'd he know? Nick Fury was a little surprised. The secret of his eyes, logically speaking, there should be only one Earthling in the world who knows. However, that Earthling is now in another galaxy far away. There's no way anyone else could know. This eye of his. It wasn't because I went out to do a mission that I was injured. Instead, he was scratched by an orange cat-like element-devouring beast. From now on, he has always loved cats, but has never been exposed to a cat again. But he has never told anyone this secret. Although the expression on Jason's face did not change when he saw Nick Fury. But he didn't speak again. He smiled and said, No need to be surprised, Director Nick. Since I call myself a prophet, I naturally have to have some skills, right? Don't worry, I won't reveal your secret. Can we get down to business now? Nick Fury quickly suppressed the fear in his heart. He looked at Jason blankly and said, Tell me what you want to say. Nick Fury sat up straight, with a serious expression on his face. No matter how the person in front of him learned his secret, whether it's divination or an intelligence channel that he doesn't know about, being able to say this proves that he is indeed capable. He wanted to hear what this man who called himself a prophet had to say. Seeing Nick Fury start to listen, Jason was relieved. I wonder if Director Nick has ever heard of HYDRA. Definitely. A notorious organization from World War II that served the Red Skull. Nick Fury said, Hydra. Who doesn't know? He even participated in the war to destroy Hydra. Hydra was destroyed decades ago. Mr. Prophet, what's the point of bringing this up? Nick Fury asked, confused. What if I say, Hydra hasn't been destroyed yet? Jason said calmly. Impossible. Nick Fury said flatly. Impossible? Why is it impossible? What makes Director Nick so sure? Jason asked rhetorically. Because I personally witnessed the destruction of Hydra. Nick Fury said coldly. He is actually much older than he appears on the surface. He was born as early as World War II. Because of taking a medicine, he can always stay young. And in his youth, when SHIELD was first established, one of their main tasks, it is the remaining power that destroys Hydra. That's why he could say this with such certainty. Jason was unimpressed by Nick Fury's attitude. This is very normal. It's hard for ordinary people to imagine. Like Nick Fury, it's hard to imagine the extent of Hydra's penetration. Because long before the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D., the people from Hydra have already joined in. It's amazing that they found out. He came here precisely to break Nick Fury's unrealistic ideas. I don't know, Director Nick, do you know the origin of Hydra? Jason didn't speak directly, but asked. The origin of Hydra. Aren't they Nazi subordinates created by Red Skull? Nick Fury asked strangely. For an organization that has been destroyed. No matter how cautious he is, he will not focus on this. Definitely not. Jason glanced at Nick Fury. The origins of Hydra are much earlier than you might think. Hydra was established as early as ancient Egypt. 9 families established this organization in order to worship the original gods. These 9 families are the origin of the original 9 heads of Hydra. Although so many years have passed, these families have not completely disappeared, and more smugglers are developing. Director Nick, what makes you think that such an organization is not as old as the bald eagle? What will be destroyed by your SHIELD? Jason looked up at 5.3 and asked, These are just your one-sided words. Nick Fury said with a cold face. He's not a fool. It's impossible for him to believe whatever Jason says. Although he felt that what Jason said was not a lie. But he would have to verify it later before he could believe it. Except for himself. He didn't believe anyone. Maybe, but why don't you consult Ms. Carter? I remember she should still be alive. Although she didn't know the truth of the matter, she had been fighting against Hydra back then. I believe she can give you some inspiration. Jason smiled and said, Peggy Carter, Captain America's object. He is also one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. What she knows is very valuable. Nick Fury is a very suspicious person. Many years of age and career, coupled with the experience of interacting with the Skrulls, makes it difficult for him to trust others. Except for himself. There is probably no one in the world who can truly trust him. Even Captain Marvel. Nick Fury probably hides a lot from her. Jason didn't think so. Nick Fury trusts him the first time he meets him. So without revealing your identity, he could only hand over the clues about Hydra to Nick Fury and let him verify it himself. Director Nick, believe it or not, Hydra still exists. You can know this information as long as you investigate. I'll give you a few clues, and you can investigate on your own. Jason glanced at Nick Fury and said, I remember the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the Strategic Hazard Intervention and Intelligence Logistics Division. When Ms. Carter was working there, she captured many people from Hydra, including Dr. Zora, Red Skull's think tank, and Whitehall, the leader of Hydra. Logically speaking, these people should still be in SHIELD's prison, right? Jason looked at Nick Fury and said, Thanks to the superior legal system of capitalism, these heinous criminals were not tried and executed at that time. Instead, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. After the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D., these people should all be in SHIELD prisons. Nick Fury heard this. He frowned. Yes, there are these people in SHIELD's prison. Think about it. Nick Fury didn't speak either. He knew all this. He even visited these Hydra people in person back then. Now, these people should still be waiting to die in prison. Jason saw Nick Fury's very positive answer. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Then Director Nico, you'd better send your henchmen to investigate. See if these people are still in jail. Although so many years have passed, these Hydra veterans should not have reached the age of death yet. Hearing Jason's sarcastic voice, Nick Fury felt a surge in his heart. Okay, I'll check, Nick Fury said with a calm face. It doesn't matter whether what the person in front of you says is true or not. He must check these things out for himself. Jason saw Nick Fury's expression. Jason spoke again. Also, I have a little suggestion for Director Nick Fury. Let your confidants investigate in secret first. Then let the regular SHIELD agents investigate. Maybe you will be surprised. Is that what you mean? Nick Fury felt a strong uneasiness in his heart. Asked in a deep voice. It doesn't make sense for me to tell you the answer now, and you won't believe it. I'll wait for you to investigate on your own. When the time comes, I believe you will find me on your own. Also, let me kindly remind you, don't put too much faith in old friends you respect. The knife most likely came from his own back. Also, you'd better send someone you can trust to do this. After saying this, Jason's figure flickered. He disappeared directly into the seat out of thin air. After a while, a sound came out of thin air. By the way, if you want to contact me, just type the word profit into your computer. I can get you news. Looking forward to hearing from you. After the words fell, there was no sound in the entire office. Nick Fury looked at the empty office with a sinking face. The finger that was on a button on the drawer was also lowered, since others can easily enter his office. The backup plan he prepared may not be useful. He simply gave up on the idea. Then he started to think deeply. Although he didn't trust Jason's words very much, but he is a suspicious man. Jason's words planted a deep seed in his heart. He couldn't help but think, what if what the so-called prophets say is true? If HYDRA really still exists, so is the world still safe? If HYDRA really penetrated, is it true that there are no Hydra people in SHIELD? The more I think about it, Nick Fury's heart became heavier and heavier. Jason uses conspiracy. As long as he said these words, Nick Fury can't help but suspect and investigate. And once he found a little cobweb horse trace, he will pursue it. Then HYDRA got into trouble. There was no time to look for him. Jason, who was still in the office, watched the expression on Nick Fury's dark face constantly changing. I kept snickering in my heart. After half a day, Nick Fury seemed to have made up his mind. Said on the intercom, "Come up the hill." After saying that, Nick Fury put his hands in his hands and began to think deeply. Soon, Maria Hill walked in. "Director Nick Fury, what's going on? I want you to go on a field mission." Nick Fury said in a deep voice. "Me? Field service?" Hill's tone was a little surprised, although she is a highly trained SHIELD agent. But she hasn't been on field duty for a long time. Instead, there is more paperwork. Because of her level, she is more suitable to do some confidential work at the headquarters. For 37, Nick Fury puts him on the field. She really didn't expect it. After Black Widow defected to S.H.I.E.L.D., the word field service seems to have nothing to do with him anymore. "Yes, I need you to go on a field trip." Nick Fury stared at Maria Hill with one eye. If we say inside S.H.I.E.L.D., the only person he could trust completely, undoubtedly Maria Hill, as a specially trained 9th-level agent. He admired Maria Hill very much, because she has her own independent thinking. Not all of his orders are obeyed. This kind of person is more reliable at this time. After coming back to his senses, Nick Fury spoke again. "That's right. I need you to go to prison number 3 to meet a certain criminal. It will be best to talk to him." Nick Fury casually took out a piece of information and gave it to Hill agent. Hill just glanced at it. "Yes, Director Nick Fury." Although it was very unexpected, since Nick Fury said it, she would not refuse. After thinking about it, Hill turned around and left. Before he could move, Nick Fury spoke again. "Wait, Hill. Anything else, Director Nick Fury?" Hill looked at Nick Fury strangely. Nick Fury looked at Hill carefully with his one eye. It seems that Maria Hill is not reliable. Nick Fury stared at Hill for a long time. Even Hill felt a little impatient. Nick Fury then spoke. "This mission is just a cover. I need you to secretly check whether Dr. Zola and O. Whitehall, who are locked up in prison number 3, are still in prison. This file is temporarily archived as a cadre." No, wait. Nick Fury suddenly remembered Jason's words. Then he changed his words. "Don't file it for now. execute it secretly, and report back. Then write a mission file. Nick Fury glanced at Hill with one eye. Hill understood immediately. SHIELD is very well organized. After each agent returns from the field, you must write a task file and file it. These files are also divided into various levels. There are 10 levels in total, which is the highest level. The entire SHIELD Level 10 archive. Only Deputy Ministers Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce have this authority. Nick Fury initially wanted to classify this mission as a Level 10. One can imagine how much he attaches importance to it. As for later, she was asked to write a fake profile. She was curious. What kind of secret is this mission? But as a well-trained agent, she knows what to ask and what not to ask. Hill nodded and left. Nick Fury watched Hill leave with his one eye. His eyes were filled with all kinds of thoughts. I thought about it for a long time. Nick Fury said in the voice again. Natasha Romanoff, come to my office. Soon. Jason is watching in the office. Then I saw the red-haired Black Widow walking in smartly. In SHIELD, Black Widow appears to be very serious. The whole person looked very heroic. Director Nick Fury, what do you want from me? Black Widow asked as she flipped her hair. Natasha Romanoff, there was a vicious case in our SHIELD prison recently. Someone escaped from prison. This is completely unacceptable to us. These people may threaten the security of the world. Natasha Romanoff, I need you to patrol the 24 large prisons of S.H.I.E.L.D. Then investigate the situation inside the prison. Check the various personnel in the prison. Prevent this from happening. Remember, you only need to supervise. Let these prisons check themselves. Do you understand? Nick Fury glanced at her. Black Widow nodded. She naturally knows what Nick Fury means. She just needs to put some pressure on her. Let the people in these prisons handle the rest. Even Black Widow sleeps. Any level 6 agent can do this kind of thing. Nick Fury lets him go. I'm afraid it's just to show his attention. I think it was to intimidate the people in the prison. Thinking he understood Nick Fury's intention, Black Widow calmly entered. Nick Fury looked at Natasha Romanoff leaving. The expression on his face was not pretty. I thought about it for a long time. Nick Fury stood up and left the room. Jason also followed and left the base. He soon returned to his laboratory. A few days passed quickly. Jason has been following the news of Nick Fury through Skynet. After squatting for a few days, Skynet finally gave him the news. Hill is back on a mission. Jason was in his laboratory quickly. Watched the live broadcast. At the moment, Hill has begun debriefing Nick Fury. Director Nick Fury, I went to prison number 111. Contact was made with the target, and then Hill reported for a long time. The character report was quickly completed. Then, Nick Fury clicked under his desk. The windows in the room changed color directly. Then Nick Fury said, report the secret mission. No one can monitor it now. Hill took a deep breath and said, as you expected, after my secret investigation, Dr. Zola and Whitehall are no longer in Prison 3. I looked into it. According to information from S.H.I.E.L.D., Dr. Zola was absorbed into SHIELD during the paperclip event, beyond the identity of a criminal. But soon, Dr. Zola disappeared. No way to investigate. Heard that said. Nick Fury frowned. He had heard of the paperclip project. Although the Nazis committed unpardonable crimes during World War II, but under the Nazis, but it brings together many of the world's top scientists. So the Bald Eagle administration launched Project Paperclip, absorbed Nazi scientists into the Bald Eagle empire. However, he didn't know that Dr. Zola was also among them. Like this extremely evil scientist, it should not be included in the absorption range. There must be something fishy in this. W continued. Nick Fury said with a serious face. Hill glanced at Nick Fury. Continue to speak. As for Whitehall, based on my investigation, as early as the 1980s, he left prison on medical parole. Who signed the consent order? Nick Fury was born asked. Criminals like Whitehall. It would be impossible to release it without orders from the top brass of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even on medical parole. No way. It requires high-level orders. He was curious about who signed the decree. Yes, Secretary Pierce. Hill said, this is impossible. Nick Fury's pupil shrank, and he stood up from the chair. Then he quickly realized his gaffe. Sat down. Are you indeed Secretary Alexander Pierce? That's right. It's an order signed by Commander Pierce himself. It still has the stamp on it. Li Hao Hao, Hill said in a cold tone. It seems that this matter involving the top management of SHIELD has nothing to do with her. Hearing this, Nick Fury took a deep breath. After a long silence, Tuan asked with a glimmer of hope, "Is Whitehall still within our control?" In the second year of Whitehall's medical parole, we lost control of him. Hill spoke again. Hearing this, Nick Fury swayed. He recovered quickly. The expression on his face also returned to its usual indifference. Hill, this information is classified as SHIELD top secret. No one can leak it, including Secretary Pierce? Hill asked, looking at Nick Fury. Yes, including Minister Pierce's ring. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said, I understand, Director. Hill nodded and left Nick Fury's lab. Delta Wing Base. In Nick Fury's laboratory. The entire laboratory was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Nick Fury sat in his seat, expressionless. But there was a depressing aura about him. Even Jason across the screen, the dog, saw. I don't know how long I thought about it. Nick Fury turned on the computer. I typed a string of letters on the computer very decisively. Then, no response. After waiting for a few minutes, Nick Fury was about to close the computer. The computer finally had a picture. The Prophet appears in the center of the video. It's just that the Prophet at the moment looks a little messy for some reason. Jason is definitely messy. How could he have imagined that Nick Fury would be so decisive? Contact him directly on the computer. It took him a long time to change his clothes. It's just that Nick Fury didn't care about these details. After staring at Jason for a long time, he spoke. What is your purpose? It seems you have verified what I said. Tell me my purpose. Just think that I have a grudge against the Hydra people. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Jason looked at Nick Fury calmly. The temperament of a magic stick was performed to the extreme by him. 257. Nick Fury looks at this mask. I don't know why. I feel a little irritable for no reason. Your prediction is not very accurate. Jason didn't take it seriously either. His understanding of Hydra all comes from the movies and TV series he watched in his previous life. It's pretty good to remember these things. Some errors and omissions are very normal. This is because his body has undergone strengthening. How else can anyone remember every scene in a movie? Of course he couldn't say that. Fudged. Prophecy is not as easy as you think, Director Nick. I can only see snippets of information. It's very normal for mistakes to happen. It's just that this is enough, isn't it? Nick Fury was silent. Enough is indeed enough. He had been able to identify a few things. Even if you're not sure, you just need to test it out. He will be able to understand the truth of the matter. After a long silence, Nick Fury asked again, What else do you know? I know a lot of things. What do you want to ask? I don't think you should ask my opinion. I know that the power in your hands is much greater than what you show now. Isn't it? Jason tilted his head and looked at Nick Fury. The power in Nick Fury's hands is indeed powerful enough. He really wished he had called Captain Marvel. It is estimated that no one on Earth can deal with her except the Ancient One. Like a superhero with her speed. No matter how powerful nuclear weapons are, they're useless. Unless you have the intention of dying together. Otherwise, the nuclear weapon would not be able to hit Captain Marvel at all. If the assassination really starts, she can kill a bald eagle by herself. So Nick Fury is much more powerful than most people think. He is someone you absolutely cannot mess with. Hearing Jason's words, Nick Fury looked at him deeply. No, I think it's just the opposite, and I want to hear your opinion. Jason was dumbfounded when he heard this. What can I say? I just want you to help me deal with HYDRA. After coughing, Jason said pretendingly, I can only tell you that the situation is much more serious than you think. But you still can't do it now. It can only cause a little trouble. Why? Nick Fury asked. A bigger shadow is still behind us. When the alien visitors arrive, the real shadow is born. Jason said mysteriously. He was talking about the next battle in New York and Thanos. Loki isn't a tough guy. He's just an unbalanced kid. The old Imbi Thanos behind it is the most terrifying. 4 infinite gems. Thanos will definitely always be plotting against Earth. This is the really tricky thing. even more angry. The two majorest guardians on the Earth are all in trouble at this time. CFDD. Odin lived to age. Ancient One played himself to death because he didn't want to change his destiny. Otherwise, how could a guy who couldn't even be beaten by Doctor Strange kill the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One? It was these two who died. Thanos just started to walk from behind to the front desk. Before these things, Hydra is really just a small thing. He now tells Nick Fury, I just hope that he will go find trouble with Hydra and not let them cause trouble behind his back. Wait until Thanos is dealt with. Or maybe the strength in his hands is strong enough. He can then start solving Hydra's problems. It's not like he's really afraid of Hydra. He was so anxious that he directly found a place to freeze Alfred and Bruce Wayne. He just went out and started killing people. I thought about it in my mind for a long time. Nick Fury also spoke again. Can you be more specific? Frowning, he asked, why are these people who predictability so talkative? Can't you just say it? Maze fact. Jason naturally didn't know that Nick Fury was scolding him in his mind. Director Nick, this kind of ability does not come without a price. And if I say it, will you believe it? Jason gave Nick Fury a deep look. Nick Fury also took a breath. That's right. Even if Jason said it, he wouldn't believe it without investigation. Essentially, what Jason said makes sense. Then, the two fell into silence. Half a day later, Nick Fury spoke again. If I want to take action, what do you think I should take action? You should have heard of this organization. His scale is much bigger than you know. Jason spoke again. At the same time, I felt secretly happy. Let the AIM people give him trouble. If you don't give them some eye drops now, will it still be him? Upon hearing Jason's words, Nick Fury reacted immediately. Did you give me the last message? That's right. Jason admitted without hesitation. I think you should thank me, otherwise they might cause some trouble. Okay, I think you should get the news you want. I can only give you one last reminder. Be careful before taking action. Looking forward to meeting you next time, Director Yubara. After saying that, Jason hung up the communication directly. See the screen in front of you go off. Nick Fury said from the earphones, have you traced the source of the signal? There wasn't any external signal. We didn't even detect video coming in. We found no trace of intrusion on our computers. The technicians over there were also very surprised. His tone was full of anxiety. It's okay. Try your best to investigate. Nick Fury said something. Put down the headphones. Hands on. Nick Fury is once again in the shadows. The plot characters have been approached. In extraction technology, due to sensor authority, you can choose one of the following 3 technologies. Air and Sky Mothership Complete Database. Complete Quinjet Database. Optogenetic Control of Brain Neurons Technology. Jason was stunned when he saw the technology suddenly given by the system. Is Nick Fury so cool? Can't all of SHIELD's technology be extracted from him? Wouldn't that be developed? I need to make out with Nick Fury in the future. The idea of staying away from Nick Fury, an Olby ********D, was suddenly put aside by Jason, fighting the risk of identity exposure. He will also go to Nick Fury's place more times in the future. Only, Jason, who quickly made up his mind, became troubled again. What should he choose? Needless to say, the space carrier. Probably the most embarrassing thing about S.H.I.E.L.D. Aircraft carrier in the air. Although the aircraft carriers that do not form each other are a bit rubbish, they're very stealthy, unable to be locked by radar or optical. The only way to destroy it is to send out fighter jets or anti-aircraft guns. However, the space carrier is originally a large mothership. There were more than just fighter formations above. It also carries a nuclear warhead. It is definitely an invincible aerial killer inside the Earth. As for the Quinjet, it's not even close. But fast maneuvering and vertical takeoff and landing are also very good. After modification, it can even sail in space. As for the last 3 optogenetic technologies for controlling brain neurons, it is a technology that can erase human memory. It is also very black technology. So now Jason fell into melancholy again. He didn't know which one to choose. Gritting his teeth, Jason finally chose the space carrier. Follow the system description. This is a database in a field. Whether it's materials, engineering, or various designs. These are all included in the space carrier's database. With this information, he can instantly become an all-rounder. The latter two techniques are also good, though. But after all, it is not as comprehensive as the technology here. Even so, Jason was still a little unwilling. It would be nice if I could pick two technologies. Unfortunately, this is not possible. Forget it. Maybe I can still get it in the future. After comforting himself in his mind, Jason began to check out the technology he had obtained. He shook his somewhat swollen head. Jason quickly became happy. Harvest. The system provided more techniques than he imagined. It almost contains almost half of the technologies in human civilization. With this technology, Jason even felt that he could build an industrial system from scratch. There are so many things included in the helicarrier. This is simply the pearl of human civilization. It is nearly one-third larger than the world's largest Ford-class aircraft carrier. The total length is 427 meters, and the width is 96 meters. It could be equipped with a maximum of more than 6,000 members. Due to the very high degree of automation, it is generally operated by only 3,000 people. 3 sets of the world's most advanced A1B hydraulic nuclear fission reactors. 12 large turbocharged engines provide tens of millions of dollars. There are more than 100 fighter jets of various types, 6 aircraft helicopter platforms, and 6 aircraft ejection platforms. It can carry nearly 100 Trident nuclear missiles. It can destroy a continent in an instant. Except these, and conventional weapons. 12 Sea Sparrow rocket launch nests and 12 Phalanx, 20mm close combat artillery weapon systems. 6 8C NATO Sea Sparrow, 29 Malawian Quachas anti-air missile launcher. The range is 20 kilometers and the speed is Mach 3. SBS 48E three-dimensional air search radar, fire control system, electronic radar countermeasures fire control system, etc. And these are just for SHIELD to use as an airbase, only equipped with basic weapons. If we really want to go to war, the firepower can be several times stronger. Basically, driving such a big killer ship, all countries on the Earth except the 5 permanent members can be massacred. Look at the description in the information. Jason's mouth almost watered. With this thing, shield, he dared to go up and fight. Anyone can take on the Avengers. It's a pity that it can't be made now. Jason let out a long sigh. Before the construction of his Martian mining base was completed. Don't think about this thing. A large international organization like SHIELD spent $50 billion to build this thing. It took 50 or 60,000 people several years to build it. If he wanted to create it himself, it would be extremely difficult. The Wayne family has money. Please give me flowers. But let's not talk about spending so much money, whether they could do business for the N family. The point is there are some things money can't buy. Aviation metals, rare earths, precious metals, and other special materials. He can buy it. But this thing is measured in tons on the space carrier. Let's not talk about whether he will buy it or not. The key is that after he bought it, SHIELD came to his door the next day. It seems that we can only restore some of the above technologies first, then transform it. Jason licked his lips. The technology on the space carrier definitely represents the most advanced technology in the world, not to mention the system bonuses. But many technologies are not available. The arc reactor he mastered is one of them. 0. The energy technology on SHIELD's space carrier has obviously fallen behind. There are also problems with propulsion technology. Replace it with the technology on the armor. This thing can be used in the universe. However, due to historical reasons, if it is built inside the Earth, it can only be used inside the Earth. If you want to fly such a behemoth out of the Earth, the propulsion technology will probably have to be several orders of magnitude more advanced. After thinking about it for a while, Jason slowly came up with a transformation plan. Skynet. How is the full version of the Mars mining base? The basic base construction has been completed. Skynet said sternly. Start construction as soon as possible, expand it, and then build the spaceport. Establish a small planet capture system, and prepare to build a space carrier. Jason waved his hand and said boldly, although he has no one under his command. You could directly split the subbody into one subbody program to avoid communication delays. After thinking about it, Jason said again, "At the end of this year, I need to see the spaceport completed. Make this weapon within 2 years. Especially nuclear weapons. Build me hundreds of them. Build military-grade centrifuges on Earth and send them over." Jason said to Skynet, "The Battle of New York is only a few days away. By the time, the only way is to quickly build an aerospace carrier to join the war." SHIELD's aerospace carrier is mostly used as a communication center, and its combat effectiveness is really poor. He is different. That's when he decided to take the thing to New York. Let the Cheridans feel what it feels like to have a nuclear bomb wipe out the land. Far away in space, Jason couldn't help but some precious materials, but he can think of a way, although Mars is a planet rich in minerals. However, the smelting and synthesis of materials also takes time. Prepare to collect a small amount of precious materials from the Earth first, then transport it to Mars. Make part of the core of the equipment. Jason has always been a very efficient person. Do whatever comes to mind. Found Alfred directly. "Grandpa Alfred, how much funds can I mobilize now?" "About $5 billion. Alfred tilted his head and thought. "So little." Jason frowned and said, "He didn't spend a lot of money to make the steel armor. Most of the materials are purchased at cost price. In addition, there are not many precious materials used in it." He didn't feel anything at all. Now that he heard that the wealth he could use was only $5 billion US, Jason was a little dissatisfied. If you throw this money into it, you won't even be able to make a splash. On the contrary, it was Alfred opposite. Hearing Jason's words, his face was speechless. $5 billion. Still too little? Many people are not worth so much in their lifetime. On an Earth with a population of 7 billion, the number of people who can have a net worth of over $5 billion US is only tens of thousands at most. Less than 1 in a million. If $5 billion were spent on beef, it could cover the entire New York City. Is this much money too little? "Master, what on earth do you want to do?" Alfred said with a headache. "Nothing, buy some materials." Jason said, "What materials cost so much?" Alfred asked. Jason glanced at Alfred. "Illiteracy, the most expensive thing in the world. It's not some hype diamonds or gold. Those things in a laboratory are the real value. The most expensive metal available in the world today is californium-252. The current market price is $10 million US per milligram. He needs at least a few pounds for this thing. Not to mention the $10 billion per milligram of californium-249. It's just that you can't buy this thing at all, according to the information obtained by Skynet. Only the amount of less than 1 milligram exists in the Bald Eagle Area 51 laboratory, which they finally researched. Not to mention, he needed more than just such a precious metal. Many materials can only be synthesized in laboratories, and the prices are very high. And it has a price, but no market. So, $5 billion. Really can't even make a splash. Scientific research is a waste of money. Bruce Banner is actually a little more powerful than Tony Stark in theory. But it's because he has no money. So he can only do theoretical research. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. It's not just talk. Thinking of this, Jason also had a headache. After all, the Wayne family does not belong to him alone. There are also some impacts to consider. "Let's do this, Grandpa Alfred. Help me contact some people. The Rothschilds, the Watsons, the Malicks, the king of Wakanda." Jason mentioned a dozen large families in one breath. Without exception, they are all families with astonishing financial and material resources in the world. And these families, the head of the family has great national discipline. Why did the young master contact them? Alfred asked a little strangely. Definitely selling something. A weird smile appeared on Jason's face. Connor's recently developed a variant of Extremis, completely losing Extremis attack power and super regeneration ability. However, it has a certain degree of genetic optimization ability and can restore the activity of a human body. In other words, this thing can extend people's lifespan and rejuvenate them. This thing, selling one of them for $20 billion is not too much, right? Anyway, The people in these families are very rich. Money is just a number to them. Might as well leave it to him to contribute to protecting the earth. Only, he doesn't charge money. He only charges supplies. The Wayne family is also a very powerful family. It can also be rank high in the world. So everyone is very considerate. Jason wants to have a video conference with elderly people whose average age is around 70 years old. They accepted it for the sake of the Wayne family. Soon, the video was connected. Countless elderly figures appeared on the screen. When Jason saw these people, a very bright smile appeared on his face. But they are all fat sheep. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jason Wayne. I'm honored to have you all here today. As soon as Jason said a few polite words, an old guy couldn't help it anymore. Young man from the Wayne family, if you have anything to say, just tell me. We are very busy. Jason glanced at the old guy. Good guy. Oil royal family. No wonder it's so rampant. Let's see if I don't give you a super double later. Although other old people were also a little impatient, they could still endure it for a while. Not like this one. In order not to convene everyone, I will keep my story short. You are all the most powerful people on this planet. I'm afraid that my rights, money, and other enjoyments have become a passing thing in your eyes. But I believe that there's one thing that everyone is very interested in. That's longevity. When Jason said this, the old guys in the video all had it in their hearts. The body also sat upright. As the saying goes, the older you get, the more you fear death. When you feel that life is leaving you day by day, that feeling is very scary, especially when huge amounts of wealth and power are in hand. I don't even want to die. The reason why people who belittle life and death can be called great, that's because there are too few such people. They're obviously not this kind of people. Hearing Jason say this, some people were furious. Wayne boy, what do you mean? An old voice also sounded from his side. Jason glanced at the old man. The president of a national bank, the largest conglomerate on Lao Maozi's side, is the 5.5 Nogray family. This is a cunning guy. When Lao Maozi liquidated the government and liquidated the oligarchs, a few people ran away. Among them is this one. Jason's eyes lit up when he looked at him. Although Lao Maozi doesn't have much money, he has a lot of mines. Lao Maozi is the country with the most precious minerals in the world. It is so luxurious that the front hall is made of titanium and the mortar tubes are molybdenum plated. They say Lao Maozi's stuff is durable and durable. The alloy materials you use are doped with a large amount of precious minerals, and they are also durable. Such rich people must give him a super double. Jason licked his lips. That's right. It's just like everyone imagined. My biological laboratory has developed a drug that can extend life. And there are no side effects. The meeting suddenly became noisy. Among countless legends, many people take risks in pursuit of immortality, especially the elderly who are nearing their end of life. In order to prolong life, I'm afraid I can do anything. At this moment, the video conference is very lively. A group of old guys got into a fight. There were those arguing with each other, those asking Jason questions, and those on the phone. Only a few of them were still calm. It's completely impossible to see that this is the most powerful group of people in the world. Everyone, please be quiet. If you have any questions, please come to me one by one. Ms. Elizabeth, you go first. Jason smiled and said, the Elizabeth he was talking about was the queen of the Eagle Kingdom. This queen has been on the throne since the last century, has been on the throne for half a century. He is already over 80 years old this year. And his son, the prince, is over 60 years old. The old man is still alive. They are almost becoming old goblins. And as the royal family of Eagle Kingdom, she is very rich. Since the royal family came to power 200 years ago, it has accumulated wealth for hundreds of years. There is still a lot of wealth hidden in Shadow 25. No one knows. How much money does the royal family of Eagle Country have? This is definitely his premium client. He was also one of the few people who could keep calm just now. Little Jason, is what you just said true? Queen Elizabeth asked in a gentle voice. It looks like there is an extra grandmother, very peaceful. There is absolutely no so-called majesty of a superior. Jason smiled at this. Definitely true. And this medicine can take effect in a few days, and the effect can be clearly felt. If you don't believe it, go back and try it yourself. I wouldn't joke about this. It is not a wise choice to offend everyone here at the same time. Jason said calmly. The old people in the video also nodded, although there are only a few dozen people working on it. But it represents the top power in the world. Also sitting were 2 members of the World Security Council. Offended them at the same time. The bald eagle empire will tremble 3 times. Not to mention the Wayne family. Although the Wayne family is also an ancient family, if they really unite, the Wayne family can completely collapse in a matter of days. Only Jason would be crazy to do something like this. Tell me, what price do you want to sell this medicine map? A majestic voice spoke. Jason glanced at the person who made the noise. Gideon Malik, bald eagle congressman, former presidential advisor, head of the Malik family. This is his apparent identity. He is also secretly one of Hydra's oldest snakeheads, one of the 9 established Hydra families. It is also the only family that has been passed down from ancient times. Once Nick Fury knew his identity, he didn't dare to touch him. Even President Bald Eagle can do nothing to him. He is one of the most powerful people in the entire Bald Eagle Empire. No doubt, this is also a great candidate for a super double. Jason sighed. The research and development of this kind of medicine is very difficult. It requires the extraction and purification of tens of thousands of medicines to extract the vitality of heaven and earth. This was then combined with archaeal material collected from deep within the Antarctic ice sheet. Even if we in the Wayne family want to make it, it's very difficult. The yield is very low. Is it normal for the price to be higher? Jason said with very sincere eyes. The heads of the big families present also looked at each other in confusion. Their youngest is several dozen years old. What haven't you seen? How can there be a fool who can do this? Even members of the royal family are human beings. Otherwise, too many royal families would die every year due to various accidents. Why are they alive? Young people like Jason. As soon as he opened his mouth, they knew what Jason wanted to do. It's just more money. Tell me how much you want to sell it for. Gideon Malik spoke. As one of the 2 World Security Council members present, he naturally has capital. Others had no objections to his opening. No, I don't charge money, Jason said firmly in front of dozens of old people. What I want is various supplies. To people of their status, money is really just a number. Really good things cannot be bought with money. Moreover, money is not that reliable. Coins are originally a social token endorsed by the state. If you look at money, the country can easily play you to death, like the country that was once blown to the sky and fell down by ice. Relying on single-handedly bankrupting the country, it has defrauded countless investors. But people are paying welfare, and maybe they can live better. Therefore, money is very unreliable. Some people can easily steal your assets. In addition, his original intention was not to be short of money. After Jason finished speaking, these people were all whispering. What do you mean? Queen Elizabeth took over and said, in other words, I want equal resources in exchange for these potions. I need high-level materials, rare metals, substances, and unique technology. I will provide you with materials with the resources I need marked in them. After hearing Jason's words, everyone present frowned. Words of money. It's easy for them. Together, they can mobilize trillions of funds. But things like resources are much more troublesome. Many things are controlled resources. Most special metals are strategic materials for the country. Countries like bald eagles will not be sold at all. Okay, 527. Gideon Malik said solemnly. For the Malik family, none of this makes any difference. But how do you make sure your potion is effective? We can sign the contract. You can pay after the potion takes effect. Our Wayne family can still guarantee this, and I also believe in everyone's credibility. A bright smile appeared on Jason's face. He hoped these people would default on their debts. By the time, he can use dozens of armors to collect debts. This way, not even SHIELD can cause trouble for him. This is too ridiculous, and I cannot accept it. The crown prince of the oil country yelled in the video. Petroleum countries are not mineral-rich countries. The most they have is oil. But Jason doesn't need that much oil. After having the reactor, The role of oil as an energy source is very small. Can only be used as raw material for various synthesis materials. The demand is very small. Therefore, oil is not on his list of materials. Then I'm sorry, King Abdulaziz. We can only find another opportunity to cooperate. Jason interrupted the complainer directly. He didn't listen to his intention to force lie at all. Anyway, the technology is in his hands. He can sell it to whomever he wants, as long as most people can buy potions. A small number of people are right, and he doesn't care at all. Defeat the kings of oil countries who have strong opinions. Jason looked at the remaining people. He looked at these wrongdoers with a kind look on his face. Because it's very difficult to obtain raw materials. We have a very limited number of doses. So, the potion may not be available to everyone. How many potions do you have? An old voice asked anxiously. Jason glanced at him. A ducal family in Eagle Kingdom. It has been passed down for a very long time. But among the people here, his wealth and power are not the highest. I heard that the number of potions is limited. Of course he was anxious. A giant like Malik is naturally calm and composed. We now have 5 S-level potions, 10 A-level potions, and 22 B-level potions. Jason looked at the screen next to him and said, Then I looked at the people in the video. There are exactly 50 here. However, he only provided 35 potions. 15 people will definitely not get the medicine. All of a sudden, these people started making noise again. Only a few people with the highest status sit firmly on Daitai. One is Malik, and the other is also a member of the World Security Council and the head of an ancient family in Western Europe, plus one of Lao Maozi's oligarchs, Gusinski, and Queen Elizabeth, the king of Wakanda. The remaining one is a man named Zheng Xian, whose identity Jason doesn't even know. What are the differences between these different levels of potions? The head of the ancient family from Western Europe, West Medici, asked. It's definitely a different effect. S-level potions are perfect potions that can theoretically extend lifespan by 50 years, and it can gradually improve the body within half a month. It can be restored to about 20 or 30 years old. It depends on the situation. As soon as Jason finished speaking, the eyes of these people suddenly became intense. Extending lifespan is enough to make them excited. I never thought I could be young again. This means that the value of this potion has increased again. The lifespan of the elderly is different from that of the young. Whether it's enjoyment or quality of life, it's completely different. As people age, their physical fitness gradually deteriorates. Taste, hearing, and vision will all deteriorate. Not to mention more intense sports and multiplayer sports, able to rejuvenate one's youth. The value of this potion is simply incomparable. Jason ignored them and continued to speak. The effects of the other 2 potions have been somewhat compromised. A-level medicine can theoretically extend lifespan by at least 30 years. The specific situation depends on each person's physical fitness. The body can recover to the age of 50 or 60. B-level potion. Extend the potion for 30 years to make your body healthier. After Jason finished speaking, he looked at everyone with a smile. Different potions, he said. In fact, it is just the concentration of extremis that is different. For body transformation, it is entirely dependent on extremis. Ordinary viruses can reproduce continuously. With just a little, they can multiply indefinitely. But these as potions are different. Fundamentally limits the virus's transcriptional ability. Therefore, the number of these viruses is fixed. The effect produced is naturally fixed. Although everyone's physique is different, the effects will also be different. But generally, they are the same. Basically, it's a matter of price. When Jason said this, everyone in the video cursed secretly. They have seen this kind of routine a lot. It is nothing more than selling a product in several grades. It may even be possible to intentionally dilute the quality of the product to sell more copies. However, they are helpless. Who told them that they don't have this technology? Gideon Malik gave Jason a cold look. Do you want to start the auction? When Jason heard this, he smiled exaggeratedly. I didn't expect that Mr. Gideon would give me a very good proposal. We'll just auction it off. Definitely, our anonymous auctions are completely voluntary. If you don't want to participate, I won't force you at all. I hope to have the opportunity to cooperate again. Hearing Jason's shameless words, even Gideon couldn't stand to hear it. He snorted coldly. Others also cursed secretly in their hearts. How shameless! The anonymous quotation system is already. Return ideas that others have put forward. How treacherous! The Wayne family, which has always been known for its kindness, why did such a thing happen? Jason was not in the mood to care about the inner workings of these people. He spoke directly. Our potions are all priced at 20 billion US dollars. Then the medicines are distributed according to the price. The 5 highest bidders will get the best medicine map. Then go down the row. Okay, let's get started. Jason said with a smile. Let Skynet open the bidding channel. Hashtag hurry up everyone. The bidding will end in 5 minutes. Those who do not bid will be deemed to have automatically abstained. Jason gave a kind reminder. In order to prevent these people from colluding to lower prices, Jason directly limited the time. Hearing what he said, the group cursed again. Despite this, the group of people quickly picked up their mobile phones and contacted each other. Only a few people made bids with confidence. The most confident of them all, not Malik, not a member of the World Security Council, nor are they just a few people from big countries, and the king of Wakanda, because there was only one resource on the list Jason gave him, and that was vibranium. There are also options for technology staking. Jason has been coveting Wakanda's technology and vibranium for a long time. Now, of course, I would seize the opportunity to rip him off. Anyway, this family is not a good person. Mastered such advanced technology. People in the country still have a tribal system. The weapons turn out to be spears and war beasts. Nuo Zhao Zhao. As the most technologically advanced country on Earth, Jason wanted to say that it was a miracle that Wakanda hadn't been destroyed yet. Let's not mention military strength for now. Isn't it possible to make people's living standards higher? The most technologically advanced country in the world has developed for thousands of years. The people of this country still live in primitive society. Cutting-edge technology is only in the hands of one family. They can't promote technology and wealth. How can they not slightly improve people's lives? In the final analysis, it is just to have a group of ignorant people to protect their own notices. You can imagine who this family is. He extorted money without any psychological pressure, except for the king of Wakanda. The other one is Zheng Xianfu from. He looks like he is only about 20 or 30 years old. I really don't know why he is here, and he looks like he has a very high status. Gideon seemed very afraid of him. Jason was curious about who this person was. Jason's auction was in full swing. What is the most profitable business in the world? Monopoly. As long as you can monopolize something. Wealth is just something within reach. Jason's medicine is a monopoly drug. There are indeed many things in this world that can extend human life. But these things are not easy to get. Usually this kind of thing is either in the hands of super ability people or in the hands of some arrogant scientists. Even if you are as rich as a country, you may not be able to obtain it. If only life-extending potions were so easy to obtain. Gideon Malik, one of the leaders of HYD Array, would not be so excited. Wait until these people have finished bidding. Jason looked at the numbers displayed on the screen next to him. Okay, now the bidding is over. Thank you for your support. I will show you the quotation. With that said, Jason asked Skynet to send the list. Number 1 on the list is Gideon Malik. He directly offered a high price of 100 billion US dollars. This made everyone present uproar. Jason was also stunned by Gideon Big Hand at first. The entire net worth of well-known billionaire Tony Stark. I'm afraid it's about the same number. Gideon Malik easily paid such a price. 023, I can only say that these big families are really rich. The person in second place was unexpectedly surprised by others. Not the richest ones. Instead, it was an old king from the oil country. This old guy is nearly 90 years old. This time, I'm afraid it's going crazy, and it will cost 95 billion. Your Majesty Munamura, I do not accept coins. Our transaction will be settled in supplies. Munamura is the old king of the oil country, not like the young fellow next to him. The old king sat firmly on the daitai. Ahem, no problem. As long as the medicine is effective enough, you will get what you want. That's good. Jason smiled and continued to look down. The third one photographed is the old king of Wakanda. He owns countless vibranium minerals. Definitely one of the richest people on Earth. It's just that Jason didn't think of it. The Black Panther family, which owns the heart-shaped grass, also needs life-extending drugs. But think about it. Odin will grow old one day, not to mention the human Black Panther. The remaining bids were basically over 50 billion. The most powerful people, CFDF, also bid very high prices. In the face of this medicine that can extend people's lifespan, everyone has lost their calmness. There isn't a fool here. They know very well that spending money only costs money. Okay, our auction is over here. Our Wayne family will sign the contract within 2 days and then send professional personnel to help inject the medicine. Definitely, before again, if you want to test, you can also let our professionals take samples. Jason cleared his throat and said, "These mature guys are very cautious. I'm afraid they won't take them at all until they are sure of the safety of these medicines." But Jason believes that they only need to test it. There is no way to resist this temptation. He glanced at the beautiful compost pile in front of him. A bright smile appeared on Jason's face. Wait until a few years later. Another crop can be harvested. At least now, he should have enough core materials to build various facilities in outer space. And these people helped him collect valuable materials. Much more relaxed. After telling these people something, Jason closed the communication directly. As for the opinions of those who object, he was ignored directly. "I can't buy medicine because I am poor. It is useless to object. Skynet, contact Dr. Connors. Prepare the medicine and let their people go in for the injection. If someone wants to inject themselves, we won't stop them, but do it at your own risk. Also, the base is ready to start construction. Build a smelting factory directly on Mars, and then directly manufacture high-level alloys." Jason issued a series of orders. Skynet, document these things. Begin to implement it step by step. As long as the resources are in place, he can build a spaceport in the outer space orbit of Mars. Then build the space carrier. Everything is proceeding slowly according to plan. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Those top wealthy people are already under the help of the medical team he sent, injected with desperate drug. Definitely, they have been inspected very closely as well. After determining the safety of the medicine, they just started injecting medicine. The effect of the medicine should have appeared in the past 2 days. It's time for him to collect the bill. Correspondence to Gideon Malik. Jason said directly, "Mr. Malik, how effective is our medicine?" "Not bad." Malik looks much younger. Because the transformation of pharmaceuticals is a slow process. A few days can only allow his body to recover a little. But that was enough for Malik. Jason was also very happy when he saw Malik's satisfied expression. "Then, Mr. Malik, can you fulfill your promise?" "Can." Malik nodded. "But the amount of materials you need is too large, and it's not easy to collect them all at once. Part of the minerals can be delivered now. And for the other part, how about giving you the mining rights of 2 rare earth mines?" Malik said calmly, "Absolutely okay." Jason was overjoyed. Worthy of being a member of the World Security Council. That's the atmosphere. The mining rights of rare earth minerals can be released. You must know that this stuff is completely prohibited from export in the Bald Eagle Empire. Belongs to strategic reserves. In addition, the status of rare earths has become more and more important in recent years, and rare earth minerals have become increasingly in demand. Although it is just a mining right, it is completely worth the price. Besides, for him, is there any difference between a mining right for a few years and a permanent one? Unless it is a very large mineral vein. Otherwise, he will be out of stock in a few months. Jason was delighted that Malik had another idea. The mining industry in the Bald Eagle Empire is not easy. Due to the existence of various environmental protection organizations, there is also the need to protect the mineral resources of the Bald Eagle. The Bald Eagle mining process is very demanding. So much of the mining industry has gone to foreign countries for development. He didn't have any good intentions in giving Jason 2 mineral veins. Rare earth mining is very cumbersome. It will inevitably cause environmental damage. As long as he uses a little more tricks, Jason's mining efficiency will be much lower. This amounts to paying less. Jason couldn't fault it yet. Just perfect. The two people with their own evil intentions looked at each other and smiled. They seemed to be quite acquainted with each other. Something like a contract is still very intimidating in Western society. There are many situations where ordinary people may have signed a contract that is invalid. But the Wayne family is different. The clients who signed contracts with him were quite happy to agree. Even if they feel the effect, they will not go back on their word. Soon, Wayne Group took over massive resources from all over the world. Several large docks in Gotham City have been chartered by Jason. Made recently, Bruce Wayne, there is no place for chivalry. I can only go out every day to attend charity balls. Jason didn't care about this cheap dad's mood. He has been very proud of himself recently. Various resources allowed him to use the armor to send him into space. A week later, construction of his spaceport can begin. He has even sent highly concentrated uranium-235 into space. By then, he will have a trident to use. Therefore, this time, Jason got a little carried away and started looking at everyone through his nostrils. Just when Jason was feeling very satisfied and was considering whether to spend some time extravagantly, an unexpected phone call came. "Miss Pepper, why did you call me?" Jason looked at the woman in the video with some surprise. She is Tony Stark's secretary, housekeeper, stepmother, and half-girlfriend, Pepper Potts. Now her relationship with Tony Stark is not clear yet. It can only be regarded as very ambiguous. They haven't even played a double sport. Although Jason also knows Pepper, he is not very familiar with her, because he was classified as a kind of fox friend by Little Pepper. Pepper has always disliked him very much. He is very strange. Why would Pepper call her? The environment in the video is very noisy. It looks like a KTV. "Mr. Jason, Mr. Stark invites you to the party," Pepper said coldly. The expression on his face was like frost, very reluctant. "Body party? What party body?" Jason was a little confused. Why is he so busy? Where's the time for such a thing? Ask him yourself. When Little Pepper heard this, her face became even more ugly. Not even Mr. Stark. This made Jason very curious. Before the relationship between two people is clear, Pepper is still very considerate to Tony Stark outside. This time, he didn't even give up any face, and he seemed to be very angry. Just when Jason was confused, there was a loud noise in the video opposite. Boom! Ah! Pepper also let out a scream. Then he muttered without listening. "Crazy, really crazy. What's wrong, Pepper?" "Hey!" Before Jason could finish speaking, the person on the other end hung up the phone. What is this reflection of? He heard the voice. It really sounds like the plasma beam pulse cannon. "Skynet, bring up the surveillance for me." Jason said something. Then Skynet projected the video in front of Jason. Jason saw the scene in New York. It's just a chaotic dance of demons. Jason looked at the crazy people in front of him and shook his head. A group of people moved their heads to the music. He couldn't appreciate it. Tony Stark is even more conspicuous in his armor, dancing very hard on it. She looks like a dancing girl. What's the date today, King? Master, New York time, March 13th, 2009. Skynet's voice rang in Jason's ears. Jason patted his head in frustration. How did time go by so fast? Unexpectedly, he hasn't realized it yet. Just half a year has passed. Tony Stark's behavior is also understandable. After such a long time, Tony Stark should have found out. Putting a nuclear fusion reactor inside the body is very serious. Tony Stark was only poisoned by palladium, and he was already very skilled. General device. Tony Stark's ashes are gone. He was busy with various things during this time. He even forgot to treat Tony Stark. It's very normal for him to let himself go. King of Heaven, prepare the plane. Let's go to New York. Also, ask Dr. Connors to send over a tube of desperate potion. The reason why Tony Stark lets himself go so much, or because he knew that his life was short. Thus, naturally, he wanted to do something. Maybe Pepper's decision to become CEO of Stark Group has already been decided. This is already a gesture of leaving a legacy. Jason felt that if he didn't hurry up, Tony Stark might do something even more outrageous. Please give me flowers. Just arrange things. Jason saw new changes in the video. Another armor appeared, and he pounced on him and gave Tony Stark a good beating. Jason understood. This should be War Machine Colonel Rhodes, Tony Stark's best friend in the military. He really deserves to be considered friend. Even when people in the military stayed away from Tony Stark, he's still very close to Tony Stark. Also joined the Avengers. Jason has also met this person. Very interesting guy. It was very normal for Jason to do such a thing. Seeing Tony Stark suddenly push Rhodes down and gain the upper hand. A smirk flashed across Jason's face. Skynet called Tony Stark. You want to know if Tony could beat Rhodes if he was distracted now. Soon, the call was connected. Hey Jason, what's up? Tony Stark on the other side of the phone was out of breath. It seems that he also spent a lot of energy fighting Rhodes. I heard that you want to invite me to the party. Why is partying so important? Jason asked, pretending not to know. You'll know this when you get here. Tony Stark replied hastily. Then there was a crashing sound from over there. Jason watched the video. Tony was distracted. Rhodes directly caught the flaw and was suddenly crushed beneath him. What came just now was Tony's voice of resistance. Jason saw Tony Stark and had the upper hand. He spoke again. What the hell? I'm very busy. It's a very important thing. Tony Stark shouted loudly. Huh. At the same time, there was a sound of exhalation. Jason chuckled watching the video. It's not easy for Tony Stark to beat Rhodes. People like this are active military personnel. Even if it is the first time to control the armor, the combat effectiveness is very high. He beat Tony so hard that he couldn't even lift his head. Tony Stark could only rely on his armor to fight Rhodes back and forth. Not a moment. The entire hall was beaten to pieces by these two guys. Jason looked and shook his head. Hang up the phone directly. Getting ready to go to New York. New York is definitely one of the busiest cities in the world. This can be seen from the airport. Even on weekdays, the airport is also crowded. Jason left from the VIP channel. He sat directly in his Rolls-Royce and drove towards Tony Stark's mansion. The location of Tony's mansion is very good. On the edge of a cliff. Although it is very desolate, the scenery is absolutely beautiful. You can see the sea when you wake up. It's a pity that Gotham City doesn't have such a good place. Otherwise, Jason would definitely build one for himself. At the speed of a Rolls-Royce. Soon he arrived at Tony Stark's mansion. Get out of the car. JRVS, open the door. Good morning, Mr. Jason. Mr. Stark is waiting for you downstairs. JRVS said in a very gentle voice. Tony's villa is very smart. JRVS 483 can operate most facilities. When Jason arrived at the door, JRVS opened the door for him. I took a cup of coffee from the coffee machine and headed inside. Went downstairs. Jason saw Tony wearing steel armor. He was slumped on the sofa, eating donuts one bite at a time. You really love your armor. You still wear it home. Jason took a nice sip of coffee, stand in front of huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows, and enjoy the seaside scenery. He didn't care at all about Tony, who looked depressed. Tony Stark looked up at Jason and swallowed the donut in his mouth. I will wear this until I die, Tony Stark replied. Jason glanced back at Tony Stark. I don't know if it's because of psychological effects. Jason always felt that Tony Stark had a sallow complexion and sunken eyes. I don't know if it's due to poisoning or kidney deficiency. It seems you will get what you want soon, You don't look good right now. Jason took another sip of coffee and said, Did you see it? Tony Stark was a little silent. Definitely. I'm another person in this world who has mastered the arc reactor. I know the consequences of putting this thing on your chest, Jason said with a relaxed look on Tony's face. You do know. The expression on Tony Stark's face was somewhat relieved. But I'm curious, why don't you take out the shrapnel from your body? Jason asked curiously. The success rate is too low. Tony Stark looked a little disappointed. If you want to continue being Iron Man, you won't get poisoned. The only way was to remove the shrapnel from his body, or develop a new non-toxic reactive element. However, he had no clue about the second one. The first. He was not very satisfied with the answers given to him by most medical establishments around the world. Shrapnel from the bomb had entered his body's arteries. If you want to have surgery, the difficulty is very high. Death is possible at any time. He wasn't willing to gamble on the possibility. When Jason heard Tony Stark say this, he understood. In the original world trajectory. A few years later, a doctor from Japan removed the shrapnel from Tony's chest. That doctor still exists, but it's not certain whether medical skills will be great after a few years. The development of medical treatment is also very rapid. Maybe one paper can change the entire medical industry. In addition, surgical instruments a few years from now will not be comparable to those available now. Tony Stark's surgery will certainly be successful. Now, the success rate is really not certain. You only started to give up on yourself when you knew you were going to die soon. Even starting to prepare what to do with your wealth. Jason asked, looking at Tony Stark. Just now, Skynet reminded him. At the moment, the CEO of Stark Group is Pepper Potts. Plus what happened yesterday. Colonel Rhodes drove away the armor so easily. Is it possible without Tony Stark's approval? Although JRVS is not as good as a Skynet, but is also one of the best artificial intelligence in the world. Tony, if not secretly allowed. It is impossible for Rhodes to drive away the armor. He couldn't even turn on the energy. I'm afraid this is also the reason why the military in Holy has not reformed. Even if the armor is created, it is useless without matching software. Like a fighter jet without a fire control system, its combat effectiveness can only return to that of World War II. Faced with Jason's question, Tony was non-committal. I wonder what you left for me. Jason said curiously. Tony Stark said while eating donuts. Some technical information. You are richer than me, so you shouldn't need money. Speaking, Tony Stark was also a little jealous. The Wayne family is so rich. He has seen Jason's armor inventory. The number must be in the thousands. As for him, he only had less than 100 pieces. This is the naked wealth gap. But soon, Tony Stark laughed to himself. He was going to die anyway, so there was nothing to be jealous of. Of course, Jason didn't know what was going on in Tony Stark's mind. He was in a daze when he heard Tony Stark's words. Unexpectedly, Tony Stark actually prepared something for him. Technical information. This is probably more valuable than the Stark Group. Tony Stark is a guy who knows a lot. There are also a lot of technologies in hand. What a treasure. Being able to give him this thing shows that Tony Stark really regards him as a friend. This made Jason a little touched. It seems I have made the right friend. It's just that I'm afraid I won't be able to match your inheritance. Jason said with a shrug. Ow! You shouldn't be poisoned by palladium, right? Your skin should be able to block this thing. Tony Stark looked at Jason solemnly. According to his calculations, only when the reactor is inside the body can the palladium element enter the body. Causes palladium poisoning. Logically speaking, Jason shouldn't. Could it be that there is something wrong with his reactor? Don't think about 0.0. Jason looked at Tony Stark's expression and knew what this guy was thinking. Then what do you mean? Tony Stark ignored the depression and spoke directly. There is definitely a way to save you. I really don't know why you gave up so easily without thinking of a way. You're Tony Stark. It's better to teach yourself medical skills than to wait to die. Jason said while complaining. Here, take off your armor. What do you want to do? Although Tony Stark didn't know what Jason was going to do, but he didn't think Jason would harm him. He obediently took off his armor. Jason took a closer look at Tony Stark's neck. There are already some blue and black lines on it. No wonder this guy never took off his armor. Jason carries a suitcase with him. This is a portable medical freezer. The temperature can be maintained within a certain range. Jason uses it to preserve the desperate potion. Open the box. A burst of cold air came out. A tube of crystal yellow potion lay quietly inside the box. Tony Stark was immediately alert. What do you want to do? I'm definitely here to treat you. Jason dug Tony Stark off the couch in one fell swoop. He picked up the potion and stabbed it into Tony's neck. Shet! Tony Stark let out a cry of surprise and tried to struggle. It's just that his strength is not as strong as Jason's. Jason held him down next to the sofa with one hand, waiting for the injection of the medicine. Tony Stark felt a warmth flow into his neck. Suddenly, he became frightened. What did you inject me with? Jason shook his head helplessly. It's definitely the potion, or Iron Man. He's so cowardly. Jason gave Tony Stark a look of disdain. Tony Stark suddenly stopped talking. People can die. Don't lose face. The vial of medicine was quickly injected. Jason pulled out the syringe and put it into the box. Okay, how about you feel it for 25? Tony Stark stood up from the sofa, touching his neck. You should have asked my opinion. What's your opinion? Besides being pretentious, what else would you do? Jason rolled his eyes at Tony Stark. What Tony Stark is best at is being a dead duck. He is a person who is obsessed with saving face and suffering. Even if you know you are wrong, in order to save his face, he would not admit it. There was no way Jason would give him this pretentious opportunity. How do you feel now? It should be taking effect. Jason paused and looked at his watch. Really? Why don't I feel it? Tony Stark said so, but he still hurried to the mirror. Just took off my clothes. At the moment, the black lines on his chest had disappeared. The skin also returned to its normal color. Even his face looks much better. Tony Stark looked in disbelief. How can this be? Tony Stark muttered. How is it impossible? Palladium is not a highly toxic element. There are many things that can neutralize this toxicity. However, don't be happy too early. The lasting effect of this potion is limited. Jason reminded him. The desperate potion is indeed very powerful. But things are different with Tony Stark. As long as the reactor in his chest is still there, sooner or later he will be poisoned. The effectiveness of these desperate potions will eventually be exhausted. When Tony Stark heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he said, "This is already very good. I haven't thought about that." Jason looked at Tony Stark's expression and sighed inwardly. It's okay to know the day of my death. The really cold and terrifying thing is that you can die at any time, every day, and you don't know when you'll die. That sense of unknown is the most uncomfortable. Tony, haven't you considered changing the reaction raw material? Jason changed the subject. I have tried, but there is no element on Earth that meets my requirements. Tony Stark shook his head in frustration. He is not a person who gives up easily. As early as after discovering that he was poisoned, he started experimenting. It is not that there are no other raw materials on Earth capable of nuclear fusion, but other elements, more toxic than palladium, like uranium-235 for fission. The power can indeed be increased, but the radiation is much greater than that of palladium. More toxic. What he lacks is the ability to undergo fission. There are no new elements of toxins yet. Jason looked at the expression on Tony Stark's face and understood. Indeed, there is no such element on Earth. That element that Tony Stark created. It is an element that Howard Stark discovered through studying the Tesseract. Otherwise, even Tony Stark. It is impossible to research this element. Even in the universe, reactors equipped with this new element are top-notch energy sources. Ahem, Tony, do you believe me? Jason coughed and said, What do you want to do? Tony Stark was immediately alert. What do you mean? I won't harm you. Jason said with a speechless expression. Haha, I thought the same thing last time, but I ended up being pinned down on the sofa and given an injection. Tony Stark sneered. Jason was speechless when he heard this. Cheapskate. He was clearly trying to save him just now. This be asterisk, 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 D still doesn't appreciate it. I mean it if you want to live. Jason repeated. Tell me something. Tony Stark said with doubt. Jason was too lazy to talk nonsense. Speaking directly to Tony Stark. In these 2 days, a black one-eyed man with an eye patch will come looking for you. When the time comes, he will give you something. There is a solution to your current problem. But when the time comes, don't tell that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D that I said this. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. When Tony Stark heard Jason's words, his face was full of questions. Jason, I'm not a fool. You don't have to tease me. Do you think I would believe it? Jason was speechless. How come no one believes the truth? What he said was true. Why doesn't Tony Stark believe it? Well, you really shouldn't believe it. Jason felt that this happened to him. He definitely doesn't believe it 533, even if it is the truth. In desperation, Jason could only say, just accept my request. It won't take much time on your part. At worst, if you're going to die, I'm going to give you a shot. Tony Stark glanced at Jason, seeing his eyes full of sincerity. Tony Stark finally nodded. Okay, I'll believe you again. Jason rolled his eyes. but I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. In fact, he has that new element of technology in his hands. If he gave it to Tony Stark now, maybe you can get more gratitude. However, for Tony Stark, it's not the best. Tony Stark has had several regrets in his life. The sudden death of his parents was one of them. The sudden death of Howard Stark. He and Tony Stark never had a chance to repair their relationship. In Tony's memory, his father seemed to have left him only cold memories. But this time, he obtained the image data left to him by his father. He just began to understand his father. The whole person has also grown a lot. Jason didn't want Tony to lose this rare opportunity for tenderness in his life. Therefore, he chose not to give Tony the information directly. Let him find the answer for himself. This is what a friend should do. Tony Stark still trusts Jason, knowing that he should not harm him in this kind of thing. Most importantly, Tony Stark knows Jason also has this potion. Don't worry about dying at all. Therefore, when Jason saw Tony Stark again, he took his words into his heart. I left here with peace of mind. As a homebody, I finally went out and took medicine for the first time. Naturally, you want to take a good stroll. As everyone knows, New York is the most prosperous city in the entire Bald Eagle Empire. There are countless people living here. There are also a lot of superheroes and supervillains. Jason wasted his time walking around New York, just to see if I can meet any villains or superheroes. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. There are a lot of villains in New York. What Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin, Vulture, etc. Plus Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, and other superheroes. He might meet one when he goes out, then get some benefits. So ride in your own Rolls Royce. Jason wandered around the streets of New York. He checked into all the famous places in New York, such as Fifth Avenue, Avenue of Stars, Hollywood, etc. But what made him depressed was, New York is usually a crime-ridden city. It seems to be a peaceful time now. He has been around for such a long time. No criminal activity was seen at all. To know, he has even been to slums like Brooklyn. This is a gathering area for black people, homeless people, drug addicts, and gangs. He didn't come across any criminal activities. This made Jason very depressed. Skynet, plan a route and prepare to leave. Jason said helplessly, let Skynet announce the route to the driver in front. After body strengthening, the hundreds of bodyguards around him have temporarily retired. He was accompanied only by a driver, just as Jason was getting ready to go to the airport. When I headed back home, directly, Skynet's voice rang. Master, someone is following us. Oh, Jason suddenly became energetic. Let me see who he is, Jason said hastily. Skynet hit the image behind him on the screen. Behind him was a medium-sized truck. It looked shabby. It is no different from the trucks used to transport goods on ordinary farms. Are you sure it's this car that's following us? Jason asked suspiciously. Yes, this car has been following us since we came out of Stark's place, and there were attempts to target us. It's just that it didn't break through the firewall. Hearing this, Jason curled his lips. It can't even break through Skynet's outer firewall, so it's not a big shot at all. But now that he has met him, he will play with this guy. Ask the driver to go out of the city and find a secluded place. Although New York City is also very prosperous outside. But after all, there are still many farms. Exactly. The Wayne family has property here. Hundreds of acres of chassis. If you bury a body, even the gods may not be able to find it. It's only half an hour's drive. Jason arrived at his manor, dismissed the driver and the farmers in the manor. Jason was holding a suitcase and waiting for the broken car to arrive. Soon, Jason saw the dilapidated medium-sized truck staggering over. Saw Jason standing. There seemed to be something unexpected about that car. But soon, the car accelerated over without any hesitation. The estate's sturdy wooden fence couldn't stop the car. F***K. Cursing, Jason quickly moved away. The suitcase in hand is placed on the ground, rapidly shape-shifting. Soon the armor was on his body. Then Jason waited to see who it was. I waited for a long time in boredom. The car then responded. Stab! There was the sound of a hot knife cutting through butter. The tattered medium-sized truck was cut in half. A man came out of it. At 2 meters tall, he is a head taller than Jason. What a strong figure. Makes him look like a bear standing up. especially the two whips beside him that emit electric light. Extraordinarily conspicuous. The grass on the ground was directly burnt, and the surrounding area smelled like the aftermath of a thunderstorm. The stench of ionized air. Jason narrowed his eyes. It didn't take long to figure out who this man was. Whip Ivan Vank, Lao Maozi's scientist. His father was once a collaborator of Howard Stark. Just at that time, Lao Maozi scientists are not welcome in Bald Eagle. This old man is not honest. Want to make a fortune by studying the Tesseract. Howard Stark, who still had a good conscience, did not kill him directly. Instead, he was banished back. He gave birth to this Ivan Vanko. Jason was curious. Why did he appear here? And it looks like he spent a lot of time squatting near Tony Stark's house. Jason's thinking time. Ivan Vank came over, swinging an electric whip. Did not think of, in addition to Tony Stark, there is actually a thief who stole our family's property. Ivan Vank's hoarse and magnetic voice rang out. What? Your family's property? Jason was shocked. Is there anything on him that doesn't belong to the Wayne family? Is this villain's brain so strange? Come up and slander him. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. How can you taint someone's innocence out of thin air? Jason hid under his helmet and rolled his eyes. Stop making excuses. You are just as much a thief as the Stark family. It was you who stole our family's research results. That's why I became like this. Ivan Vanko said a few words. The toothpick in Henhen's mouth spat out on the ground. Jason was speechless when he saw his fierce look. The reasons why this family is like this are very complicated. The biggest reason, killing Zhao, is that Lao Maozi's economy is not good. The second reason is spy surveillance. When the former Maozi Red Federation disintegrated, countless oligarchs were busy making money for themselves. Countless state wealth and talent have been lost. Most of them fell into the hands of the Bald Eagle. A small part remains in other countries. There is still a small part left in Maozi country. Vank is even worse. It was the Bald Eagle that kept him and released him. This kind of treatment is even worse. There are a lot of stupid scientists. There is no need for such one at all. This resulted in their poverty and poverty. It can be said that there is no reason of their own. No fool would believe it. One of the world's top nuclear physicists and engineering masters. He could only survive by repairing home appliances. It can only be said that they failed too much. Don't say anything else. Just find a way to get rid of those spies and go to hell. You will definitely get high treatment. Their poverty is entirely self-inflicted. Ivan Vanko is not a person who likes to talk. After accusing Jason a few words at the beginning, he attacked directly. The electric whip in his hand kept scattering sparks, and he threw it directly at Jason. Jason turned sideways and dodged the blow. The electric whip hit the ground, leaving a black mark. A flash of surprise flashed in Jason's eyes. I didn't expect it to be quite powerful. Really, something that can easily cut through iron sheets a few millimeters thick is indeed quite powerful. Ignore Jason's surprise. Ivan Vanko attacked again. A whip followed by a whip. Jason, on the other hand, fought hard and kept avoiding. The fighting ability shown by Ivan Vanko is pretty good. At least, it's okay to hit Tony Stark. But for him, it's just too slow, no matter how good the weapon is. It also requires the help of someone who can use it. In Jason's eyes, Ivan Vanko's movements seem to be in slow motion. The only reason he hasn't killed this guy yet. I just want to find out the limits of the weapon in front of me. Then take a look. To what extent did he bring about the butterfly effect of 810, according to the world line of the original world? Ivan Vank should be working at Hamo Industry at the moment, fooling around with that fool of Hamo Industry. Jason was still in the mood to think blindly. But Ivan Vanko has reached his limit. The expression on his face also became a little depressed. Jason's calm and playful expression made Ivan Vank particularly annoyed. His childhood life was extremely unfortunate. Make him extra sensitive to other people's eyes. At the moment, Jason's gaze made him very angry. Couldn't help but speak. Don't you know how to fight someone head-on? Can you only hide? Yeah, that's right. Jason said very shamelessly. He is very relaxed now, not even a little stressed. There was even time to make fun of Ivan Vank. Watch Jason dance in the sparks caused by the electric whip. The body almost moved away from the electric whip. It's like dancing on the sword. Even more angry. The expression on Jason's face was very relaxed. The sturdy armor on his body is as if it doesn't exist. Ivan Vanko looked at this scene. The expression on his face became even more distorted. That's too much. Originally, this was intended for Tony Stark. Now, let your father feel it. As he spoke, Ivan Vank patted his mouth. The arc reactor on his chest emits a strong electric current. The electric whip device on the upper body turned red visibly to the naked eye. Jason even saw that the skin on Ivan Vank's upper body was burnt. A burnt smell filled the air. The two hands held electric whips, and their shapes also changed. The blue and white electric current has some red in it. The range of electric current is directly doubled. A whip came. A few meters away from the tip of the electric whip, there are ion currents flying past. The ion sparks emitted from it are also lethal. Jason saw this scene. His eyes were full of appreciation. You are indeed an outstanding scientist, and you can actually overload the output power of the arc reactor. There is also this high-temperature ion weapon, which does have merit. There's a reason why Jason admires Ivan Vanko so much. What is arc reactor? That's nuclear fusion. Even if it's cold fusion, it's still nuclear fusion, except for the reactor. Another place where nuclear fusion is used is in the hydrogen bomb. From this, we can see the horror of the energy contained in the arc reactor. In steady state, the safety of arc reactor is very high, but suddenly changes the power delivery. It is equivalent to instantly intensifying the internal nuclear fusion process. If it gets lost, it will really be a hydrogen bomb. Being able to do this is worthy of Jason's praise. Hearing Jason's words, Ivan Vank became even more angry. You don't look so disgusting. Go to hell. Tony Stark is lucky you die in his place. After saying that, Ivanko attacked directly. Two red electric whips emitted blazing plasma currents. The falling ion sparks directly left a charred mark on the ground. Even the speed of waving the electric whip became faster. Jason's dodge became a little difficult. Good, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. That is, I can fly. With that said, Jason stood up directly. Fly to an altitude of about 20 meters. Ivan Vank's expression froze, and he was startled. Can you still play like this? Ivan Vank looked around and saw that the ground was full of green grass. Stop talking about people. There are only a few houses. The only living creatures were a few cows shivering in the distance. But he didn't think so. Jason would come down and fight with him for these cows. You coward! You have the guts to come down and fight me head on. Jason, who was flying in the sky, looked at Ivan Vank below. He rolled his eyes disdainfully. He is not stupid. How could he go down? Wouldn't it be good to wait for him to run out of energy in the sky? Moreover, Ivan Vanko is no ordinary person. He's a madman. Could do anything. When he ambushed Tony, a lot of ordinary people have been killed. Several racers were basically dead. Why could Tony only fight him on the ground? Because Ivan Vanko has a hostage in his hands. As Iron Man, he could not let Ivan Vanko kill people randomly. Jason has no such concerns. He had no intention of going down to fight Ivan Wan. Who knows what else this madman can do? What if you plan to die with him? Wouldn't it be a shame for him to die? Slowly wait for the energy of his equipment to drain out. Is he uncomfortable? Staying in the sky, he felt that he could still watch movies and watch short videos. Completely playing Ivan Vank to applause. Ivan Vank underneath is not a fool either. It didn't take long for him to realize something was wrong. The light in the reactor on his chest had begun to dim. The power output is simply not worth the money. In addition, the constant waving of the electric whip also consumed his physical strength constantly. If it continues, he will definitely die. Struggling again. After discovering that his electric whip did not pose any threat to Jason, Ivan Vanko stopped. Why did you stop? Jason reluctantly looked away from the video. Ivan Vank raised his head and looked at Jason. We have no real conflict, right? You want to kill me, but now you say there is no conflict between us. Jason said somewhat ridiculously. Yes, I want to kill you, but now it failed. I want to live. Ivan Vank said very bachelorly. There is a conspiracy. This was Jason's first reaction when he heard Ivan Vank's words. Ivan Vank is not a person who is afraid of death. Whether it was the first attack on Tony Stark or the attack on the Stark Expo, Ivan Vanko appears to be a desperado. During the second time, he even installed a self-destruct device on his armor. The purpose is to die together with Tony Stark after failure. It can be said, for Ivan Vanko, there are things that are more important than life. For example, dignity and revenge. Now Ivan Vanko inexplicably wants to surrender. If there is no conspiracy in it, Jason dug his eyeballs out and stomped them on. However, the strong strength makes Jason full of confidence. You want to live? That's right. Ivan Vanko nodded. The hands holding the electric whip relaxed immediately. It was as if he really gave up resistance. Give me a reason not to kill you. Jason noticed the small movement in Ivan Vank's hand. He sneered in his heart. I heard Jason ask without seeming to be moved at all. Ivan Vank's heart skipped a beat, but there was no change in color on his face. To say it directly, I'm useful. Although I don't have a PhD, I have enough knowledge. I'm good at many things. I can work for you. Jason was a little tempted at first. I just thought that Ivan Vank was a wild man. The thought of subduing him faded away. Ivan Vank may have profound knowledge in a certain field, but compared to people with the same educational level, he's not even the slightest bit worse. Why do outstanding talents study in good universities? It's not just about academic qualifications, but you're in a top university. It is completely different from doing scientific research on your own. The knowledge they came into contact with and the people they met, not on the same level at all. Compared to Tony Stark, Ivan Vank can only be regarded as a civilian at best. Wanting this kind of person can only lower the average level of his subordinates. But on the surface, Jason looked thoughtful. That's not something that can't be considered. Your scientific research capabilities are pretty good. But how can you guarantee that you won't cause trouble for me? You can put restrictions on my freedom. Ivan Vank added calmly. Jason pretended to think about it again. This is okay. However, I must first place restrictions on you. Can. Ivan Vanko didn't even blink. Take off your armor and take off the reactor on your chest. Ivan Vanko has no hesitation. He took off his half-body armor and threw on the ground. Due to the high temperature, the metal on the armor and Ivan Vank's skin were directly stuck together. Take off the armor. Ivan Vank's whole body was covered in blood. The tattoos on my body have also become defective. And Ivan Vanko didn't even blink. Jason looked at Ivan Vanko. I sighed in my heart. He is a ruthless person. Will such a person surrender? He didn't believe it. And he has already seen Ivan Vank's backhand. It is indeed a means of dying together. This guy, Ivan Vanko, probably really modified the arc reactor. Now this thing explodes. Due to reactive substances. Probably not as powerful as the atomic bomb. But the power is not comparable to that of ordinary bombs. Probably comparable to the power of a small aerial bomb. If his body hasn't strengthened yet, it's really not certain whether it can withstand such an explosion. Thinking about it, Jason doesn't talk nonsense either. He raised his hand and blasted out with an ionizing cannon. The high-temperature plasma flow completely destroyed the reactor on the ground in one fell swoop. Ivan Vank's face turned ugly. Mr. Ivan Vanko, although I look young, I am not stupid. You don't look like someone who values life. You've already seen it. Ivan Vank asked in a deep voice. Definitely. Jason spoke. Then why don't you kill me? Ivan Vanko asked back. Jason rolled his eyes. She looked at him like an idiot. It's definitely to save energy. What if you die with me from the beginning? If Ivan Vanko detonates the reactor without saying a word, he's really in trouble. At the very least, no land within 1,000 miles radius can be claimed. New York City could be affected. It can save energy. Why doesn't he save energy? He felt that Ivan Vanko was really a bit naive. That's it. Please give me flowers. Ivan Vanko let out a burst of laughter and then spoke. It turns out you also have something to be afraid of. I can rest assured that. A smile appeared on Ivan Vank's face. What are you worried about? Jason was still a little confused. The inside of his armor suddenly turned red. Dozens of warning lights rang, and the entire armor was filled with alarm sounds. Target energy surge detected. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. Implement the first set of protection plans. Main engine, start. Skynet's anxious voice sounded. Then the main propulsion engines at the feet of the armor suddenly came together. Huge amounts of tail flame shot out. Jason shot straight into the sky. He had only been gone for a few seconds. A blazing light lit up underground. It's like a miniature sun rising from the ground. Even through the isolation eyepiece of the suit, Jason felt his eyes burning. The retinas are somewhat burnt. Fortunately, his body's recovery ability was very strong, and he recovered quickly. Jason regained his sight again. Then he looked to the ground. It was already a mess. The turf within a kilometer radius was blown away by the airwaves. Farms built on the ground only have a foundation left. The cows grazing in the distance. It turned directly into a piece of black coke. F***K madman. Jason cursed harshly. This guy Ivan Vanko. He even built a reactor inside his own body. Just to die together. What a madman. And this is suburban New York. He actually detonated a nuclear weapon. A small nuclear explosion was triggered. The mushroom cloud that was produced just now is at least tens of meters high. In the center of the nuclear explosion, a large crater several hundred meters deep and tens of meters deep appeared. The soil underground has been completely crystallized, like melted porcelain. When Jason saw this big hole, his scalp went numb. Fortunately, the surrounding area is all his family's land. People also left. There were no casualties. What if this scene happened in New York City? It was scary for Jason to think about it. This attack will probably kill tens of thousands of people. Subsequent radiation will also cause ongoing damage. If this happens, the bald eagle will become the second country in the world to be planted with mushrooms. Technology is a very magical thing. Palladium is just an ordinary metal. It can even be used in jewelry without any toxicity, but is such a harmless substance. After nuclear fusion, the explosion that occurred was so terrifying. In that moment, Ivan Vanko is equivalent to creating a sun on the Earth. The explosion temperature of the core can even reach tens of millions of degrees, several times the temperature of the sun's core. The soil, rocks, and other materials on the Earth's surface are tens of meters thick and more than 100 meters wide, directly vaporized. It may sound like this number is not that exaggerated, but if all the soil is dug out, it can cover 2 meters on a playground. This shows how amazing the power of this explosion was. In the video recorded by Skynet, it's almost white. Only in the cameras in New York far away at 673 can we get the first clues. Look over there. There seems to be a second sun in the sky here. Then came the mushroom clouds of huge amounts. Fortunately, the high-rise buildings in New York are very tall. Many people cannot see this mushroom cloud. Plus Skynet's interception. Many people don't see these things. At most, I just heard a loud noise and then saw the sky here light up. It didn't cause much panic. But Jason knew. The trouble certainly doesn't end there. Soon, someone will notice this. Professionals will be here shortly. I scolded Ivan Vank severely in my heart. Skynet, keep an eye on the development of things. Seal the clues. Also, how is the radiation level? Is it exceeding the standard? 10 times more than the standard. But the decay rate is very fast, and it has returned to normal levels a few hundred meters away. And it's still slowly declining. Skynet's serious voice sounded. Hearing this, Jason breathed a sigh of relief. Although the radiation in the core area is high, but it's still acceptable. It's just 10 times more than the standard. The amount of radiation from nuclear power plants is higher than this. Totally acceptable. It doesn't matter at all as long as you don't stay here for a long time. You can even stand here without any protection. It might even feel a little comfortable. The real trouble is other things. For example, how to explain this? Skynet strictly block technical information. External videos cannot be leaked. Try to contain the spread of news as much as possible. Jason said as he rubbed his head with a headache. Send a construction team to encircle a 2-kilometer radius around the area and prohibit others from entering. Detect radiation near New York. If it exceeds the standard, I will be notified promptly. Jason had a headache as he issued a series of commands. in order to reduce the impact of this matter. To be honest, this thing really got out. The trouble is big. Some idiots in New York City may even think that aliens have invaded the Earth. Even more hateful, these idiots might even come out to stage some kind of demonstration. He was not surprised at all to hold a party to welcome aliens. For the intelligence of the bald, eagle lower-class people, he had no expectations at all. It shouldn't be that bad. Jason comforted himself mentally. Master, a car is coming. Skynet promptly reminded. Jason looked at the video provided by Skynet. His face suddenly turned dark. If it was a police car, he would be a little happier now. The bald eagle police officers would not dare to mess with people like him. All he had to say was, they would even go out of their way to help him maintain order. But the same cannot be said for these people in black cars, especially when there's a big silver-white car following behind. Damn it, I knew this group of people would come back to cause trouble. Jason said helplessly. New York is SHIELD's home base. If they couldn't even detect such a big movement, Nick Fury could kill himself. Through the drone released, Jason stared at the group. After they finished loading the rice, they stopped. Then from the silver-white cart behind, two people wearing lead protective suits got off. It took a long time to test and go up. Then the convoy began to move slowly. Do this every few hundred meters. Jason almost vomited just looking at it. How long will it take until they come? Skynet, give them a message and ask them to come quickly. Jason said helplessly. They have to face each other sooner or later anyway. It doesn't matter if it's early or late. Jason didn't mind either. Soon, after receiving news from Jason, the convoy hesitated for a moment. It split into two halves and slowly drove over. Waited for a while. A black car drove over. Jason took off his armor and stepped forward. The black car stopped in front of Jason. Several people wearing black suits and headsets walked down. The hairline of the head is a bit far back. Looks very mature. Hello, Mr. Jason. I am the King's Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Jason was not surprised that the people from SHIELD knew his identity. Such a large organization. It's so easy to investigate who this place belongs to and what he looks like. He would be surprised if the investigation couldn't find out. He interrupted him directly. Okay, Phil Coulson, agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I know who you are. What brings you here? Jason interrupted Phil Coulson and asked in a very aggressive tone. Phil Coulson wasn't angry either. He said gently, Sir, we are here to investigate what happened here. What's going on? Is this unclear? Have you never seen a nuclear explosion? Jason said with a sneer. Nuclear explosion? After hearing this, several agents were confused for a moment. All eyes turned to the silver-white car behind. They didn't calm down until the two people in protective suits nodded. Phil Coulson looked back at Jason. Mr. Jason, this joke is not funny. Joke? The quality of SHIELD's agents is so low now. Don't you know that the power of a nuclear explosion is closely related to the yield of a nuclear weapon of 0.5? I now have some doubts about whether so much of our Wayne Group's money every year has been embezzled by you. Jason said coldly. That's right. The Wayne family is the largest wealthy family in the country, promoter of various charitable enterprises, a gathering place for a family of good people. Naturally, there is investment in SHIELD every year. Moreover, it is a special fund amounting to tens of billions of dollars every year. Such activities have been going on for nearly 100 years. The Wayne family is so rich. This is also one of his confidence to face S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson must have been told this too. Even a behemoth like SHIELD can only grovel when facing its sponsors. Guess this is why Phil Coulson appears in this instead of Black Widow and Hawkeye. Phil Coulson has a gentle smile on his face. Mr. Jason, it doesn't have to be like this. We can have a good talk. The organization S.H.I.E.L.D. Very complicated. Although on the surface, it is an organization established by the World Security Council, under the direct responsibility of the World Security Council. But secretly, what the World Security Council can master in SHIELD only accounts for 1/10,000th of S.H.I.E.L.D. The others are composed of Hydra people, Nick Fury's men, and forces from other organizations. This is a behemoth. Jason doesn't want to mess with these people yet, so he decided to hit it directly. There's nothing to talk about. USHILD asked me, and I still want to ask you. What do you SHILD do for food? This is the suburbs of New York in my family's estate. After something like this happened, USHILD still have the nerve to ask me? Jason said with an angry look on his face. Mom sells batches. Phil Coulson is a very gentle man, generally not angry. But after Jason beat him up, he still couldn't help but cursed in his mind that Mom was selling batches. Mr. Jason, we haven't investigated yet. It is not certain what caused this incident, Phil Coulson said with a smile on his face. He gave Jason a direct look. That obviously means talking about it later. I'm a little bit clueless, so I may not be sure who did this. Don't make it too ugly for everyone. Jason didn't appreciate it at all. No need to investigate. I know who did it. Ivan Vanko, mousy and physicist. I want to understand why you let such a dangerous person enter the country. You SHILD need to give me an explanation, Jason said. As he spoke, Jason took out his cell phone. Show him the video. The video shows the scene where Ivan Vanko exploded, although the screen appears a bit blurry due to huge amounts of white light. But Ivan Vanko's expression can still be distinguished. Phil Coulson suddenly looked serious. Mr. Jason, are you sure this is true? What do you think? Jason asked rhetorically. If something like this happens, you SHILD must give me an explanation. How is your review done? Isn't your shield called a shield? Do you know how much tax our Wayne Group pays every year? Jason's series of questions overwhelmed Phil Coulson. Here are his last words. Phil Coulson cursed inwardly. Wayne Group paid a lot of taxes, but the tax evaded is even greater. Every year, the battle of wits between Wayne Group and the IRS is very fierce. You actually have the nerve to say that now? But on the surface, he still wants to give face to big benefactors like the Wayne family. Put on an extremely serious expression. Mr. Jason, don't worry. If what you say is true, we will investigate this matter seriously. I'll give you an explanation. But can we investigate here now? Phil Coulson didn't blink and just open his mouth to tell lies. Definitely. You can investigate as you please. But I have to leave first. My car is here to pick me up. Remember to inform me if there are any results. Otherwise, I will cancel your SHILD funding this year. Jason said something. He got directly into the Rolls-Royce that came to pick him up, left gracefully. Leave Phil Coulson and a bunch of SHIELD agents here to check it out. He wasn't worried about what SHILD would find out. After the nuclear explosion, I'm afraid there's nothing left. Let them detect the radiation left behind. Leave Phil Coulson alone. Jason got in the car and was about to leave New York. He felt at odds with New York. Last time I saw Hulk wrestling on the street in New York. This time, someone came to the door again and died together. It's really inconsistent with his destiny. It's better to stay away. Just when Jason was contacting the private jet, the system's beep sounded in his mind. Get in touch with the plot characters. Technology extraction in progress. Due to sensor authority, you can choose one of the following 3 techniques. Micro-heavy gas-cooled fusion reactor. Strong electric current plasma confinement device. X-23 unmanned combat mecha. Jason raised his eyebrows when he saw these technologies. Hey, heavy tritium reactor. A flash of surprise flashed across Jason's face. He thought that Ivan Vanko's arc reactor was exactly the same as Tony Stark's. Unexpectedly, there is something different. The core fuel is actually different. Think about it too. Lao Mauzi's side still has more silly, big, black, and thick things. It is also very normal to use something as violent as heavy tritium. No wonder it can emit such powerful energy. This is the raw material for hydrogen bombs. But there's nothing surprising about this. There is no high technical content in it. Even to some extent, the technical content is even lower. Jason had no interest in this at all. As for unmanned robots, that's even more rubbish. A mass-produced model produced by Hammer Industries. Killed by Tony Stark and Rhodey. It's just spicy chicken. Something that really interests Jason. It's an electric whip. It can be said that this is the most valuable technology in the hands of Ivan Vank. The confined high-temperature plasma has properties similar to fluids. has powerful destructive power, although the attack range is a bit short, but it's just right for his armor. The steel armor really has no shortage of long-range attack methods, because Tony Stark himself is not good at melee combat. Therefore, there are no melee weapons developed on steel armor 710. Most of them rely on the fire control system to carry out long-range attacks. This is for Jason. It's a little inappropriate. Jason has stronger physical fitness and faster reaction ability. Plus, he learned a lot of fighting skills from Bruce Wayne. A melee weapon would be very useful to him. It doesn't matter if he doesn't know how to use a whip. What swords, guns, clubs, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks? As long as he knows how to use it, coupled with the high temperature and powerful cutting ability brought by high-temperature plasma, the power of the weapon will increase to a great extent. Plasma cutting blades and the like are very powerful. Might and lightsaber inside the hand of a Jedi Knight. Shape-shifting a glowing weapon inside Vidra almost. For him, it is something that can make up for his shortcomings. System, select the second technology. Transfer technical data. After being stunned for a moment, Jason returned to normal. The technical information was already in his mind. See a detailed introduction to this technology. A flash of excitement flashed across Jason's face. This technique is stronger than he imagined. In theory, as long as the power is strong enough, there is nothing that cannot be cut. Simply the perfect melee weapon. He couldn't help but go to his laboratory to reproduce this technology. When Jason was anxious to develop his own technology, Tony Stark is also busy doing something. Before, Jason told him, there's a one-eyed black man who can solve his problems. He is contacting this black man now. There's one thing. He didn't tell Nick Fury. That is, he actually knows the one-eyed black man, Nick Fury, long after he revealed his identity. Nick Fury, who calls himself S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, comes to visit and invited him to join the Avengers project. Only, he has no intention of participating in this plan. He prefers to work alone. Now let him contact Nick Fury and make him feel a little embarrassed. But for the sake of my own life, Tony Stark could only reluctantly inform Nick Fury. I don't know when this guy will come. Tony Stark got out of the car and muttered, Nick Fury, this guy. It's really elusive. He didn't know when this guy would show up. If he can't wait for this guy, he could only wait a few more days. Thinking about things in his mind, Yini Stark was inevitably a little worried. When entering the house, I didn't pay attention to the surrounding environment. Stark, you're not doing well right now. A deep voice came to mind from the side. Tony Stark trembled with fear. After taking a closer look, I saw Nick Fury in the shadows. Don't you know how to say hello before you enter someone's house? Also, why are you always so elusive? Tony Stark said angrily. Just to keep a mystery. Nick Fury said non-committally. Tony Stark rolled his eyes at him. JRVS, don't let this guy in next time. Nick Fury is unfazed by Tony Stark's petulant behavior. Asked directly, what do you want from me? I'm very busy. Tony Stark, you need to know that the world does not revolve around you. Nick Fury stared at Tony Stark with one of his eyes. Because there's only one eye, he needs extra effort to see. Looks very intimidating. When things came to a close, Tony Stark was suddenly at a loss for words. He has never asked anyone else in his life. Now, I suddenly want to ask others for help. He was a little speechless, so he spoke a little vaguely. Something's not right with me lately. Nick Fury's eyes widened when he heard this. I didn't expect that the famous Tony Stark would also ask for help. Asking for help? I don't have one. Tony Stark said angrily. Whatever you want to say. Nick Fury was non-committal. But your condition is not that easy to treat. Fury stared at Tony Stark. However, we have temporary relief. As he spoke, Nick Fury pushed out a small box. This is lithium dioxide, which will relieve what's happening to you. Jason looked at the small box in front of him. The expression on his face was a little embarrassed. If Jason didn't help him before, he really needed this very much. But it's completely unnecessary now. He just tested it. The concentration of palladium toxin in his blood dropped to a very low level. There is no need to worry about this issue for the time being. What he needs is something that could completely resolve the poison in him. There was a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. Tony Stark said, "Well, actually I need something else." Tony Stark doesn't know what Nick Fury has in his hands. It's a bit vague. Nick Fury's expression changed, and he looked at Tony Stark with one eye. Then he spoke. "Having said that, your current condition is much better than before. Jason Wayne did it," Nick Fury said with certainty. Tony Stark remained silent. Nick Fury said this, which means he is certain. There is no need for him to deny it. Nick Fury looked at his expression and felt confident. "It seems the Wayne family knows more than I thought." "Jason Wayne told you that, too." Tony Stark remained silent. It's not that he doesn't want to deny it. However, he felt that denying it now might not be useful. Nick Fury saw the expression on Tony Stark's face change, stared at him for a long time. Then he said it. "How about this? Tomorrow morning, I will come again and I will naturally give you what you need." Finished. Nick Fury shook off his windbreaker and turned around to leave. The next day, Nick Fury arrived as expected. This time he didn't come by himself. Behind him, also followed by several SHIELD agents. They were carrying 2 silver-white metal devices. "This is what you want." Nick Fury pointed to these boxes and said, "What is this?" Tony Stark asked strangely. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think this thing was something that could solve his problems. Nick Fury did not answer him directly, but spoke. "How well do you know your father?" Stern, indifferent, and only sees work. To him, I seem to be a superfluous thing. Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders and said, "Why are you asking this?" Tony Stark frowned and said. Nick Fury looked at him. "This is what your father left you. He stored these in S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, these things belong to you." Nick Fury pointed to the 2 boxes and said to Tony Stark, "Why are my father's things with you?" "Money is good," Tony Stark asked doubtfully. "Oh, Tony, you have to know that your relationship with SHIELD is more complicated than you think." Nick Fury did not answer this question directly. In fact, Howard Stark is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. These things are so normal in their hands. Think about it. Nick Fury added again. "Also, your father is nothing like your daughter-in-law. You don't know him well enough." Seeing Tony Stark wanted to ask questions, Nick Fury spoke. "Don't ask. Everything you want is in these things. You go find the answer yourself." After saying that, Nick Fury turned around and left without any hesitation. Tony Stark was left alone, staring at the boxes. Half a day later, Tony muttered to himself, "Okay, Dad, let me see what you left for me." For Tony Stark, father seems to be a very distant term. As early as his teenage years, his father had already passed away. The person who has been taking care of him is actually their butler, JRVS. In his memory, Howard Stark always seemed harsh and cold to him. Most of the time, he was focused on work. He rarely shows any concern for him. Even now, all he could remember was Howard Stark's various requests for him. Now, he suddenly received something from his father. Tony Stark felt a little uncomfortable. "I can't tell what I feel in my heart." Open a box. The first thing Tony Stark saw was a blue blueprint. After unfolding, pictured above is a Generation Arc reactor, co-signed by Anton Vank and Howard Stark. After taking one look, Tony Stark put the thing down. Below is a newspaper clipping reporting the defection of Soviet scientists. The remaining things are some photos and notes. There are also some other small items. They should be daily necessities that his father used at that time. Taking up the largest proportion are some films. Film. This ancient thing has long been eliminated by 310, and now most theaters have begun to use digital projection equipment. But it was the only thing that could record images in Howard Stark's time. Caressed the uneven surface of the tape. An inexplicable and strange thought appeared in his heart. I wonder how his father felt when he recorded the videotape. Shaked his head. Tony Stark shook his unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. Got out the videotape, placed on top of the projector. At the same time, he picked up a book of notes. It records his father's research on Tesseract. The content here. Even now, he looks very inspired. He couldn't imagine it in that era. How his father came up with these things. When Tony Stark is thinking about something, the tape has started playing. His father's voice came from the projector. Everything can be achieved through technology. Better life, healthier body, and the possibility of maintaining world peace for the first time in human history. I'm Howard Stark. Everything you want in the future, Fed, can be found here. Future City? Tomorrow's capital. Future City. Tony, what are you doing there? There was a sound coming from the projector. Tony Stark looked up. He appears in the video as a child. While recording the video, Howard Stark picked up something from the expo model. He remembered this model, the city of the future that his father had built. It is still kept in his office. Although Howard Stark's tone in the picture is very serious. But Tony Stark felt a sense of warmth at this moment. A few clicks on a touchscreen phone. The image on the projector transformed again. Howard Stark seems a little nervous in the picture. Are you waiting for me? On behalf of the whole company, I want to show you my asterisk. Didn't we finish filming? This job is so ridiculous. Tony Stark watched every move of Howard Stark in the screen. Don't know why, he thought of himself. He does not know. It turns out that when he was young, his father was the same as him. He flipped through his notes unconsciously in his hand. I quickly reached the end. There are several figures drawn on the last page. But the next page is blank. Apparently, I don't know why. His father's research could not be continued. Throw down notes. Tony Stark touched his forehead. I took a sip of Coke and prepared to relax. But as soon as he was distracted, a voice came from the projector. Tony, you are still young and cannot understand it yet. So I'll take this part for you first. This is all made for you. One day you will understand that all this represents more than just human inventions. He's also my life's achievement. This is the key to the future. I'm limited by this era. But one day you'll understand it all. That's when you'll change the world. My greatest creation. It's always just you. The scene ends here. The white curtain is constantly billowing in the picture. Tony Stark's mind went blank. He didn't expect that. In his impression, he was a very cold and serious father. Would say something like this. He always felt that his father didn't like him. It never occurred to him. His father kept his lifelong achievements to himself. Thinking about the future city model in my memory, Tony Stark felt like he was in another world. He finally knew. Why are both Jason and Nick Fury so sure that he has no problem? Because his father had already given him the solution to his problems. Think of this. Tony Stark no longer hesitation. Get up directly. Prepare to drive to your office to pick up the model. Driving a sports car, Tony Stark quickly arrived at the company. To express my apologies to Pepper. He even bought a box of strawberries on the way. But he forgot. Pepper is allergic to strawberries. Therefore, his apology undoubtedly failed. Fortunately, he still got back the model his father left him. Went home with these things. Tony Stark put the model together. JRVS, please make a digital model. I need an operable projection interface. A light blue beam swept across the entire model. Sir, Stark Industry Fair, 1974. How many buildings are there in total? Including Belgian waffle stand. I'm just asking, show it to me. Tony Stark turned the model in midair. Then think, what does this look like? It's kind of like an atom. The nucleus should be here. Tony Stark looked at the center of the projection. Highlight the big globe. Tony Stark crossed his arms and thought. Take off the walkway and throw it all away. What do you want to achieve? I wanted to correct, not discover a new element. Place bushes, walkways, parking lots, entrances, exits. Throw it all away. With the removal of JRVS, the model is becoming clearer. Using the pavilion structure as a frame to form the proton and tail. JRVS constructed the model. Tony Stark waved his hand. Structures like stars appeared in midair. Sir, congratulations on discovering a new element. Tony Stark's eyes were full of surprise. Tony Stark thing. Of course Jason doesn't know. Even if you know it, he didn't have time to think about these things either. He is busy with his own business now. He wants to build the new technical equipment he has obtained. The electric whip in the hand of Ivan Vanko. It's a bit inappropriate to call it an electric whip. It actually belongs to a kind of plasma-cutting weapon. In a universal sense, plasma weapons are more commonly used to describe plasma jet weapons. It is more similar to a laser, but uses high-temperature plasma flow for lethality. Although plasma-cutting weapons are a type of plasma weapons, but the gap between the two is very big. It utilizes a high-temperature plasma arc. Molten material is produced within a few milliseconds, producing amazing cutting power. But the technical difficulty is very high. The biggest difficulty. That's how to create and control high-temperature plasmas. Ivan Vanko studies this aspect. Jason read the information carefully. Then he said to Skynet, "Skynet, have the items I ordered been delivered?" "Master, the special titanium alloy and Type 243 aviation special grade steel you need are already in place. The micron-sized graphene wires you ordered are already in place." "Very good, then we can start." Jason nodded with satisfaction. "Skynet, create a new serial number and name it Plasma Weapon. Are the created sequences still saved in your private server?" "That's right." Jason nodded, waiting in a laboratory for the Skynet control machinery to bring in the equipment he needs. "Master, how do you plan to control high-temperature plasma?" "Use electric current," Jason said succinctly. At the same time, I felt a little surprised. Why would Skynet ask such a question? Skynet's intelligence is very high, but generally he gets the information he needs more online. I don't interact with people most of the time. Now I have learned to ask questions proactively. Is this another evolution? Keep your questions deep in your heart. Jason continued. Plasma is also called plasma. It is a gaseous fluid substance formed by the collection of positive and negative ions produced by ionization after some electrons are deprived of atoms and atomic groups, because it is composed of positive and negative ions. So plasma can be affected by magnetism. At this stage, the best way for humans to control plasma is magnetic confinement. But Master, the magnetic restraint device shouldn't be used on weapons, right? Skynet asked. Jason's eyes flashed with appreciation. Skynet's power level has indeed improved. Everyone has learned to praise them. Then he explained patiently. That's right. The magnetic restraint device is very easy to use. But there are also huge amounts of disadvantages. That is, the device that generates the magnetic field is very large, and the magnetism is difficult to control. The magnetic field where you confine the plasma is very strong. It will react strongly with surrounding metals. Jason smiled and said, "This is also one of the reasons why plasma weapons are currently difficult to implement." Take his armor as an example. The magnetic field that binds the plasma reacts with the alloy on his armor, directly attached to his armor. It will be very embarrassing if the weapon cannot be pulled out when it is needed. And magnetic fields also have serious effects on electronic equipment. Carry huge amounts of magnetic fields with you. Can electronic devices on his body still work? By then, communication with Skynet will be a problem. Then how did you solve it? Skynet asked impatiently. Although Skynet knows many of his secrets, it cannot see the system. Therefore, it will only feel that these technologies were developed by Jason. Jason replied, "The solution is to use electric current. Plasma is originally a type of positive and negative ions. The essence of electric current is the free movement of free electrons. These charged particles also have their own properties. The charged particles will combine with various ions to form atoms. So electric current is attractive to plasmas. The graphene wire I ordered is used to conduct electric current. Most of the wires used by humans are made of copper. But actually, the most conductive metal is silver. Because of its high price, this type of wire is only used in a few places. For example, military products, high-level chips, etc. use silver wires. But artificially synthesized graphene, its electrical conductivity can reach dozens of times that of silver. This new material with excellent performance. Please give me flowers. It can only be made in a few laboratories. The price is also very high. At the same time, the conductivity is also very good, which can fully meet his requirements. So Jason chose this material directly. The electric current generated by graphene wires can produce discharge phenomena in the air. It can even be observed with the naked eye. It is capable of very good high-temperature plasma generation of phase combinations, thereby constraining the plasma and preventing it from escaping, thus achieving the purpose of weaponization. Jason explained to Skynet very patiently. Skynet is like a child who is thirsty for knowledge. Listen patiently to Jason's explanation. I understand that it is the mutual attraction process of positive and negative ions. Skynet spoke. But how is plasma generated? Jason said with a glint in his eyes. This involves the core of this plasma weapon. Inside the weapon, we will build a high-pressure plasma tube. The interior is filled with helium. Under high pressure, reaching thousands of volts at both ends. Helium ionizes very easily. Then a large amount of high-temperature plasma flow is generated. When the high-temperature plasma flow comes into contact with the air, the charges on it will cause secondary ionization of the air. In this way, even the consumption of helium is very small. It lasts a very long time. It can be said that plasma weapons are already a very perfect weapon. Jason said with a smile. The data has been recorded. The technology is really amazing. Skynet let out a rare sigh. Master, I still have a question. How is the weapon originally supposed to withstand the high temperatures of the plasma? When Jason heard this question, his eyes were full of smiles. This is also a technical point of plasma weapons. The temperature of the plasma is very high. The temperature in a nuclear reactor can even reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, which is several times higher than that of the sun and the heart. Normal metals are at this temperature. It will be vaporized directly. Then any weapons are useless. So how to make the weapon withstand this amazing high temperature? Without melting, it is a very complicated problem. More importantly, this heat cannot yet threaten the user. The difficulty of this is very high. The transfer of heat requires a process. According to the second law of thermodynamics, heat always conducts from high places to low places. This process, there are three main ways: radiation, conduction, convection. Radiative heat transfer is just like the conduction of heat from the sun to the earth. The energy is converted into various photons and passed on. Conduction is the transfer of heat through matter. Heat conducts after direct contact between objects. This is what happens when your skin touches something and feels a hot spot. Convection heat transfer is air heat transfer. Wind is the biggest side effect of convection. These three methods of heat conduction take time, like the conduction of heat from the sun to the earth. It takes just over 8 minutes. The heat transfer of plasma-cutting weapons also takes time. It's just that this time is very short. In order to explain 690 to Skynet, Jason spoke again. It takes time for high-temperature plasma to be transmitted to the metal on the weapon. Although it only lasts a few microseconds, it can be ignored at all. But after all, it takes time. It's this time difference that we take advantage of. Through these few microseconds, we perform two methods. One is heat isolation, and the other is heat dissipation. Jason paused. The method used on plasma weapons is similar to that used on nuclear reactors, except for cold fusion. When normal thermonuclear fusion undergoes a cataclysmic reaction, a lot of heat will be emitted. The temperature there is also very high, and it is said that it can vaporize various metals instantly. So why do such accidents rarely happen? The first is that the reaction time of high-temperature plasma is very short. The reaction is complete before there is any heat transfer. Heat conducts very slowly. On the other hand, that is, the high-temperature plasma is still a certain distance from the outer wall of the reactor, but does not make direct contact. The same goes for plasma weapons. First of all, under the constraints of electric current, high-temperature plasma is actually isolated from the weapon body. Secondly, there is also a very thin layer of polypropylene carbon fiber on the outside of the titanium alloy body. The thermal insulation is very good. In addition, titanium alloy originally conducts heat very well, able to dissipate most of the heat. So, close access to plasma weapons is very important. Jason said patiently, plasma cutting weapons, because part of the thermal imaging is actually external. There is very little internal heat. With a variety of measures and the special original material, it is possible to maintain its properties at high temperatures. Actually, the best insulation thing in the world is space. The thermal insulation coefficient is very high. Unfortunately, the size of the weapon is too small to create a vacuum environment in it. can only use insulation materials to barely isolate. Fortunately, the thermal insulation performance of nanopolypropylene carbon fiber is also very superior. Totally acceptable. It's just that compared to the traditional cold soldiers, plasma-cutting weapons definitely have a shorter service life. In the case of frequent fighting, it may take a year or two to get revenge. This price is completely acceptable to Jason. After Jason finished explaining, Skynet fell silent again. As if accepting this information, Jason's eyes flashed with relief. Skynet's intelligence has indeed begun to grow slowly. For an artificial intelligence, this is a very difficult thing. The wisdom of artificial intelligence and the wisdom of human beings are ultimately different. Or the world that artificial intelligence comes into contact with is different from ours. We humans touch the world. It depends on our vision, hearing, and touch. It can be processed by the brain into various acceptable information. But artificial intelligence only comes into contact with cold numbers. These numbers are composed of zeros and ones. For artificial intelligence, get information from these numbers, then improve your intelligence. It is a very difficult thing. That's why Jason felt particularly gratified. The technology provided by the system is indeed powerful. Ultron artificial intelligence does have huge amounts of potential. Both JRVS and Ultron, based on their basic core, can evolve into normal zones and still be a superhero. In his opinion, Skynet also has such potential. It can eventually develop into a high-level artificial intelligence similar to the supreme intelligence of the Kree people. Therefore, Jason did not hesitate to teach Skynet at all, whether it is humans or artificial intelligence, their growth process. In fact, it is a learning process. The more you know, the faster you grow. The more information you obtain, the more critical it is to the formation of personality. Skynet, except for these things, you should record more traditional literature. Trying to understand its content will help you grow. Jason coughed and said, even artificial intelligence. You also need to study. In the future, I might be able to do some reading comprehension and so on. Let me mention the comprehensive thinking ability. Master, I understand. I will pay more attention to this aspect. Skynet's voice sounded again. I don't know if it's Jason's illusion. I always feel that there's a little more emotion in Synthesis's voice. Shaked his head. Jason thought, it's best to have emotional fluctuations, which shows that Skynet's ability has continued to evolve. Okay, Skynet, let's start the assembly work. A theory is just a theory after all. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Jason spoke a few words. No matter how good it is in theory, as long as this thing can't be built, it's just talk on paper. And this is what makes the system so powerful. He not only has various theoretical techniques, various production techniques are also included. Even how a certain part is produced is clear. There's even various test data. This thing, as long as he is a person with normal IQ, you can always build this thing by following the system prompts. It's just that sometimes there's a possibility of failure. After all, this kind of high technology can reach the nanometer level at every turn. It's so easy to go wrong. Like nanoscale polypropylene insulation fibers. They are carbon nanotubes at the nanometer level. The manufacturing process of these carbon nanotubes is very complex. The C60 atoms need to be arranged in order. It is also necessary to maintain the atomic structure from collapse. This is a very difficult thing to do. There is electrostatic repulsion between atoms. It's like it's difficult to piece together broken items. This is the repulsive force between atoms at work. Want to form nanocarbon fiber tubes. Customers need to overcome this repulsion. Combine carbon atoms. Operations are all at the nanometer level. Very high precision is required. Even machines can fail. Therefore, it is very difficult to fully understand these technologies and be able to produce them. Jason's private factory. The degree of automation is very high. All kinds of machinery are controlled by Skynet himself, except for a few core parts. Except that it must be made in the laboratory, other parts can be made in the factory. After the upgraded production line, the entire weapon process can be produced in the factory. One can be produced in a few hours. This is the charm of industrialization. It only takes a few days to arm an army. When the time comes, he will directly set this thing as the standard equipment of the steel armor, then load it with powerful enough modern vitality equipment. It can definitely recreate the torrent of steel that Lao Maozi used to have. It's time for the New York War. He directly chased the Kurita Star's lair and beat them. Ivan Vanko can convert cold fusion equipment into small nuclear weapons. There is nothing he can't do. At that time, even Thanos is sitting at the door of the cosmic passage. He rushed forward with hundreds of self-destructing steel armors, and Thanos also wanted to numb his claws. He laughed twice obscenely. Jason looked at the plasma-cutting weapon in front of him. 26. This is a Tang straight knife, about 1 meter long. Lu Jian of the Tang dynasty records that there are 4 types of swords, and there are many ritual barriers. Fixed knives are one of the prettiest. Mo Dao is the most powerful among them. The traditional Tachi of Fuso Kingdom was also influenced by the straight sword of the Tang dynasty, but more of it was inherited from the southern and northern dynasties. The knife in Jason's hand is completely the most traditional fixed knife style. The slender blade is made of high-strength titanium alloy, which is stronger than high-strength carbon steel, and both heat dissipation and toughness are better. Even without plasma equipment, it was a magical weapon in ancient times. There are 2 slender blood grooves on both sides of the blade. In fact, there is a channel for plasma. To start it, the high-temperature plasma will wrap the entire blade from the blood tank. Although this style of knife has long been eliminated by the ancient military, because it is not easy to use when dealing with nomads. But for Jason, it had no impact at all. Just be handsome, and that's it. He danced 2 sword flowers casually and flicked them twice. Jason activated the weapon. A buzzer sounded. A light blue electric light covered the entire blade. Make this knife more handsome. In fact, this blue light is not electric current. It's high-temperature plasma, because part of the air is ionized. So it's this light blue color. Skynet, bring up the experimental weapons. Jason spoke. A suggested robot produced 3 half-meter-high pieces of metal right in front of him. One piece is high-strength carbon steel. The other piece is high-hardness tungsten steel, which is often used as a drill bit to drill through high-hardness rocks. Another piece is zirconium trioxide, a compound harder than diamond. Jason was the first to start experimenting with carbon steel. Cut it down with one knife. The metal was split in half by him like melted butter. Jason didn't even feel any lag. This can be called the real cutting of iron into clay. Jason took the knife and looked at it, wanting to touch it, but even after retracting his hand. Otherwise, he might become the first man in history to be crippled by his own sword. Although you can't touch it. But this sword is definitely a magic weapon. In ancient times, it was an artifact. Gouda's smelting technology is very underdeveloped. Because the temperature is not enough, the result is very cold. It may be a magical weapon in ancient legends. Not as sharp as the vegetables you buy at the market. But this is normal. Thousands of years of technological development. If the weapons of modern people are not as good as those of ancient people, then all modern people should die. Jason is not like those businessmen who will brag about anything to sell knives. He has absolute confidence in his weapons. Get these things out of your mind. Jason started experimenting again. Jason tries to chop tungsten steel again. There is a slight lag, and then it is cut directly. Jason nodded. Tungsten metal is the metal with the highest melting point in the world. It requires a temperature of more than 3,000 degrees Celsius to melt. Tungsten steel, an alloy steel, has higher hardness. But there was still nothing that could stop his long sword. But think about it. Ivan Vanko and Tony Stark fight. The surface of his armor was destroyed. If it weren't for the armor's original thermal insulation performance, it would be a very powerful weapon. In addition, Ivan Vanko's technology is not good enough. Tony Stark's ashes are now being raised. Jason's plasma-cutting weapon is now stronger. One knife could cut Tony Stark's armor in half. The overall performance of titanium alloy is more superior than that of tungsten steel. But in terms of hardness, tungsten steel can outperform titanium alloys. After thinking for a while, Jason raised the knife again, targeted the last material. It is said to be the strongest material that humans can synthesize zirconium trioxide. The hardness is several times that of diamond. Jason definitely knew this was bragging. Many laboratories have materials that are stronger than this thing, but it only needs to be harder than tungsten steel. Jace took a breath and slashed with his sword. The metal made a soft, squeaking sound and then broke. Jason nodded with satisfaction. I don't know if the materials of vibranium and adamantium can resist my knife. When the materials for Wakanda arrive, I will definitely give a try. Jason muttered. There are two kinds of unreasonable materials in this universe. One is vibranium from the universe in Wakanda, and the other is a bald eagle scientist due to an accident. Researched adamantium. Captain America's shield uses the original adamantium. It is an alloy formed by adding vibranium and unknown elements to steel. Possessing extremely high strength, enough raw adamantium could even survive a nuclear explosion. The inside of Wolverine's body is true adamantium. Unlike the original adamantium, this material is a super metal developed by military scientists. There is no vibranium added to it. The cost is very high and the performance is very strong. Almost as strong as Captain America's shield. The hardness and penetration can be exceeded. Theoretically, it can penetrate any metal on the Earth. Jason didn't know if his combat power could cut through these three materials. Master, according to the information I found, adamantium should not be able to withstand such an attack. Skynet's voice rang at the right time. According to the top-secret information I found in the military, the melting point of adamantium is around 4,000 degrees Celsius. You can't just calculate it based on the melting point. No data found for vibranium. Any speculation without samples is imprecise. Whether these alloys can withstand plasma weapons is still unknown. Jason spoke. The vibranium has not been delivered yet. Adamantium is a top-secret material for the military. Even Skynet couldn't find its formula. It was always in the paper database. Jason couldn't find the sample either. So I can't experiment for the time being, which is a pity. Jason is very satisfied with the weapons he made, although I don't know if it can reach the level of top metal in the Marvel Universe. But ordinary people certainly can't stop it. But you will know when you meet Captain America. Skynet, equip all the armors with melee weapons. Load various cold weapon templates and establish combat data models. Experiment to find a most suitable weapon first. Then proceed with installation. Jason made plans for Skynet. After installing these weapons, the steel armor has no shortcomings. It can engage in both melee and long-range attacks. Perfect. Just when Jason was proud of his masterpiece, Bruce Wayne walked into the laboratory with a solemn expression. Something happened to Jason. Bruce Wayne looked depressed. It seemed like something extraordinary had happened. Jason was confused. What happened? Well, someone has escaped from Arkham Asylum. Bruce Wayne let out a long sigh. What? Someone from Arkham escaped from prison again? Jason looked at Bruce Wayne with surprise. Although Arkham is full of various captured supercriminals, but breaking out of prison every 3 days is really too much. There seems to be no security measures here. It's my fault, too, for not being able to complete the transformation of Arkham last time. Jason slapped his head and said with some annoyance. He was due to something last time. There was no time to modify it. As time passed, he also forgot about this matter. Now Bruce Wayne says so. He just reacted. By the way, who escaped from prison? Harley Quinn and a few common criminals. Bruce Wayne covered his forehead with a headache. Harley Quinn? How did she escape? Jason asked with surprise on his face. Jason can understand if some super ability criminals escape from prison. After all, the guards are ordinary people, and they're a little weak when facing people with super abilities. He can understand people like Joker, a master of psychology. He could confuse people just by opening his mouth. But what about Harley Quinn? Not to mention Jason, even Bruce Wayne could give her a concussion with one hand. This can be used to jailbreak, something Jason never imagined. Well, the guards at Arkham are all men, you know what I mean. Bruce Wayne is a bit unspeakable. Jason understood immediately. The next ugly girl, Harley Quinn, is a bit crazy, but it still looks very good looking. And because of regular exercise, my figure is very good-looking. A nurse who works at Arkham Asylum all year round. The upper brain of the sperm is also normal. Okay, I'll go and help you renovate it right away. Actually, I'm looking for you for another matter. Bruce Wayne said. What's the matter? Jason asked with some confusion. Harley Quinn seems to have heard about Joker. It seems like they're going to take revenge on us. Bruce Wayne sighed again. Jason also sighed. Harley Quinn is not a problem. The combat effectiveness is not high either. Jason stood there and let her hit him, but she might not be able to deal with him. But there are many ordinary people in Wayne Group. These people are no match for Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn likes to use a baseball bat, though. But that doesn't mean she isn't proficient in thermal weapons. Joker, this crazy person, taught this crazy woman a lot. This is not a good thing for Wayne Group employees. Jason is not like that either. People who let others suffer for themselves. Okay, I'll take care of this. Okay, Jason, it's all up to you. Bruce Wayne patted Jason on the shoulder and left happily. Jason looked at Bruce Wayne's back. Very helpless. Batman will also cheat his son. This aloof persona can no longer be maintained. Well, Jason let out a long sigh. Since he inherited the wealth of the entire Wayne family, he also has to bear some responsibilities. Skynet on the trail of Harley Quinn. No specific trace could be traced. Skynet gives a map. Above is Harley Quinn's movement trajectory after his escape. But after entering the ghetto, Skynet has completely lost track of Harley Quinn. Jason also touched his forehead. The ghetto has always been a big problem in Gotham. Underneath the upper echelons of Gotham City, the old town of this era, it has become a hotbed of evil in Gotham City. Bruce Wayne has wanted to transform Old Town several times, but they were all rejected by the current director. This slum has also become the darkest place in Gotham City. In a place like this, you can't expect anything like a camera. Wayne Group did install it too. Just the next day, all these things were taken away by those people and sold for money. Over time, Wayne Group gave up on the idea. Now he's having a lot of trouble finding someone. Try to track down any information you can. Jason spoke. After a while, Skynet said, Anomaly found. Several of Joker's capital accounts have changed, and there are large self-movements. According to our investigation, this is a private account in Bellerive Prison used to conduct some gray transactions. What is this place? Jason frowned and said, This is a mental hospital and prison secretly established by the military. There are some criminals and mutants in there. Skynet's voice sounded again. Jason also saw information about this prison. All in all, this is a secret prison, used to imprison some valuable criminals. To put it bluntly, they are people with super ability. The Society of Bald Eagle is not a fair society. The prisoners here, if they were in a place like, that would definitely be the outcome of being shot. But in Bald Eagles, because they have value, they become the target of competition. As for the dead, they're all dead anyway. Who will care? It is said here that Mo Wong Hao is a prison, but in fact it is a large domestication center. The more honest among them can obtain the status of a non-staff member of the military. Come out and do work for the military. He who is dishonest will not waste. Ordinary people can experiment with potions, and mutants are even better experimental materials. Human life is a commodity here, and it is incredibly cheap. Harley Quinn served time here, but Joker rescued her from it. It's also very normal to get to know the people inside. Who did Harley Quinn contact? Jason asked. Harley Quinn is probably the only person who can still use Joker's funds after his death. Even what she can use is only part of Joker's funds. One can imagine what a selfish person Tion is. By killing him, Jason is really doing something good for the people. Deadshot and Killer Croc. Skynet's voice sounded in the narration. Interesting. A smile appeared on Jason's lips. Bald Eagle is a capitalist country. Here, as long as you have money, you can do anything. Even being president is not impossible. It couldn't be easier to buy 2 people out of prison. Only $5 million. The military personnel released the 2 men without any hesitation. To them, this is simply a worthless business. You can make so much money by selling yourself. Is there anything easier than this in the world? Not to mention, maybe we can catch these people and sell them again. Therefore, Deadshot Floyd Lawton Jr. and Killer Croc Waylon Jones were released. Two criminals just released from prison. Penniless. At this time, an inmate from the former prison sent a message. There's a multi-million-dollar order. How many people can withstand this temptation? Not to mention, Deadshot is a mercenary and Killer Croc is a criminal. There is no hesitation. Apparently, they had accepted Harry Quinn's offer. And this was already 3 days ago. Jason slapped his forehead helplessly. Bruce Wayne still needs to save face. Maybe every father is like this. On the one hand, it is gratifying to see that his son is better than himself. On the other hand, when I saw my son surpassing me by 220, I felt a little uncomfortable. Bruce Wayne clearly wants to solve the problem himself first. Unexpectedly, the game was broken. Batman is not good at finding traces of other people, although he has a lot of spies in Gotham City. But when these 3 guys went into the slums, no one could find them. Coupled with Gotham City's developed sewer system, as long as you can stand the smell, it's a very good hiding place. But Jason would never go to that kind of place. The sewer leads directly to the toilet. Everyone knows what is inside. So those superheroes are really hardworking and really heroes. Think little Spider-Man. After strengthening the 6 senses, the sense of smell becomes very sensitive. But in order to track Dr. Lizard, I went to the sewer and spent 7 times in and 7 out. This is the true warrior. Jason felt like he couldn't keep up with him even if he tried to flatter him. Anyway, as soon as he mentioned the sewer, he suddenly thought of a way. Skynet, are you there? Master, what are your orders? How many more drones do we have? Jason asked. We have about 100,000 general-purpose drones in our warehouse. Well, okay, load them all with life recognition modules and find these people for me. Jason said viciously. This is the benefit of having deep pockets. 100,000 drones only cost more than $10 million US. To him, it's just water. Both he and Bruce Wayne use this thing as a consumable. This is a universal drone designed by Wayne Group. Dozens of different technology modules can be loaded, then use it with different tactics. Jason could have sent them out to find these 3 hiding guys. This is naturally impossible for ordinary people. 100,000 drones cannot be controlled at all. For Skynet, it is a piece of cake. Its young master, the drone has started loading modules, can get out of the nest in a few minutes. And remember, be careful and keep in a hidden place. Don't be beaten down and sold by those people again. Jason patted his head and said, the biggest loss from using drones in Gotham City is not the various criminal elements. It's all kinds of gangsters and the poor people at the bottom of the slums. These people are really crazy. Add to that the proliferation of guns. Wayne Group drones are often shot down and sold for money. Wayne Group's technology is nothing to him. For other ordinary people, it is already an incredible high technology. These people see drones the same way they see moving dollar bills. Jason has suffered losses several times. He could only remind Skynet to pay more attention. Let Skynet control the drone. Jason spoke again. Skynet, build a digital model of Arkham Asylum, Jeff. The biggest benefit of artificial intelligence is that it can multitask. As long as the computing power is sufficient, artificial duplication can be unlimited. Therefore, it is very easy for Skynet to build a digital model. Give me a working projection interface. Jason said. Jason looked at the projection interface in front of him and began to operate it slowly. Arkham Asylum is a century-old building, although it has been transformed, but the facilities are still very backward. It looks like the dark and crazy mental hospital in the movie. In addition, the people here are all serious criminals, and it has the function of half a prison. The room is similar to a small single room in Shawshank Redemption. It's just that the blockade is tighter, old, and outdated equipment. The environment is naturally very poor. Think of it as a research center for abnormal humans. Jason looked at it and held his forehead. This renovation project is quite large. All the doors here have been replaced with electronic doors. Extremely dangerous criminals, using mechanical and electronic hybrid blockade methods. Establishing an intelligent monitoring system inside the prison. Establish electronic blockade measures, mechanical blockade measures. All security personnel have been replaced and retrained. Establish a strict shift system and do not overlap with each other. Strictly monitor the mental state of security personnel. Soon, Jason put forward nearly 100 suggestions for renovation. Most of it is the transformation of internal system, personnel, and environment. In secret, he even added a weapon system, although there are no lethal weapons. But those who want to escape from prison must enjoy an anesthesia package. Robot guards have also been added inside to prevent these guards from being invaded. Jason also uses a very original method of operation. Wired remote control has no external interface at all, and there is no possibility of hacking. Various portals are also dual structures of mechanical and intelligent systems. It must be unlocked by both aspects at the same time. Even if a super criminal breaks through Skynet's protection, it is impossible to break into prison. He also replaced the prison's outer wall with a multi-story structure. High-hardness alloy added to reinforced concrete. Extra heat insulation layer, good heat dissipation. Even fake ionization protection. Even if those mutants who can walk through walls come, they can only return without success. Fundamentally eliminate the possibility of prison robbery. Okay, let's do this for now, and I'll add more when I think of it. Would you like to add more? Skynet's voice has some hesitation. There's even some pity for these criminals. Is this kind of prison enough for Hulk? There is no escape from this. Hulk can't handle the high-concentration spinal paralysis drug developed by Jason, right? For the first time, Tian Wong felt that his young master was a bit crazy. Build this thing? Who do you want in prison? Jason didn't think there was anything wrong with his operation, although in his opinion, it's best to kill all the super criminals, so as not to come out and harm others. But now that Bruce Wayne has said it, he can only grant this cheap man one wish. After all, Bruce Wayne is still very good to him. It will be good for him to make the prison more sturdy. Okay, let's start the preliminary construction according to this design plan. Arkham Asylum could be repurposed in parts. I don't believe the defense has reached this point. There are still people who are able to get out. Okay, Master, Tian Wong said with a strong heart to suppress the fluctuations in his heart. And Master, the 3 people you asked me to find already have clues. According to drone detection, they are in a certain house in the slums. The Wayne Group is planning an attack. I heard Skynet say that. Jason slapped his forehead in frustration. Well, he killed Joker. I don't know how the news was leaked. Now these plague villains are trying to cause trouble for him. It made it impossible for him to study technology properly. It's just too much. I was sulking for a while. Jason was quite helpless. Catch these 3 guys. I want to see how these 3 people are put out. Dare to deal with our Wayne Group. Jason was also angry inside. Such 3 chickens. Batman can beat them all. I don't know where these guys got the courage. This may be the legendary fearlessness of those who don't know. And capture these guys. Jason didn't even bother to take action himself. Just lining up a few battle armors is enough. After all, a suit is equivalent to a member of the Avengers. He has a team of Avengers with him. It's a young master. A pursuit team has been sent out. One more thing, the personal secretary you needed to find some time ago has been selected. Now you need to pick one yourself. Wayne was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then quickly reacted. There's such a thing as the heir to Wayne Group. He doesn't just have that much money. There are also all kinds of troubles, although not as egregious as Tony Stark. Every move can cause a carnival in the news section, but the news is still very curious about him, especially some journalists, often running to the front of the Wayne family's estate to block the door. It troubled him very much. In addition, he will be invited to various parties and gatherings. So Bruce Wayne suggested he get a personal secretary. As for the loyal old butler Alfred, I only loaned him out for a period of time. Bruce Wayne himself has more to deal with than Jason. So, some time ago, he asked Skynet to help him recruit a secretary online. There should be results now. Okay, let me see who is there. Jason quickly flipped through the operational projector interface. Have to say, although Skynet is an artificial intelligence, its aesthetics are still very good. The ones selected are all beauties. Regardless of his temperament or appearance, Jason looks like a junior high school student. Educational qualifications and work experience are even more blinding. What about Wharton Business School, MIT graduate, Cambridge PhD student, working for many Fortune 500 companies? No matter which one of these. In his previous life, he could only look up. Now he is choosing one by one like a beauty pageant. Have to say, the world is truly wonderful. Looking through these resumes, Jason's eyes suddenly froze. Maria Hill graduated from Wharton Business School, proficient in French, Spanish, Japanese, Russian, Huxia. Seeing this information, Jason's mouth twitched. How come this woman's information appears here? Skynet, what's going on? Master, this SHIELD agent submitted his resume a few weeks ago. Because I'm just a life secretary, I don't have the ability to leak information. I didn't filter it out. Seeing this, he rubbed his forehead. What Skynet said does make sense. But when this woman comes, she will definitely not be honest. A high-level agent is not that simple. Black Widow's status in SHIELD is indeed higher than that of Maria Hill, but in terms of a degree of confidence. But she's not as good as Maria Hill agent. This is the true henchman of Nick Fury. He even served as the acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Such a woman. How could it be a simple item? No need to ask. Such a troublesome person should be his secretary. Please give me flowers. It must have been old guy Nick Fury's idea. Looks like the old guy is going to rope him into Avengers. Indeed, he seems more suitable than Tony Stark. The Wayne family has a long history, except for a few oddities in family history. Most of the Wayne family are good people, like Bruce Wayne's parents. In order to transform Gotham City's environment, most of the Wayne family's wealth was even used for Gotham City's infrastructure. Bruce Wayne has always been Batman, punishing evil and promoting good. It's because Wayne's family is in Gotham City, so there are very few SHIELD people in Gotham City. Plus, over the years, the money that the Wayne family supports S.H.I.E.L.D. all falls into the hands of Nick Fury himself. The Wayne family still has a very high reputation with him. Compared to the unreliable Tony Stark, he is naturally more optimistic about Jason Wayne, who comes from the Wayne family. But Jason doesn't want to be an Avenger at all. The Avengers are busy saving the world every day. Encountered countless dangers. Jason can accept this. He was not a peaceful person to begin with and liked taking risks. Besides, by doing these things, he can also be exposed to more plot tasks. Get a lot of fresh technology. But being an Avenger is so tiring. Busy with various things every day. Sometimes you have to be kidnapped by morality. It's like there are some trolls on the internet. The Avengers couldn't do anything about it. Jason would have directly located his position and hit him with a big-eared melon seed. How great would it be to be free to do whatever you want? Why do you have to suffer with the Avengers? And what if the Avengers end up having internal strife? Who is he helping in a fight? Logically, he should help Tony. But Captain America's concept of fighting against the street is more in line with him. He doesn't like these idiot politicians either. So joining the Avengers is out of the question. But becoming a consultant shouldn't be a problem. Tony Stark could only be a consultant because of his personality problems at first. Why can't he? After thinking for a while, Jason looked at the photo of Maria Hill and fell into deep thought. That's it, Tian Wong. Let her come for an interview tomorrow. Skynet's work efficiency has always been very high. As a competent artificial intelligence, he did everything Jason asked him to do very well, such as arranging interviews. The next day, Maria Hill had already appeared in the reception room of Wayne Manor. Not like Bruce Wayne. After all, he is just the successor of Wayne Group, not the leader. Many shareholders of Wayne Group actually don't give him much face. Jason is also very disgusted with these guys who only know how to fight among themselves. Therefore, he rarely goes to Wayne Group. Naturally, it would be more comfortable to have the interview in Wayne Manor. After breakfast, Jason walked into the reception room calmly, met Maria Hill with a dead man face. Not that this woman was targeting Jason, but he seems to be like this when facing anyone. Even 993 Nick Fury. Maria Hill didn't smile much either. Even less so when facing Jason. This made Jason a little envious of Tony Stark. Black Widow is so great. She is so eye-catching, can smile, and has a good figure. The spinster in front of Kobe is much better. How much lack of love does it take to look like a mother all day long? I complained about Maria Hill in my heart. Jason then spoke. Miss Maria? Yes. Hill agent had a serious look on his face, which made Jason feel as if he was about to do something big. Okay, relax. Don't be so serious. Jason yawned. Coffee or tea? Coffee, thank you. Ms. Maria Hill has no interviewer consciousness at all. Jason didn't care much either. Pour her a cup of coffee directly. Make myself a cup of tea. Take a sip. Jason just asked. Miss Maria, I don't know why you came to apply for my secretary. High salary. Maria Hill cherishes words like gold. He said these 3 words directly. This made Jason almost spit out the tea in his mouth. Looking at Maria Hill with a strange expression, he was doubtful. With the character of Maria Hill, can she do this position well? After all, his secretary is a role that requires a lot of skill. How did he feel about letting Maria Hill be his personal secretary? Will it offend everyone? Maria Hill didn't care about Jason's face at all. In fact, if it weren't for Nick Fury's request, she didn't even want to come on this mission. Be a secretary to a teenager. We also need to assess her psychological condition and make her feel like a nanny. Although this child is taller, stronger, and more handsome. That was also a teenager. She now wants to serve that playboy Tony Stark. I don't want to stay here either. Naughty children are the most annoying. Jason didn't even know he was being disliked for no apparent reason. Not knowing much about Maria Hill, he thought this was a normal situation. After all, Maria Hill behaves like an iceberg beauty no matter where she is. But look at her like this. It doesn't seem like he's easy to communicate with either. Jason is straightforward and doesn't pretend. Just say it directly. What? Miss Maria, isn't Sechild's salary as high as what I offer? Don't deny it so quickly. Jason stopped Maria Hill, who was about to speak. When I say this, I am certainly confident, although Miss Maria's identity is very cleverly disguised. But it is not impossible to investigate. Some of the fabricated data are unreliable. Jason smiled and said to Maria Hill, Maria Hill, the agent, goes out in the field very rarely. Most are led by Nick Fury as the lead on large projects. Not as good as Black Widow in some places. For example, Black Widow's fake identity information is shown. She once worked as a lingerie model in Tokyo, and Black Widow did exactly that. Maria Hill is different. Many things are fake. Most people may not be able to find out. But what Skynet faces is full of loopholes. Mr. Jason, you misunderstood. What organization is SHIELD? I'm just an ordinary person. Maria Hill said very calmly. The psychological quality is very high. Miss Maria, our Wayne family is an ally of S.H.I.E.L.D., and it's not difficult for me to investigate something, so your excuse is very ridiculous. Miss Maria Hill, Level 9 agent. Jason stared straight at Maria. The expression on his face was very oppressive. Maria Hill looked at Jason's expression. Just know that her identity may have been leaked. Although she knew where the problem was, she needed to solve the problem now. The Wayne family has always been an ally of S.H.I.E.L.D. It would be bad if Jason misunderstood him. So Maria Hill said with a serious face, now that you've discovered it, I won't hide it. Actually, you're in great danger now. We, SHIELD, have discovered that someone wants to harm you. So I was sent to protect you secretly. Maria Hill looked sincere. If Jason didn't know so much, he might really believe it. Good guy. Worthy of being a Level 9 agent. This ability to tell lies with open eyes is indeed worthy of her level. Since Maria Hill likes acting, Jason is also very cooperative. There was a hint of arrogance on his face. When did I need a woman to protect me? Besides, none of us at Wayne Group have received the news. How do you SHIELD know? As far as I know, your SHIELD doesn't seem to have much power in Gotham. I think you, S.H.I.E.L.D., are interested in the wealth of our Wayne family, right? Jason crossed his arms and sneered. Maria Hill saw Jason's face. I cursed inwardly. Bad boy. If you weren't on a mission, I would have given you a beating today. Although Maria Hill thought so in her heart, she didn't dare to actually do it. Only zero point 0.8 could squeeze out a smile on his face. Jason, you misunderstood. Our SHIELD and the Wayne family have always been friendly. Besides, the Wayne family supports us very much every year. How can we have any thoughts about the Wayne family? We really got the news that someone is trying to do you harm. It's a terrorist organization called the World Gang from the oil country. Hearing this, Jason was a little surprised. He now believes that someone will cause trouble for him. 10 Rings and him are old enemies. He destroyed a stronghold and killed a leader. I also got a lot of benefits from there. However, he couldn't say that on his face. You said there's one? What kind of organization is 10 Rings? Perhaps you SHIELD made it up to deceive people. I want to see Nick Fury. Jason Wayne, just talk to me about whatever you want. No need to ask for director Nick Fury. Maria Hill said with some gritted teeth. If Jason really asked Nick Fury to come here, didn't her mission fail? That woman, Natasha Romanoff, can maintain such a high mission success rate. How could she lose to her? You cannot. Jason glanced at Maria Hill with contempt. It's not that he thinks Maria Hill's ability is not good. Quite the opposite. Maria Hill's ability is definitely among the best among humans. She is a level 9 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., whether it's fighting ability or mind. They all stand at the top of mankind. Jason had no reason to look down on people who became strong through hard work that he disdained. The reason why he said that? Totally because of Nick Fury. Nick Fury, this old guy, is so ruthless. He doesn't trust anyone. In his eyes, anyone can pose a threat to the earth. Because 26, he is like Zhuge Liang who died from exhaustion during the Three Kingdoms period. Everything is done personally. I can't bear to delegate power at all. There are many secrets that only he knows. His men were kept in the dark. Only when doing tasks, he might reveal something. Although Maria Hill is his absolute confidant. But I still don't know much. Jason thinks there's really no point in talking to her. She couldn't decide whether to be an Avenger or not. Although Jason doesn't want to be an Avenger. But I really want the privileges given by S.H.I.E.L.D. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to have S*X for free. Prostitution makes me happy. Yelling in his mind, Jason had an inexplicable smile on his face. Maria Hill looked a little confused. Mr. Jason, do you really want to see our director? Definitely. Jason replied without saying a word. All right. There was no room for rejection in Jason's tone. Maria Hill reluctantly sighed. Director Nick Fury is waiting for you at the nearby cafe. Maria Hill said. This time, it was Jason's turn to be a little surprised. Nick Fury actually came in person? Really interesting. It seems that director Nick Fury still attaches great importance to me. I will go and see for myself. Jason thought for a while and decided to meet Nick Fury, the old fox, under the leadership of Maria Hill. Soon he saw the Cyclops. At the moment, this guy was drinking coffee with Yuya leisurely. I saw Maria Hill walking in. There was no surprise in Nick Fury's one eye. Ah, Hill, go down and I'll talk to Mr. Jason personally. Yes, director Nick Fury. Maria Hill glanced at the two people, quietly withdrew. Sit. Nick Fury said to Jason like a master. Jason looked at Nick Fury, a little confused. Take a sip of coffee. Nick Fury finally spoke. Should I call you Prophet or Jason Wayne now? Hearing what Nick Fury said, Jason was suddenly shocked. But he soon calmed down. Director Nick Fury, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Huh? Jason, let me teach you something. There is no airtight wall in the world. Since you did it, you will be discovered. Nick Fury stared at Jason with one eye. Jason saw Nick Fury's determined look. He frowned. How did you know? Jason, you are not the only super able person in this world. Nick Fury said earnestly. Hearing this, Kung's son slapped his head. My heart is filled with annoyance. He forgot one thing. This was not his previous world. This is a comprehensive world of the Marvel world and the DC world. Here, there are countless people with special abilities. Many people have incredible special abilities. Whether it is predicting the future, divination, or even going back in time, it is possible. He is still careless. But Jason wasn't terribly panicked. It's no big deal that Nick Fury knows his identity. He hid his identity simply to avoid trouble. Unless Nick Fury is crazy, before he shows anti-human nature. There is no way he could use the power of SHIELD against him. At most, I was a little wary of him. But then again, who is Nick Fury defenseless against? Okay, Director Nick Fury, now that you know everything, I won't hide it. What do you want? Jason said very bachelorly. No, it's not what I want, it's what you want. Nick Fury asked, staring at him with one eye. I just want to live. Jason said with a bitter tone. Why has he been working so hard on advanced research? It's been nearly a year since he traveled through time. He didn't go to parties or have fun, and he didn't even look for girls. Instead, I spent all day in the laboratory. What is it for? Just to survive. He wants to make sure that he can survive in the future war. If Thanos got all the infinite gems, hit it with a snap of your fingers. What if he is the missing half? He didn't want to put his life or death on luck. He needs to be strong enough to stand up to Thanos. Nick Fury looked at the expression on Jason's face. His face looked ugly. The future you see is so bad. 223, seeing Nick Fury's appearance, Jason snorted coldly. It's just going to be worse than you think. Maybe half the people on the planet will die. What? Nick Fury is a bit out of his element. As an old fox, Nick Fury is definitely a cunning guy. It is the most basic thing to calm down your anger and not show in form. Add a layer of black protective color on his face. Very few people can figure him out. This time, he shouted out in shock. One can imagine how shocked he was at the moment. This is impossible. After Nick Fury was shocked, he quickly calmed down. Nothing is impossible. You should have seen the power of the Tesseract. Why do you think this is impossible? And maybe you will have a record of what will happen in the future. Jason had a sneer on his face. If Nick Fury didn't let people study the power of the Tesseract, everything might come later. Definitely, as long as the Ancient One, the Asgardian, and Odin, the Old Man, die, Thanos will definitely invade Earth. But the decision was not so quick. No more Tesseracts. Want to reach the Earth from it. It will take at least several hundred jumps. This takes more time. It is not certain that human power will be stronger at that time. There is nothing wrong with Nick Fury taking the blame. The atmosphere between the two people fell into silence for a moment. Two people with their own thoughts face each other. Nor spoke, until the coffee in front of the two of them was cold. Nick Fury asked with a gloomy expression, "What do you mean?" Seeing Nick Fury ask, the corners of Jason's mouth raised slightly. He took control of the conversation again. Already in the beginning, Nick Fury is taking control of the situation intentionally or unintentionally. Whether he claims to be the master or suddenly reveals his identity, he wants to disrupt Jason's mentality. Good control of the rhythm. However, what he didn't expect was that Jason knew much more than he thought. For example, the Tesseract Project. Not many people in SHIELD know about it. He studies this in a subterranean building that cost nearly $10 billion to build. Relevant scientists. After entering the project, I never went out again. There is no possibility of leaking secrets. Nick Fury feels that even Hydra in SHIELD cannot possibly know this. But Jason just knew it. Nick Fury can only attribute this to Jason's precognitive ability. It is precisely because of this. Jason's words became very credible. That's why he asked that question. That's what it means literally. Although you have good intentions, you don't know how to use it. Natural will bring disaster. Jason shook his head. The ordinary man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying the jade. If only the Tesseract were in the hands of the Ancient One and Odin. No one is interested in infinite gems. Like Odin, he doesn't even bother to use the power of infinite gems. He even gave the reality gem, a cosmic treasure, directly to the collector. There is absolutely no intention of owning it. The same goes for the time gem in Ancient One's hand. She has mastered gems for hundreds of years, but no one has ever coveted the gem in her hand. Only Nick Fury was working on the Tesseract. Only then did he catch Thanos' attention. Nick Fury has no power to protect the gems, nor any ability to block other prying eyes. It is completely normal to be targeted by others. Nick Fury had a gloomy expression on his face when he heard Jason's words. Jason spoke again. You should know that we are not the only civilization in the universe. The reason why our civilization can still exist peacefully It's because there are people you don't know who are protecting us. Like you said to Tony Stark, he is not the only superhero in the world, and you are not the only protector in the world. But what you do and say has attracted the attention of the entire universe to the Earth. Director Nick Fury, do you think what you did was right or wrong? Jason said, while staring at Nick Fury. Nick Fury was silent. I'm just trying to protect humanity. Nick Fury said, he really just wants to protect humans. No matter what, Nick Fury has a good heart. And everything he does is to protect mankind. It was not his fault that he studied Tesseract. It was just limited by his vision. This is the only way he can choose. However, it cannot be said that he is completely correct. At least he doesn't trust anyone. This is also one of the root causes, such as the Insight Project. I want to eradicate my confusion through monitoring, without fundamentally solving the problem. It was originally a way to take shortcuts. This thing is inherently wrong. Human nature is complex. To evaluate a person, one must look at it dialectically. Nick Fury is a very complicated person. Jason doesn't expect to change Nick Fury's mind either. He said it just to remind Nick Fury, just to avoid something from happening. Director Nick Fury, the wheel of fortune has begun to turn. All we can do is to enhance our strength in this world of great change. Protect your own race when the time comes. Jason said directly. Nick Fury gave him a deep look. It seems you know a lot more than I thought. Yes, I know a lot of things. It's the same for everyone. Doesn't Director Duan originally have a lot of secrets? I know you know a great guy. If possible, call her back early and the situation will be much better. Jason said directly. Captain Fantastic is the most awesome. The combat power is comparable to that of Thor, who possesses Stormbreaker. Physical combat ability can fight Thanos. He is also a fierce man who can physically destroy starships and challenge the Kree fleet. If she comes back early, where would so many people die? Don't tell me. This woman also has many new technologies. Captain Fantastic still needs to come back soon. When Nick Fury heard this, he took a deep look at Jason again, even a little vigilant. Jason saw this look and smiled disdainfully. Nick Fury, you and Tony Stark are actually the same type of people. They're all the kind of people who are extremely proud in their hearts, but they feel a little inferior in their hearts. Having witnessed so many things, you don't trust others at all. I just feel like I'm the savior. Always suspect that others will harm this society. This is actually a sign of lack of confidence. Jason glanced at Nick Fury. If it were him, it's definitely not like Nick Fury. If anyone wants to cause trouble for him, he just beat the shit out of this guy. Still causing trouble. Nick Fury was secretly preparing various means. He doesn't even trust his own possession. Simply a hermaphrodite. Hear Jason say that. Nick Fury glanced at him again. You have mastered extraordinary power and don't understand the fears of ordinary people at all. Tony Stark and I are just normal people. We neither have Superman's power like Hawku, nor do we have the ability to predict things like you. We are all facing the unknown. Rather than trying to save something after a tragedy occurs, it's better to prepare in advance. Jason was a little surprised to hear Nick Fury's words. He hadn't thought about Nick Fury's thoughts. Come to think of it, he and Tony Stark are ordinary people after all. Ordinary people are inherently afraid of people with super abilities. Nick Fury thinks so, and he can understand it, as long as their goals are inhibited. I didn't consider this aspect, but I still don't agree with some of your ideas. But I won't interfere with your behavior. I will only tell you the information you need. You can judge the rest for yourself. In the Avengers, I won't be involved. I can at most help you, but my fees are very expensive. Jason looked at Nick Fury, all smiles on his face. Nick Fury looked at Jason in front of him. I feel that his understanding of the 3 words, shameless, has deepened. Listen, is this human language? His lover hasn't paid yet. No need. Nick Fury said coldly. Mexico. Jason said rather nonchalantly. Are you sure you don't need my help? Jason looked at Nick Fury with a smile. Nick Fury's face suddenly darkened. Fortunately, the color on the face is relatively dark, so it is difficult to see. He has never been in such a situation. At a disadvantage everywhere. In fact, he knew nothing about Jason, but Jason knew a lot about S.H.I.E.L.D., especially the matter of Mexico. As soon as they SHIELD got the news. Just block it there. A forward base was even established locally. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for this news to leak out. But Jason just knew it, which made Nick Fury feel defeated. What do you know? You found a hammer, and you have no clue, right? Jason smiled and said, Mjolnir. It was an artifact that Odin collected the core of the Death Star and gave it to the dwarf family, and then received Odin's blessing. Except for Kunganir in Odin's hand. Probably the most powerful artifact in Asgard. In the universe, these are among the best weapons. It is not easy for people on Earth to study this thing. But he knew it very well. This is the essence of negotiation. Nick Fury took a deep breath after hearing Jason's words. This thing falling from the sky made him feel terrified. The unknown is the scariest thing. Humans are never afraid of powerful enemies. What they fear is the fear of the unknown. Mjolnir for shield. It's something unknown. Mjolnir looks man-made at first glance. And they don't even have the strength to lift this thing. Nick Fury is hard to imagine. If a civilization with such weapons wants to attack the Earth, how should they resist? His trump card is Captain Marvel, which is pretty good. But the captain is always in the universe. He didn't know how far away from the Earth it was, and it was impossible for him to call Captain Fantastic back for such a trivial matter. So he was extremely panicked. Now that Jason told him that there was a way to understand this thing, it was hard for him to refuse. Okay, I can sign a contract with you. You can become a special advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay, you can receive your salary every year at S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you think I'm short of money? I need permission to purchase supplies from S.H.I.E.L.D. If I helped you S.H.I.E.L.D., I would like some special supplies. Jason said flatly. The strength of a large organization is very powerful. Unless you reach the level of strength that one person can destroy a country. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an individual to confront the state. Organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., if you really want to target someone, everything can be investigated clearly. Even your behavioral habits and details of your actions can be analyzed. This is especially true in terms of materials. All the minerals on Earth are available in S.H.I.E.L.D., not to mention the various alien products they collected. These things are what Jason covets the most. If he could obtain the crystallization of alien technology, he might be able to reverse engineer many technologies, get more advanced materials. This is the fundamental reason why he cooperated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't rush to agree. The research I'm talking about is not just ordinary things, including the things in your special bases. Jason said slowly. Nick Fury is a very cool guy. After taking power, he built several secret bases. Launch alien weapons into the sun-destroying base Slingshot, a base sandbox that stores physical weapons, metaphysical substances, and various unknown items that can be used. The 4 bases where super ability criminals are imprisoned are islands, domes, cubes, and mansions. The prison where Captain America is imprisoned has 3 other SHIELDs of the same size. Just ask you if you're afraid. Jason has already been salivating over these. Go in and take a spin. He felt like he could beat Thanos. Hear Jason say that. Nick Fury said flatly. Impossible. Nothing is impossible, Director Nick Fury. You can use those things yourself. Why can't I? You don't even have a PhD. Why do you think I'm not as good as you SHIELD people in research? Nick Fury spat out a mouthful of old blood. What's wrong with not having a PhD? He has undergone special training. I know a lot of things. What does it mean? See Nick Fury unmoved. Not to mention anything else. Are your things as dangerous as my steel battlesuit? Jason glanced at Nick Fury disdainfully, although there was no expression on Nick Fury's face. But I sighed in my heart. SHIELD's special base does have a lot of useful things. What alien weapons, alien corpses, and some weird items. A metal that will petrify a person upon contact. A crystal lotus that will kill someone at a glance. These things are dangerous, though. But most of them are not as destructive as the Jason steel armor. Seeing Nick Fury move him, Jason spoke. If possible, I can exchange the technology of steel armor with you, including energy systems. Nick Fury said silently. Including energy systems. Jason nodded. Although the steel armor is advanced, but it's not impossible for Marvel's scientists to replicate it. For example, engineers from Stark Industries developed Iron Overlord themselves. They really can't make it. It is a small arc reactor, like the Bald Eagle military. They own War Machine and reverse-engineered it. But the military still only has one armor. It's because there's no way to replicate the reactor. Nick Fury asked this, which shows that he is the one who knows the business. I heard Jason agree so easily. Nick Fury hesitated instead. Why did you do that? This was what he suspected most. In his opinion, the technology contained in the steel armor is enough to change the entire human race. Light is an arc reactor. It can change the entire human energy system. Traditional energy sources will be eliminated, and it will not emit a lot of heat like a traditional nuclear reactor. Cause the greenhouse effect. It's simply a perfect energy source. In his opinion, the value of this thing is even higher than that of a small country. Why was Jason able to hand this thing over so easily? This is something very incredible to him. So he was very confused, even doubting. Does Jason have any conspiracy? Are you trying to infiltrate SHIELD or something? Why? Jason looked at Nick Fury with some confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why Nick Fury asked this question. In his opinion, technology is something that should be exchanged in order to be valuable. Bernard Shaw once said, "You have one thought, and I have one thought. After we exchange, we both have two thoughts." According to Jason, the same is true for technology. Steel armor can be powerful, but isn't what SHIELD possesses amazing? SHIELD is possessing alien technology. In fact, the level of steel armor. There may be no one on Earth who can surpass it, but in the universe, it really is nothing. At the very least, Guardians of the Galaxy's rocket. He once mocked Tony Stark for his poor technical skills. In the universe, a rocket is just a modified object, an ordinary engineer. One can imagine, Tony Stark's skills are not outstanding in appearance. Avengers are truly awesome. The world mainly relies on Thor and Hulk. Therefore, Kunson does not think that the technology of steel armor is valuable. And isn't it supposed that science, as a thing, can only progress by constantly making progress? His skills come from a system, but he doesn't want to become a vassal of the system. If he can only rely on what the system gives him, what is the difference between him and a puppet? He should exploit the system, instead of letting the system take advantage of him. So he doesn't understand Nick Fury's thinking. Director Nick, why do you think I won't hand over this technology? This technology is so precious. Nick Fury said without saying anything. Oh, I see. Jason suddenly understood when he heard this. Maybe Iron Man's technology is nothing to him. He has various techniques, whether it's extremis or Hulk strengthening potions. Its value is no less than that of steel armor. And he knows there are more advanced technologies in the universe. More importantly, he is a very confident person. He believes that even if Nick Fury gets his skills, he won't be able to surpass him. He will definitely be able to develop more advanced technology. Maybe after giving it to Nick Fury. You can also get inspiration from other people's armors. Isn't this a good thing? It's a joke that I cherish my broom. Nick Fury, why do you think this technology is valuable? You must have been to the universe, right? You have seen the Kree warships. You have seen the Skrull warships. Why do you think this thing is advanced? Jason couldn't understand it. Why would a person who has seen a space battleship feel that steel armor is advanced? Is it because I don't read enough? Or is it because of that crazy woman in Captain Marvel? Did she destroy the Kree fleet and make Nick Fury think that starships are nothing more than that? Hearing Jason ask this, Nick Fury was also confused. Why is this? Jason looked at the confused Nick Fury and sighed. This is the disadvantage of reading less. He simply doesn't understand what is truly powerful. He felt that the steel armor could break through factors at every turn, and its combat effectiveness was very high. But he didn't know. This is for a civilization that colonizes the stars. This might be a spicy chicken. Kree warships are very powerful. Ronan the Accuser's flagship even crashed directly into the Nova Legion's atmosphere from space. Then there was no explosion. One can imagine how terrifying his material is. Nick Fury may have only seen the scene where Captain Fantastic directly destroyed the Kree battleship. He didn't know what it would take for me to do all this. Captain Marvel's powers come from infinite gems. Her body is no different than Thor after awakening. A woman who can fight a Titan like Thanos in hand-to-hand combat. How could it be that simple? It's unfair to compare such perverts. Director Nick Fury, science can only progress by communicating with each other. I don't think you will suffer a loss by exchanging Steel Armor's technology for S.H.I.E.L.D. Why don't you agree? Can you promise not to abuse the power of those things? Nick Fury said, "Why did I do that? If I want to rule the world, I will build tens of thousands of armors. Can you stop me? Since I have no reason at all, what are you worried about?" Jason asked rhetorically. This is the unlikable part of Nick Fury. He doesn't trust anyone. He only believes in himself. You don't understand. The comfort of 7 billion people lies with us, S.H.I.E.L.D. I have to be cautious. Please give me flowers. Jason laughed disdainfully. Nick Fury, you are too arrogant. S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot protect the Earth. If it weren't for the Ancient One and Odin, after the Earth was discovered, it would definitely not be so safe. In ancient times, the Kree even used humans as material for biological experiments, create the special warriors they need. It's the appearance of the Ancient One and Odin. This tragedy was avoided. S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot do this. Things they do more to maintain world peace. Solve some ordinary people with special abilities and prevent them from harming society. S.H.I.E.L.D. does this really well. But protect the Earth. Never mind. Forget it. You won't believe it if I tell you these things. 0. Your horizons will only be limited to the Earth. Time will tell. I ask you whether you agree with my proposal. Nick Fury looked at Jason with his one eye. After a while, he just said it. I can agree with you to purchase resources from S.H.I.E.L.D. After you help us solve the problem, I can also approve some special resources. But special items, no. That's okay too. Jason nodded reluctantly. People like Nick Fury are not moved by words. He won't really change unless he goes through something. Can get this result. Jason feels it is already very good. The asking price is sky high, so just sit back and pay back. If you don't offer a higher price, how can you negotiate the price? If he had proposed this exchange in the first place, Nick Fury, an old fox, would definitely not agree. It's good now. He won't have to worry about resources anymore. Then let's sign the contract. Nick Fury took out the contract he brought. This is a contract with S.H.I.E.L.D. Consultants. Basically, he helps S.H.I.E.L.D. solve some problems that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot solve. He can obtain certain resources in exchange. Nick Fury has already prepared such a contract. Jason could only sigh. S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed S.H.I.E.L.D. It had been analyzed in advance that he would propose this kind of deal. The power of large organizations is truly incredible. I signed a contract with great surprise. Only then did the two of them relax. Wait until the S.H.I.E.L.D. confidentiality contract is signed. Nick Fury put away. He just asked, "Now, can you tell me about the hammer?" Jason took a sip of coffee first. He said slowly, "Have you ever heard of Asgard?" "Asgard? You mean, in the legend, the gods in Norse mythology?" Nick Fury said with a frown. "So be it. What does it mean?" Nick Fury asked. "It is true that Asgard in Norse mythology, but this Asgard does exist. Rather than saying that they are mythical gods, it is better to say that they are aliens." Jason spoke. "Alien. That's right. Not all legends on Earth are false. There are many legends, but they all have the origin of 620. The legendary god King Odin in Norse mythology is real. I don't know how many light years away from us. There's a planet named Asgard. The Vanir clan lives above. They are different from us Earthlings. Asgardians not only possess superior technology, but also possess the power of magic. In a sense, they're indeed gods compared to us Earthlings. And the hammer in Mexico is the artifact of the Asgard people. You must have heard of Mjolnir, Thor's stooge." Nick Fury listened to Jason's words. The expression on his face was uncertain, and there was no expression on his face. Although he thought this matter was very ridiculous. Whether it's an Asgardian or a legendary god, it all made him unbelievable. However, he didn't think Jason would lie on this issue. "There is a question. The people of Asgard are who knows how many light years away from us. How did they get Mjolnir here? Definitely because of Bifrost, Jason said enviously. Bifrost, Asgard's most powerful artifact, can draw power from all of Asgard and travel through space. It can span an unknown number of light years in a matter of minutes. Jason was very envious. The Bifrost is said to be a huge road connecting Midgard, that is, Earth and Asgard. It's called the Rocking Road to Heaven. Actually, in my opinion, this is a very powerful space shuttle device, able to teleport anything from Asgard to Earth in minutes. Jason explained to Nick Fury. Anything? Including people? Nick Fury said with a frown. Yes, including people. You are right. They could deploy their troops to any place on the Earth in an instant. But you don't need to worry at all. What do you mean? No need to worry? He's almost dying of anxiety. Now Nick Fury even wants to go back and build an organization immediately. See how you can stop being invaded. An alien race that can deploy its own army to Earth at any time. He was really worried. I mean, there's no point in worrying about it. If Asgard wanted to take over Earth, it wouldn't need an army at all. Odin can take over the Earth by himself. You don't understand how terrifying a strong man like Odin can be. You may think that Captain Marvel is powerful enough, but in front of Odin, she is nothing. Jason shook his head. I think Nick Fury is a bit ignorant and fearless. It goes without saying how powerful Odin is. The lifespan of an average Asgardian is only about 5,000 years. But what about Odin? He has lived for at least 500,000 years. What concept? Before humans appeared, Odin already exists. Moreover, when he was old and frail, in the entire universe, there is still no civilization that dares to face Asgard's army. This was after Odin's Valkyrie army was basically all killed by Hela, and Odin was alone. Just guard all the star fields of Asgard. Except the giants of Jotunheim dare to jump. No other force dare to happen. Such a cosmic giant. Nick Fury wants to guard against him. It's so naive. Do you think we need to be on guard against this kind of person? No matter how powerful the Asgardians are, if they want to invade the Earth, I will definitely resist to the end. Nick Fury said coldly. Come on, my director Nick. Earth was the territory of Asgard in ancient times. To be honest, the Earth can't develop like this without the protection of Asgard. Jason shook his head. And what are you resisting with? The Bifrost is more than just a teleporter. That's a Star Destroyer weapon. Bifrost is more than just a teleporter. Still Asgard's most powerful weapon. By absorbing the power of Asgard, this thing can destroy planets. Loki had wanted to rely on Bifrost. Directly destroy the planet of giants of Jotunheim. If it weren't for the old man Odin trying to protect his own image. The giants of Jotunheim have long since perished. Human beings, on the other hand, do not yet have the ability to travel across the planet. I don't even know where the coordinates of Asgard are. Why should you resist others? All nuclear weapons on Earth explode. It will not have any impact on the Earth originally. The only thing that can be destroyed is mankind itself, compared to a civilization capable of destroying the planet. The force of the Earth is not worth mentioning. Not to mention, Asgard has no intention of attacking humans. As early as ancient times, Asgard became the sovereign state of the Earth. But beyond protecting the planet, they didn't ask for a donation or anything else. This Kaisi civilization. Nick Fury didn't want to make friends, but was ready to have a chance encounter with him. Is your brain not working well? Jason had so much on his mind. Nick Fury was shocked by Jason's other words. Star Destroyer weapon? Yes. Is there anything surprising about 1.2? Is it abnormal for a civilization that controls a huge territory to have such a thing? So, it doesn't make any sense for you to be on guard against others now. It's better to maintain a good relationship with them first. As far as I know, the eldest prince of Asgard seems to have arrived on Earth. What? Nick Fury's voice has changed. Long after Jason told him about Asgard's strength, he was extremely afraid of this civilization. I have always regarded Asgard as my imaginary enemy. See if Earth has a chance to win. But after his calculations, it seems that Earth's chance of winning is not very high. So, Jason is absolutely right. You need to maintain a good relationship with Asgard first. Now, Jason told him again. The eldest prince of Asgard arrives on Earth. How could he not be surprised? Nick Fury felt heartbroken. Things he knew today, each one was more shocked than the other. First the aliens, then Asgard. There is also a strong military strength. All this frightened Nick Fury. But now, Jason actually told him that the eldest prince of Asgard came to Earth. Do you know what this means? Please don't know if something happens to the eldest prince of Asgard on Earth. Will it cause a very serious diplomatic dispute? Nick Fury said a little crazy. They bald eagle people don't know what diplomatic disputes are. As the most powerful country on Earth, it's all other countries that worry about this. Now, he finally realized the feeling of fear. A weak country has no diplomacy. You are overthinking this diplomatic dispute. Director Nick Fury, that's Thor. Do you know what Thor means? As long as you don't have anything to do, use a nuclear bomb to blow him up. I don't think there's a force on Earth that can threaten him. Jason rolled his eyes and said, "Why are the Asgard royal family always O26 Din and his family? It's not because Odin is some kind of holy emperor. It's not because Odin's family is full of geniuses. Look at that idiot look like Thor. Where does he look like a king? The reason why Odin's family is able to rule Asgard is because their family is strong enough, even if he seems to have a low IQ. Thor is also very funny. After awakening, Force can fight Thanos directly. He even chopped off Thanos' head with an axe. Even if he becomes decadent and becomes a fat house, still the absolute mainstay of the Avengers. It can also resist fixed light exposure. After fighting for more than 1,500 years, we encountered countless enemies. Thor didn't even break his arms or legs. Why would Nick Fury think there would be a problem with such a guy? Director Nick Fury, don't think so much. The relationship between Asgard and us is not that simple. Asgard will not attack Earth if it has nothing to do. You don't have to worry about anything when I come to Earth this time. After he has dealt with his own affairs, he will naturally leave on his own. And this is not something we can get involved in. This is the battle for Asgard's inheritance. Jason spoke. To be honest, it is not that accurate to say that it is a battle to seize the inheritance. To be precise, it's a shill that Odin is training. He obviously knew that his end was coming. I can't protect my 2 children like before. Now begins to pave the way for Thor. But what they didn't expect was, his son will be like that. It would be inappropriate to leave the good Asgard prince alone. Come to Earth and be a superhero. I don't want to go back yet. Until Odin died, his sister killed everyone in Asgard. In a huge Asgard, there's only a boatload of old, weak, sick, and disabled people left. Thor just started to grow. The growth effect is just not very good. As for now, Thor is still an arrogant B******************. He didn't think it was a good idea to contact Thor. But Nick Fury obviously doesn't think so. Looking at his eyes, you can tell that this bald, one-eyed dragon is planning some conspiracy. But Jason didn't think he could succeed. In the face of absolute strength, intrigue and intrigue are completely useless. Even the destroyer sent to Earth by Loki to kill Thor. Unless the people on Earth come up with nuclear bombs, they probably won't be able to defeat this kind of war weapon. Nick Fury, I have no control over what you plan. But be careful not to bring disaster to the Earth. You have done this kind of thing not once or twice. Don't always think about controlling things you can't control. Even if your purpose is to protect mankind, doing so is no different from those conspirators. Nick Fury glanced at Jason and said nothing. Jason also sneered. You better not make any small moves. You wouldn't naively think that there is a developed cosmic civilization. You don't have any investigative methods, do you? I'm afraid everything you do will fall into Odin's eyes. If you really anger Odin, Asgard will call you. You are the sinner of mankind. Hearing this, Nick Fury trembled. Asgard can monitor the Earth. Their monitoring capabilities are much better than you think. At least your underground base cannot be hidden from others. Jason said with a sneer. A big muscle tyrant like Thanos who is not proficient in magic. Nick Fury's actions can all be detected. Why can't Heimdall, who is responsible for monitoring the 9 realms, see this? I'm afraid that whatever Nick Fury does will fall into his eyes. This is the most powerful henchman of the Odin family. It would be nice if Nick Fury was more friendly. If it's really some kind of conspiracy, discovered by Odin, even if he doesn't hit the Earth, it will also cause a lot of trouble. Nick Fury is better off being honest. He even began to regret telling Nick Fury these things now. Nick Fury looked serious when he saw Jason. He also spoke up. I'm measured. You're so measured. Jason yelled. You want to study the Tesseract? What a fool. I cursed Nick Fury in my heart. Then he started talking. I don't care what you think. I'm going back there. No. Nick Fury subconsciously objected. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm informing you. Jason said with a sneer. Nick Fury took a deep breath. Calm down quickly. You can go, but you can't interfere with SHIELD's operations. I'm not interested. I just want to meet the Asgardians. Maybe there will be a fight. Jason added in his mind. He wanted to try it. Hulk can be inseparable from Thor. Can he? For the martial Asgardians, anyway. There's nothing wrong with beating Thor up. Maybe they will respect you even more. Besides, he might be able to extract some skills from Thor. So he must leave this time. Nick Fury saw Jason's attitude. I felt a little annoyed. But there is something helpless. He thinks about too many things. It was impossible to do anything to Jason. Now I can only suffer a little loss in terms of face. In that case, you better go. However, you're responsible for protecting the safety of our SHIELD employees. Nick Fury thought about it and said, no problem. Jason agreed immediately, but it will cost more. Jason said succinctly. Nick Fury was almost P************ D off. I didn't go there to be a nanny. I advise you to withdraw the agents and residents there. Then send the army. This is probably your only chance in this life to test Asgard's strength. Although Jason has seen Mjolnir in the movie. But in fact, this thing is much more handsome than Jason imagined. And it's really heavy. Jason didn't believe it and went up to try it. It is true that this thing cannot be lifted by pure strength. And the material is very strong. He fired several shots without any change. He even wants to try laser cutting on his fingers. However, he was stopped directly by Phil Coulson. Mr. Jason, that's not necessary. If something happens, I can't explain it. Phil Coulson's tone was full of resentment. Their SHIELD scientists study this thing. That's a caution. Looking at Jason. If he doesn't stop it, not sure what to use. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Jason smiled awkwardly. He was sure that his operation had no effect on Mjolnir at all. It has Odin's blessing on it. If Odin hadn't died, Hela might not be able to crush this thing. His operation was nothing more than a small fuss. Ahem, Phil Coulson agent, this is a destructive test, a destructive test. Explained. Jason started his normal analysis. With SHIELD's equipment, he performed spectral analysis, proton analysis, thermal difference analysis, etc. on Mjolnir. I want to analyze the structure of this thing through this. Pity. Useless. The atomic structure of this thing was much more stable than he thought. The spectra and rays in existing scientific facilities cannot penetrate its structure, something that is reflected back. There is no information to analyze. It is indeed very troublesome for scientists to analyze this thing. Jason suspected that this was a material that reached at least the quark level in terms of observation. It is still difficult to study this thing now. It is indeed a civilization that can dominate the universe. The people of Asgard also have space battleships. The level of technological development is not low either. The highest crystallization of their civilization. It's not something that can be reproduced so easily. Let Skynet record the measured data. Jason turned around and left. Phil Coulson agent, is there a small town nearby? Yes, it's 2 kilometers from here. Although Phil Coulson didn't know why Jason asked, he still answered. Nick Fury asked him to follow Jason's orders on certain things. This made him very confused. It even seems like Jason bribed Nick Fury with money. Otherwise, why would you send Jason here? This is completely amateurish. I muttered a few words in my heart. Phil Coulson had a big smile on his face. Mr. Jason, what's wrong? Is there any problem? No problem. Come on, I'll take you to meet the owner of this hammer. With that said, Jason took the lead and walked outside. Phil Coulson quickly followed with several agents. He was afraid that Jason would get into some big trouble. A group of people drove SHIELD's special car to the town closest to the hammer. SHIELD makes sense after all, although Thor broke into the military-restricted area and injured an agent. SHIELD didn't do anything to him after all, after a few words of education. Just put it back. Therefore, at the moment Thor, the eldest prince of Asgard, according to Skynet, he was still drinking in the town. There is no trace of the appearance of his recently deceased father. The most important, it was still Jane's money. Jason didn't know what to say anymore. All I can say is that Ade people are Shinkian. Pushing open the door of the bar, Jason and his party filed in. The whole bar fell silent for a moment. Dr. Jane, who was sitting in the corner, quickly saw Jason and his group, especially Phil Coulson, who was following Jason. His eyes were full of vigilance. Wait until Jason walks in front of her. Only then did she confirm that Jason and the others were indeed here to find her. What do you want to do? Didn't you take away my research results? What else are you doing? Ms. Jane, I'm not here to find you. Please be quiet. Jason is not someone who can't stop walking when he sees a beautiful woman. Moreover, Jason feels that Jane's assistant is not as good-looking as her assistant. Therefore, Jason didn't give this woman a good look. Midgardians, what do you want to do? Jason hasn't let Jane leave yet. Thor next to him had already spoken loudly. The beer in his hand hit the table. Staring hard at Jason, he looked back at the people in the bar. The surrounding drinkers had been dispersed. Jason then spoke. Thor, an Asgardian? I am God. I am a god from Asgard, Thor said with some displeasure. The tone was very unhappy. God? Can you fly? Jason asked directly. If I hadn't lost my divine power. Thor's eyes widened, and he did not continue. Jason pouted. Thor is too naive. Even according to the age of Asgardians, he is equivalent to a person in his 30s. As a result, he still looks like a child. No precautions at all. But yes, in his eyes, there's probably no one worth guarding against. Okay, Your Highness Thor, why did you come to Earth? Aren't you supposed to be the eldest prince of Asgard? Jason was too lazy to say anything and asked directly, pretending not to know. Hear this. Thor's eyes darkened. I was banished by my father. Exile. Interesting. Jason smiled. So, you might not be able to go back? Hearing this, the expression on Wonger's face became even more ugly. News brought to him by Loki. His father is dead. Naturally, no one in Asgard can let him go back. Even Heimdall doesn't have this right. Because Thor was very disappointed about this. About his father. He was extremely regretful. Chien-Li's. Her face naturally looks good. The expression on Thor's face was not good to see. Jason laughed. I wonder, what are your plans for the future, Your Highness Thor? You won't stay in this small town for the rest of your life, right? You know, there are many good things on the earth. Thor looked up at Jason. I always felt that there was some evil intention on his face. What do you want to do? Ahem. Let me introduce myself. I am the heir to the Wayne Group, Jason Wayne. We at Wayne Group are the largest philanthropic group for Bald Eagle. If His Highness Thor needs it, our Wayne Group can definitely provide some help. Thor was about to say something. He was stopped directly by Dr. Jian. What do you Wayne Group want? Thor is actually just an ordinary person, and his is just nonsense. Hear what Jane said. The smile on Jason's face grew even brighter. Jason has always been a guy who can't afford to be early without profit. He came to Mexico so diligently. Also got in touch with Thor. It's not for charity, but to gain benefits. Asgard is a fairly advanced civilization, although they're taking the path of magic and cultivating personal power. But that doesn't mean they don't have technology. On the contrary, Asgard is in contact with the outside world. Their technology is still quite advanced, such as medical technology and spacecraft technology. They are very advanced. Jason came here just for this. Thor, this guy looks silly, but people will be reincarnated. He is the prince of Asgard. Maybe Odin is watching him at this time. He gets in touch with Thor. Sooner or later, I will be able to come into contact with more Asgardians. When the time comes, there will be great potential. So helping Thor now would be beneficial without any harm. Thor might make a small profit, but he will never lose. I saw Dr. Jane with a vigilant face in front of me, and Thor with a sperm-like brain in front of me. A smile appeared on Jason's face. Dr. Jane, what you said is wrong. Never treat others as fools. You are not the only one in this world who has researched Asgard's Bifrost. I can be sure of Thor's identity. Stop doing this. As for His Highness Thor, don't worry. We will never do anything bad to him. We Earthlings are a peace-loving race. We must treat alien friends like His Highness Thor well. Jason told lies with his eyes open and his mouth opened. Jane is not as innocent as Thor, and because the research results were taken away, she has a distrust of government. But now, it seems that Jason is acting very mildly. Not all as vicious as the bald man behind him. In addition, the reputation of the Wayne family is very good among the people. She said tentatively, "Since you say so, can you return my research results to me?" "Definitely, it's all small things." Jason smiled. "Phil Coulson, agent, I think it is very unethical to confiscate other people's research results. What do you think?" Although Phil Coulson wanted to spit directly in Jason's face. But Nick Fury has an explanation. Plus Jane's research results. To be honest, there's really nothing of value, so it's okay to give it back to them. Therefore, Phil Coulson agreed half-heartedly. "Okay, Mr. Jason, I will return the scientific research materials to Miss Jane." Jason nodded with satisfaction. He looked back at Jane. "How is it, Dr. Jane? Are you satisfied?" Jane nodded hesitantly. There was still some doubt on Jane's face. Jason said with a smile, "Dr. Jane, I have a proposal. I know that Dr. Jien is quite accomplished in outer space and energy research. Why don't you join our Wayne Group? I can give you $100 million in research funding every year. And then you have your own independent laboratory. Wayne Group will not interfere with your normal research. Definitely, you must bring His Highness Thor with you. What do you think?" Hear Jason say that. Jane swallowed. She admitted that she was moved. If it weren't for Thor, she would have agreed directly, although she is a doctor. But the research has been fruitless. Therefore, it is always difficult to attract investment. My life depends entirely on my salary from the university. This amount of money is just enough to survive, and it is impossible to do research. She is reluctant to buy good instruments. Now that Jason suddenly proposed this condition, how could she not be moved? But she also knew that these benefits did not come without a price. So she asked, "What do I have to give?" "Dr. Jane, you made a wrong question. I'm not paying this money just for you. Besides, this is just a small amount of money. You don't have to worry at all." Jason explained. Jane immediately felt slighted, and then quickly gave in. Nothing else. Jason gave too much. What is the concept of $100 million US? The annual research expenses of top universities and top laboratories like MIT are only about this amount. That's just the cost of a lab. Only a fool would refuse. "Mr. Jason, you have to promise me not to harm Thor." Jason laughed directly when he heard this. "Dr. Jane, you are thinking too much. Why should I be disadvantageous to His Highness Thor? Leaving aside the possible diplomatic disputes, what are the benefits of us being unfavorable to Thor? You are also a scientific researcher. Do you think we will perform an autopsy on Thor?" Hearing this, Jane was also a little embarrassed. She has a natural distrust of government and big business. But think about it. If the Wayne Group wanted to be disadvantageous to Thor, they would not waste so much saliva. She can't stop people from doing whatever they want. Even if you want to study Thor, it is impossible to dissect this only living body. At most, I can get some hair, draw some blood, and do an examination. Unless Thor dies, no scientific group will kill precious living bodies. Even good food and drink should be offered. A little monitoring is possible. Only a fool would believe that there is such a thing as an anatomy study. I thought about it for a long time. Jane really couldn't imagine what a large enterprise like Wayne Group would do to her. Pursuing her beauty? Do not be silly. She still has some ideas. Isn't that Playboy magazine cover girl better than her? Okay, let's sign the contract. Dr. Jin thought for a while and said, "This is the smart choice. A pleasure to work with." Jason smiled and said, "A pleasure to work with." Jane stretched out her hand, and Jason was in touch. At the same time, I made up my mind to find some time to investigate Jason's background. Wait until the contract is signed. Jason then gave Thor a bright smile. Your Highness Thor, I wonder if you can provide us with some tissue or hair. Thor shuddered. Don't even think about it. Your Highness Thor, do you know how many kinds of ale there are on Earth? From what I know, there are at least 1,000 kinds. And Earth has much more delicious food than Asgard. Jason said casually. In terms of combat effectiveness, Asgard may be stronger than Earth. But in terms of entertainment, thousands of Asgard are no match for Earthlings. Loki pretends to be a king and can only watch the drama. It can be seen from this that Asgard's entertainment is lacking. At most, it is equivalent to medieval Europe. As for food and wine, that would be even worse. What an ordinary person eats today is at the level of an ancient emperor. How does Asgard compare? As expected, as soon as Jason finished speaking, Thor just swallowed. He suddenly felt that there was nothing terrible about providing some tissue and hair. Jason is a very rich guy. In order to let Thor wait 2 more days in this town, Jason bought a house directly in town. The people of Asgard will definitely not leave Thor alone, especially some of his friends. Even violating Asgard's ban by passing, the Bifrost came to Earth. Loki will also rule out the Destroyer from pursuing Thor. This stuff makes Jason very greedy. This kind of puppet is created using high-end magic. The combat effectiveness is very strong. It's Asgard's war machine. If he can copy it through the system, that is really developed. In his opinion, magic is nothing but energy. Since it is energy, we can use the scientific calendar to power the temple. Tony Stark was able to build anti-Thor armor. You can also use the thunder summoned by Thor. There's no reason why he can't. Not to mention, several of Thor's friends are much stronger than Thor, in his opinion. At least I know a lot of things. He might also be able to find something good. Therefore, he must make his friends from Asgard feel at home. Chatted with Thor and the others for a while. Jason left the tavern. Phil Coulson also returned Dr. Jane's things to her. However, he was quite critical of this. Mr. Jason, why did you give this back to her? What if it leaks out and causes chaos? Jason heard this. There was no rebuttal. Bald eagles are the lower-class people who are proud of their lack of intelligence. Drinking bleach and disinfectant can become a fashion. If we knew there really were aliens, that would be okay. Phil Coulson is also right about this. Don't worry, Phil Coulson, Dr. Jane is not a fool. Will you publicize your research results everywhere? What's more, Dr. Jane is just an ordinary astrophysicist. Her research results are of little value. Jason shook his head. Astrophysics. To say it is valuable, it can be considered valuable, but you can tell what research results they can produce. That's really not necessarily the case. This subject is more like astronomy than physics. The most famous astrophysicist is probably Hawking. Among the people, his popularity is very high. But in physics, to put it bluntly, Hawking can only be regarded as a younger brother. His contribution is more in the field of science popularization. There is nothing commendable about real theoretical research. Even Hawking did not have any groundbreaking research. One can imagine Jane Foster. Her research is more like discovering the connections between the 9 kingdoms. But the connection between the 9 kingdoms is entirely based on the world tree. It's magic, but it's not scientific at all. So, Jason wasn't worried at all. What bad consequences will there be if Jane Foster takes her research back? It was his teacher instead, Eric Selvig. There are still many things to master. This old man is the main force in researching Tesseract, worth a lot of Jason's attention. Phil Coulson didn't know what Jason was thinking. Although I thought there was something wrong with what Jason did, he still didn't say much. Is that Thor really an alien? Half a day later, Phil Coulson asked, still a little curious. That's right. Didn't you SHILD study that hammer? That's obviously not a creation of the Earth. Hear Jason say that. Phil Coulson nodded. I didn't expect there to be aliens. But Mr. Jason, what do you mean? Why are you so nice to this guy? What do you think? Don't you SHILD have any ideas? Jason looked at Phil Coulson with a half-smile and said. He saw SHILD's agent quietly collecting his hair. Thor's blood is probably also collected by S.H.I.E.L.D. Now what is Phil Coulson saying here? Has SHIELD collected enough alien corpses yet? You don't have to do less research, right? He collected this thing himself, just as a formality. Research can't find anything. Wouldn't it be nice for other systems to provide technology? SHIELD is really something that needs to be studied hard. Maybe we should do some experiments. Plus, they have Hydra within. Maybe something can happen. Phil Coulson, go back and tell Nick Fury that the Asgardians are not like the Kree people he has. People have mastered the method of coming to the Earth in an instant. Better be careful when doing research. 2 reminders. Jason no longer wanted to talk to Phil Coulson. Left directly. Please give me flowers. He already had the information prompted by the system in his mind. Returning to his newly purchased house in this small town, Jason began to review the information in his mind. Get in touch with the plot characters. Technology extraction in progress. Due to your sensor authority, you can choose among the following technologies. How to make Asgard Golden Ale. Illustrated book of creatures in subdimensional space. Small anti-gravity subsonic craft. Jason was confused when he saw this. Then he cursed in his heart. Thor, this be asterisk 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 D is really ignorant. You, the eldest prince of Asgard, want to learn how to brew beer? He is indeed a naughty kid, doing nothing but business. Subdimensional space, biological illustration. What's the use of this thing? 0. Can the creatures near Asgard be the same as those near Earth? The few subdimensional spaces near the Earth are not places for humans to stay, especially the hell that Mephitos controls. That's not a good place to be. Although Mephitos is not as good as the Ancient One, he is definitely on the same level as Thanos. Did he go looking for death? Moreover, the Earth simply does not have many stable subdimensional space tunnels. How's he get there? This thing Thor prescribes is completely useless. Only the last small anti-gravity one is worth seeing. But Jason thought, it's not because Thor knows how to make it. Maybe it's because Thor destroyed too much to be able to open it. But it's better than nothing. At least the anti-gravity technology is pretty good. As long as he masters it, this thing can definitely be used on the space carrier. Thus, the aerospace carrier can be greatly improved in terms of flexibility and load-carrying ability. It can also be used as artificial gravity in space. To know, although the space carrier can be used in the universe, it still cannot sail long distances. The big reason is that it doesn't have its own gravity system. After humans adapted to the Earth's gravity environment, suddenly into space, it is easy to suffer from many diseases. Now there's this anti-gravity system. Everything will work out, as long as you can master the long-distance jump engine, then find a star map from Asgard. You might be able to enter the universe. This time it's different all of a sudden. 4. Gravity is a very magical force. This force is based on gravity. Human beings still have no research on it. Even gravity. Human beings have no understanding of it either. Although Jason is with the help of the system. Ability to manipulate gravity to a certain extent. But it is really difficult for him to develop anti-gravity equipment. The real thing is that the study of gravity is very difficult. In most science fiction works, all spacecraft have begun to use centrifugal force to replace the gravity system. Like in the movie The Wandering Earth, the space station where the protagonist sits, there's a ring of very large weights, just to provide enough centripetal force to simulate gravity. Therefore, Star-Lord's ship can continuously shuttle through the universe, a spaceship that also has its own gravity system. In fact, it is very advanced. 147. Jason was able to get this anti-gravity ship. He was naturally very happy. Moreover, this small spacecraft has more than just anti-gravity technology, such as remote communication, detection, weapons, and other systems. They are all very instructive. After Jason got this technology, get addicted immediately. Know that Phil Coulson is looking for someone to inform him. Mr. Jason, for more Asgardians have arrived in the town. When Jason heard this, his eyes lit up. How many more came? Thor, a guy who only knows how to fight and cause trouble, can use these skills. Aren't his men more powerful? There are 4 of Thor's men. One is Sif, the wife Odin and his wife have chosen for Thor. Asgard is second only to Valkyrie's female warriors. Fighting ability is very strong. Another Hogun from Vanaheim, one of the 3 warriors of Asgard, has the ability to heal. There are unique medicines with powerful effects. There is also a warrior Fandral who is good at swordsmanship and often calls himself the best swordsman in Asgard. But Jason thinks it's mostly a lie. The last one is Volstagg. The one that can eat is very powerful in combat and is considered very powerful among the warriors of Asgard. These 4 people all have their own things that they are good at, although most of them are good at fighting skills. But maybe there are some secrets to blocking doors that others don't know. If Jason draws 1, he will make a profit. Hear the news. Jason didn't bother researching anti-gravity technology. Follow Phil Coulson's agent directly to find these 3 Asgard warriors. If he remembers correctly. If you're lucky. Jason even gets to meet Loki. Meet Odin's artifact destroyer. This is another good opportunity to win prizes. He deserves to be rich today. Bring base OTU and excitement. Jason soon arrived at the house he had prepared for Thor. This is a single-family villa. Jason considered that this place might soon be in ruins. So it's quite a distance from town. On a private farm. Jason bought the farm directly at that time. Make it easy for people at SHIELD to block information. Far away, outside the door, Kunson heard the cheerful shouts coming from the villa. It sounds like the gang is already inside drinking. Jason pushed the door open and walked in. Sure enough, I saw Thor and a few people changing cups in cups, looking very happy. After seeing Jason come in, Thor immediately introduced it to the people of Asgard. This is what I call my friend from Midgard, Jason. Originally, Thor was quite critical of Jason. When treating Jason, he seemed quite arrogant. But after Jason provided countless beers, food, snacks, and various language measures, Thor immediately fell. After enjoying it for a while, Thor immediately made Jason his confidant. The look in his eyes could no longer be arrogant. Jason had to sigh. The money ability, which is passed down from the Wayne family, is really easy to use. After hearing Thor's introduction, the Forest Guardians came up to speak. Jason also said with a smile, "You must be Ms. Sif. Thor often talks about you and me. I have long heard that Ms. Sif is the strongest female warrior in the county palace." Looking at it now, it turns out that it really deserves its reputation. Jason understands the essence of adulthood. Even if you don't wear 1,000 times, you won't wear flattery. I heard him say this. Jason's eyes immediately softened as Sif looked at him. I also heard Thor mention you. Thank you for taking care of Thor. Sif's monetization is very modest. She doesn't look like a female warrior from Asgard at all. Jason then followed the other 3 Asgard warriors in a passionate handshake. It made them a little surprised. I have always said that people in Midgard are very kind. Jason smiled but said nothing. What is passion? He wanted to make these people feel at home. It's best to stay on Earth reluctantly. As long as one of these 4 people explodes with technology, he will make a sure profit without losing any money. What's the point of paying some money? Under Jason's special guidance, everyone's atmosphere seemed very good. It was a happy scene. Just when Jason was about to teach these Asgardians how to drink, boom! There was a loud bang. Then the whole room lit up. The group of people looked up. The wooden roof and second floor were missing. Some of the wood was set on fire. Several SHIELD agents rushed in directly. "Mr. Jason, no, there's a monster outside." Jason knew it as soon as he heard it. It's Loki coming. Loki has been ignored since childhood. I saw several friends of Thor's friends still sticking with him after Thor made a mistake in answering the question. Start making lemonade right away. Plus Odin is adding fuel to the fire. Loki directly dispatched Asgard's highest war weapon, the Destroyer. This is Asgard's most powerful war weapon ordered by Odin. Can crush any substance. Even though Thor seems to be fighting easily. But this thing is a battle armor, similar to his steel battle suit. The Destroyer is also a type of armor. The power is very powerful. Wearing this 1.8 armor, Odin can even challenge dozens of strong men of the same level as him, if Loki is not a remote control. In addition, Thor has Mjolnir, who is also blessed by Odin. We don't know what the real result will be. Therefore, Jason knew that this thing was a killing weapon. Immediately ordered several detectives. You retreat immediately and evacuate the people in the town. enclose the entire area of 10,000 miles, and prohibit any unrelated persons from entering. Seeing Jason speak very solemnly, the SHIELD agents did not dare to delay, turn around, and leave, evacuating the crowd. Several Asgardians also came over and said, "Jason, do you need any help? We in Asgard are trying to kill our friends." Hearing this, the corners of Jason's mouth twitched. "Everyone, I'm afraid this is not our trouble. I think this thing outside may be aimed at you." The moment Jason finished speaking, several Asgardians across from him thought he was joking. "Jason, we have no grudges on Earth. How could this be coming to us?" Several Asgardians looked at each other and laughed. Jason looked at them and said in a faint tone, "You really have no enemies on Earth. But that's not necessarily the case elsewhere. The things outside are not like the things on Earth. How is it possible? Even in Asgard, I have no enemies." Fandral, who thought he was handsome, said with a smile, "In Asgard, he is a girl killer. He is also very gentle, and he doesn't think he has any enemies." Picking up the sword in his hand, Fandral walked out. The few remaining people were still laughing very happily. Thor shouted loudly, "How long do you think it will take for Fandral to finish off the enemy? Whoever guesses wrong can't drink the ale. I bet he'll take 2 minutes." Volstagg and the others also responded loudly. 5 minutes? I guess 26 will come back in a few dozen seconds." Jason said in a faint tone, "Don't be kidding, it's not possible." Thor just finished speaking. Only a loud click was heard outside. A man directly crushed the wooden house and broke it in. It was Fandral who was the target of their bet. What happened to Fandral? Thor saw Fandral flying in and heard the news. Several other Asgard warriors also went up and asked, "It's the Destroyer." Fandral grinned and said, "Destroyer? How is it possible?" Several Asgardians were extremely shocked. Jason was also very shocked. The Asgard guys are really physically powerful. Being beaten in by the Destroyer, it's like nothing happened. If we were human on Earth, all the bones in his body might be broken. It is indeed a race that can conquer a large territory in the universe and call itself a god. Jason was shocked in his heart. Thor over there was also full of disbelief. How is this possible? Only my father can control the Destroyer. But my father is dead. What? Odin is dead. Several Asgard warriors were also very shocked. "Thor, where did you get the news?" "When we came, Odin was asleep, but he was still alive." Sif asked Thor. "I heard Sif say this." Thor was confused. He didn't think Sif would lie to him. Someone between Loki and Sif must have lied. And who told the lie is actually clear at a glance. Loki. With a roar, Thor rushed out angrily. Then, within a few seconds, he flew back the way he came. The whole person is embedded directly into the wall. Fortunately, although Thor lost his divine power, but physical fitness has not declined. Still very powerful, apart from being a little embarrassed after being beaten back. Still lively and energetic. "Thor, has your divine power recovered yet? It can't be the opponent of the Destroyer. Let's go and deal with him. You go and find your own power." Sif comforted Thor and walked out directly with the 3 Asgard warriors. Jason looked at Thor, who was lost in thought. He went up and comforted him. "Thor, only if you find your divine power can you help. Imagine why you lost Mjolnir." He comforted Thor with a few words. Jason also walked out. Definitely, he didn't go out to fight the Destroyer, but came out to watch the fun. He was curious about the way Asgardians fought, and how powerful Asgard's supreme war weapon is. Get out of the villa. Jason saw Asgard's most powerful weapon of destruction. The Destroyer is about 3 meters closer. The whole body is covered with silver-white metal. Under the metal skin, traces of flames surged. The head was even redder. At the moment, it was firing at several warriors in the immortal camp. The few warriors of Asgard could only run for their lives in the face of the Destroyer's powerful firepower. Fortunately, there are many barns and other buildings on this farm. A few people would not be beaten passively. But in Jason's opinion, they are still at a disadvantage. Although the body has no hands, it looks unusually embarrassed. Volstagg and several other Asgard warriors have very good fighting skills, but there's no place for it. He finally managed to rush forward by moving. The sword struck the destroyer, but there wasn't even a spark. The person being destroyed was immediately knocked away, maybe even get a laser shot. Fortunately, it seems that no one is controlling the destroyer at the moment. Doesn't look very smart. I don't know the importance of last hit at all. I actually had a back and forth fight with a few of them. Sif obviously saw the destroyer's slowness. Shouted loudly. Vorstag, Hogan, Fandral attract its attention. The three Asgard warriors looked at each other. Hogan and Vandal square off. Come Volstagg. Volstagg swallowed. He quickly ran towards the two of them. Although Volstagg looks very bulky, but he has agility that doesn't match his size. He ran over quickly and stepped on the hands of two Asgard warriors. He just flew up. For Asgard! Shout all loudly. Volstagg rushed out. Pick up the axe in your hand and chop down the destroyer. Only, the destroyer is obviously much more agile than Volstagg. With one slap, Volstagg was directly pulled back from midair. That speed was faster than the speed at which he rushed forward. Fortunately, Asgardians are physically stronger. Volstagg was just lying on the ground moaning. Only this time, it was as if the destroyer suddenly became smarter. I want to come up and hit the target. However, Sif behind it suddenly took action. This female warrior from Asgard, the god of war, second only to Valkyrie. It is indeed not a simple role, jumping directly from the flat ground to a height of more than 3 meters. Holding the sword blessed by Odin, directly inserted into the head of the destroyer. This is also the first time the destroyer has done so since his arrival. The light on his head suddenly dimmed. Smiles appeared on the faces of the Asgard quartet. Only, they were not happy for long. The flame patterns on the destroyer's body lit up again. Then a mechanical sound sounded on the destroyer. The whole machine of the destroyer seemed to turn over, front facing backward. The laser on the head also started to point towards the back. Sif is already very fast, though, but her sword got stuck in the destroyer's body. This sword, blessed by Odin, was obviously very important to him. Therefore, it was delayed for a while. Don't be hit directly by the destroyer's beam. The whole person flew into the sky. He fell hard to the ground. A large mouthful of blood spurted out directly. The destroyer is indeed one of the best artifacts in Asgard. The three warriors of Asgard, plus Sif. He is also one of the strongest in the entire Asgard, except for Heimdall, who guards the gate, and a missing female war goddess Valkyrie. This almost represents Asgard's highest combat power. But in front of the destroyer, there is still nothing they can do. Several people directly lost their fighting ability, except that Vandal and Hogan are slightly better. Several other people seemed unable to stand up. The only people standing on the field were Jason and Thor, who secretly ran to help Xiao up. Only, although this guy, Thor, looks silly, but very cunning, completely in the blind spot of the destroyer's sight. Therefore, only Jason stood in front of the destroyer openly. The destroyer, controlled by Loki, looked directly at Jason. Do you believe me when I say I came here to watch the fun? Loki clearly didn't take his words seriously. Or, in Loki's eyes, the life and death of people on Earth may not matter at all. A blazing light glowed from the destroyer's head. He shot straight at Jason. This kind of high-energy ray can explode, although it claims to be able to crush anything. But not under Odin's prompting. He is obviously not as powerful as imagined. The steel armor on Jason's arm rapidly shape-shifted. A shield appeared on his arm. This shield looks silvery white. It exudes a metallic light. He directly waited for the beam in the destroyer's hand. However, Jason was pushed a few meters further. A long mark was drawn on the ground. I said I came here to watch the fun. Didn't you hear? Jason looked at the destroyer very annoyed. He knew that Loki was controlling the destroyer at the moment. He is fully capable of seeing everything happening on Earth. But he still chose to take action. I'm afraid that in his eyes, Jason's marriage doesn't matter at all. Like ants on the roadside. When you trample him to death, will you ask for his opinion? This is why Jason is angry. Loki had no intention of listening to Jason's tirade. Another ray shot over. Want to get rid of Jason. Only, this time he had no intention of resisting. He dodged the attack and rushed in front of the destroyer. Even the Asgardians present were stunned, barely keeping up with Jason's pace. Asgardians are not known for their speed. Loki over there also didn't react. Jason is so fast. The original muscles are extremely powerful, coupled with the medical phoenix jet from the nozzle under his feet. However, his quality has reached a very astonishing level. With huge kinetic energy, Jason hit the destroyer directly. Thor and hashtag. A heart-wrenching sound sounded. It sounded like huge amounts of metal being torn apart, or like nails scratching across a blackboard. Extraordinarily harsh. Several Asgardians covered their ears. The destroyer is also in bad shape at the moment. The entire right leg was flattened. It seemed like it was squeezed by some huge force. Jason grinned beside him and rubbed his shoulders. It doesn't look like it's easy either. But even this scene, the few Asgardians nearby also looked at them as if they were monsters. Especially Thor, who lost his divine power. Some were stunned. Midgardians, when did you become so strong? In the eyes of the Asgardians, people on Earth are very fragile. Only a few people may be able to get their attention. Now look at Jason's performance. Thor felt that he had underestimated the guy in front of him. This kind of power is probably almost the same as him who has divine power. When Thor was stunned, Loki, who was far away in Asgard, also had his eyes widened. Impossible. A Midgardian. Passing the destroyer, Loki took a closer look at Jason. It should be because of this armor. He glanced at Jason sadly. Loki once again controls the destroyer to attack. This kind of attack is nothing more than painless to the destroyer. The destroyer is essentially a warframe. The metal outside is a magical alloy. As long as there is no problem with the destroyer's energy core, this damage can be repaired very easily. Under Loki's control, the destroyer's body flashed with fire. The deflated thighs returned to their original shape again. At the same time, a blazing red light shot towards Jason from his head. Jason dodged again. He also saw the restoration process of the destroyer. Neither Sif nor he caused any fatal injuries to the destroyer. Real troublesome stuff. Jason grinned and said, a flick of the arm. A long knife about half a meter long appeared in his hand. Jason moved his finger. A layer of light blue light appeared on the silver-white blade. Sparks kept falling from the blade. Thor, have you given your power to others? Sif said, looking at Thor. No, this is not Fudian. Thor stared hard at Jason. Just at this moment, Jason moved. Dragging the long knife, Jason rushed forward. A blue afterimage was left in the air. Bah! There was a sound of red-hot iron falling into the water. Jason's long knife pierced directly into the destroyer. The original materials of plasma cutting weapons can withstand high temperatures. The high temperature inside the destroyer had no effect on this long knife at all. Under Jason's strange power, he directly dragged the long knife down on the destroyer. The entire destroyer was sliced open. A material similar to magma was exposed inside, exuding a dazzling red light. Jason knew the key to taking advantage of his illness and killing him. The long knife in his hand is constantly flying. Just dismember the destroyer. The high temperature inside the destroyer produced some transparent crystals on the surrounding ground. Wow! See, the good, Jason succeed. Several Asgardians cheered. Thor even helped Sif come up. Jason, you are a true warrior. Patting Jason on the shoulder, Wonger had a silly smile on his face. It was as if it was not Thor who killed the destroyer, but himself. Jason could only smile helplessly. He really just wants to watch the fun. But Loki, that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D, wanted to cause trouble for him. If you don't do it, I really thought he was easy to bully. Jason smiled and was about to speak. He saw Thor's expression in front of him change drastically. Careful, yelled loudly. Thor pushed Sifkai away directly. Then a red light, as thick as a human head, hit Thor directly. Thor's clothes were smashed to pieces. He spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. Then he flew out, falling on the ground. I don't know whether I will live or die. Jason looked back. The destroyer didn't know when it had been repaired. Looking at the destroyer in front of him, Jason really had a headache. What the hell is this? Isn't this dead? No wonder it can become Asgard's highest war weapon. Just the ability to resurrect is a big headache for others. You take Thor and go first. I'll hold on to him. Jason turned around and said hello. Go up and get entangled again. 36 strategies. Best move. Since we can't defeat it now, we can only shift our strategy first. Come back and deal with him again if you have the chance. If it doesn't work, let Nick Fury send the army. He still doesn't believe it. If a nuclear bomb is fired, there will still be things that can survive. Such a bulky thing as the destroyer. But there is no escape from the core of a nuclear explosion. While thinking about it, Jason said, Skynet, trying to scan the destroyer to find out what its core may be. Performing particle scan. Building a digital model. The target is made of unknown metal and is extremely hard. High-energy reactions were detected, and no areas of energy concentration were found. Skynet's execution report is fed back on Jason's helmet. Jason looked helpless. How can we fight this? There is not even an energy core. This thing is indeed no match for him. But it may not be easy to completely destroy this thing. The main reason is that this self-healing ability is really terrifying. Jason could only try to limit the movement of this thing 990. Let's see if we can get large equipment sent by Skynet. Just capture this thing. But he still fought for a while. Skynet's voice rang in his ears. Surge in energy index detected. The energy increases exponentially, more than 10 times that of the arc reactor, approaching rapidly. At the same time, a red dot appeared on the panel of Jason's helmet. There is a strong red light emitting from it. Via camera, Jason could tell. That's a hammer. The hammer is very fast. In Jason's detection, its instantaneous speed even reached a factor of 10. Along the way, it caused violent air currents. Thor, who was lying dead on the ground, suddenly stretched out his hand. Mjolnir was in his hands. A barrel-thick thunder and lightning fell from the sky. A burst of air burst out from around him. In the light of thunder, pieces of silver-white metal armor appeared from an unknown space and stuck to Thor's body piece by piece. The scars on Thor's body are also repairing quickly. After a while, Thor, wearing armor, stood on the ground. Jason stared at Thor with surprise on his face. After Thor regained his divine power, his whole temperament has changed. Become confident. Next, leave it to me. Thor said something, took out his hammer, and rushed forward. A hammer just hit the destroyer dozens of meters away. Jason's pupils shrank. He is indeed the strongest of the Avengers, the son of Odin. Let's not talk about the energy fluctuations on the body, just this kind of power. A trace of envy flashed in Jason's eyes. These magicians are just unreasonable. The power is so powerful that it is unreasonable. The energy fluctuations on his body are also extremely powerful. The detection interface on his helmet flickered a little. Skynet records energy fluctuations. Performing a particle scan. Use satellites for remote monitoring. Analyzing energy sources. Jason suppressed the envy in his heart. This guy, Thor, looks childish. In fact, he is already a 1,500-year-old guy. It is normal to have this kind of power. What he needs to do now is to monitor carefully and not be jealous from here. Run to the side. Jason took off his armor directly. Remove the scanning device from above and monitor carefully. At the moment, Thor was flying into the sky. Mjolnir constantly flicked in his hand. A huge amount of tornado is forming. It's not exactly accurate to say it was a tornado. To be exact, it's a swirling wall of clouds. There is also a blue thunder light constantly flashing in it. From time to time, red light flashed through it. The value of the energy detection device in his hand has exceeded the sky. Based on testing, the energy inside is probably not much greater than the energy in natural rainstorm clouds. General thunderstorm weather. The voltage can reach tens of thousands of volts. More importantly, this energy is released instantly. The power is very amazing. Among the testing instruments, the thunderstorms created by Thor are at least 5 times more powerful than ordinary thunderstorms. Its destructive power may easily reach a level close to that of a missile, and this ability to change the sky in an instant. It's really scary. No wonder these people are so arrogant that they call themselves gods. Odin and Thor, the powerful men, may really have such powerful strength. While Jason was recording data crazily, huge amounts of red light flashed among the clouds in the sky. After a while, Thor walked out of the clouds heroically. He is completely different from the Taihinhin who lost his strength before. Saw Thor coming out. Several Asgard guys ran over quickly. The corner of Jason's mouth twitched as he watched. What a bunch of beasts they are. He was half dead just now, after such a short time. Just jumping around? The people of Asgard are a bunch of beasts. No wonder he heard that Asgardians like to race boats since they were young, and they also like to race boats after drinking. With such a physique, it is not surprising that he could do such crazy things. I left and exchanged greetings with a few Asgardians. Thor took the lead and walked over. Jason, thank you for your help these days. It's just that I have to go back and ask my brother now. If I have the chance, I'll treat you to a drink of ale. There's a chance. But do you want to go see Jane first? After giving Sif a calm look, Jason spoke. Yes, I want to see Jane now. Vostager, we will meet at the Bifrost marker. As he spoke, Thor swung his hammer and flew into the sky. Jason wanted to say something else. Then I heard Thor's voice coming from far away. Jason, the remains of the destroyer are yours. Hearing this, a trace of joy flashed across Kunson's face. Thor, enough bro. Suddenly, he became friendly towards several Asgardians. I'm afraid it's not very close to the Bifrost landmark. I'll send you there. That's a problem for you, Jason. Sif said politely. The other 3 Asgard warriors were much more enthusiastic. Good brother, if you come to Asgard, I'll treat you to ale. As he spoke, Volstagg patted Jason on the shoulder with his fat hand. Jason smiled. It's just a little effort. Also, aren't you afraid of heights? We are the bravest warriors in Asgard. How can we be afraid of heights? Volstagg looked insulted. That's good. Jason waved his hand. For pieces of armor fell from the sky. They'll send you there. Thank you. Sif said something. I put on my armor and flew towards him. There's a big difference between Asgard and Earthlings, whether in customs or other aspects, when a civilization or a race. If there is no opponent for thousands of years, they will also be too lazy to think. Naturally, they will not engage in all kinds of intrigues like the people on Earth. It's easy to understand why Thor and those Asgardians easily trust others. Only, however, Jason doesn't hate this feeling at all. On the contrary, he thinks, compared to a dark-hearted old guy like Nick Fury. Obviously, Thor has better contact. Shaked his head. Jason no longer thinks about these things. His eyes were shining as he looked at the wreckage of the destroyer in front of him. This is good stuff. Although the destroyer at the moment has lost its inner light, only the silver-white metal shell remains. But it's still a rare good thing, whether it is the composition of metal or the metal structure that can grow again. Or maybe it's shape-shifting. All can give people a lot of inspiration. Skynet sent a transportation team to transport this thing back. The destroyer was much heavier than he thought. A metal body less than 3 meters long. In Jason's feelings, this thing costs at least hundreds of tons. Lie flat on the ground. Half of his body was sunk into the soil, so one can imagine how shocking his weight was. This also means the alloy that the destroyer is made of. Its density exceeds that of any metal on Earth. Just like the Asgardians, their bodies have 3 times the muscle density of Earthlings. What this brings is their amazing strength and ability to fight against attacks. Jason had reason to be suspicious. The gravity environment of the planet Asgard is probably much greater than that of the Earth. Record various conjectures and data into Skynet's database. Then pack the destroyer into a truck. Jason was ready to go home. Only, someone he didn't expect appeared in front of him. Hey Jason, what do you want to say to me? Nick Fury's hoarse voice sounded in front of Jason. Looking at Nick Fury blocking the door, Jason took the car away. What do you want to know? You've got something amazing, haven't you? Logically speaking, this is the property of our shield. Nick Fury spoke. Property of your SHIELD? Why didn't I know? What did you SHIELD do? It's too much to want to come here and pick peaches now. Jason mocked Nick Fury. Nick Fury, this guy. I really want to get my hands on any good thing I see. Except for him, everyone with special abilities in the world will destroy the Earth. I really don't know where this character came from. Nick Fury, even if I gave it to you, are you sure it could be used to protect the Earth? How are you doing with the cleanup within S.H.I.E.L.D.? As soon as Jason talked about this, Nick Fury just has a dark face. His secret work was not going well. At Jason's reminder, he launched a secret investigation inside S.H.I.E.L.D. But only a few corrupt elements were found. Hydra. He didn't notice anything at all. This made him feel dazed for a while. If Jason wasn't lying, it was Hydra's infiltration that was beyond his imagination. And he already had the evidence. There is indeed Hydra lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. He has lost control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, Nick Fury never mentioned handing things over to S.H.I.E.L.D. He stopped talking when he saw Nick Fury. Jason was a little surprised, but soon he reacted. Director Nick Fury, you're probably not here just because of me, right? Let me guess you're here for Dr. Selvig. Jason stared. Nick Fury. Dr. Selvig was Jane Foster's teacher. He has conducted profound research on multi-layer space bridges and astrophysics. Nick Fury probably wants to ask this guy to study the Tesseract, although Nick Fury's underground base has been built long ago. But I'm afraid I haven't found anyone who can preside over the experiment. This time it's because of Thor. He discovered that Selvig was unusual. Now it's time to invite Dr. Selvig. On his side, I'm afraid Nick Fury is here to take a look. In line with the idea of playing 3 polls if there are dates, but no dates. Let's test it out. If he gives in, I'm afraid Nick Fury will make a lot of money. In fact, it's pretty much what Jason guessed. Nick Fury did come here to test it out. Please give me flowers, oh. Even though Jason told him again and again, research on the Tesseract would bring disaster to the planet. But he still didn't give up the idea. The power of Tesseract is too tempting. As long as he can develop it, you can get powerful weapons to protect the Earth. But Jason's reminder is not without effect. At the very least, he was a lot more cautious. The personnel in the underground base were replaced by his confidants. Even they don't know the role of this base. He even went all the way to Mexico in person. I want to invite Dr. Selvig back. As for what Jason gained, he just came to test it out. I didn't even think about it. Seeing Jason expose him, Nick Fury didn't refute. 0. You can take things away, but don't let me know you're doing bad things. I'll keep an eye on you. Jason gave him a disdainful look. You better take care of yourself first. To master a power that you should not control is to play with fire and burn yourself. Sooner or later, you will bring disaster to the Earth. I can handle my own affairs by myself. Nick Fury said something, turned around, and left. Jason curled his lips inwardly. What do you pretend to be all day long? It's like 2,500,000 yuan. Nothing. I cursed Nick Fury in my heart. Jason got in the car again. In fact, it's in his heart. He knows that it is still not easy for Nick Fury. SHIELD Light is at the Delta Wing headquarters. $1*G at *caret. There are 40,000 employees. The lowest level agent has a monthly salary of $10,000. This does not include various subsidies and office supplies. Take the bald eagle's favorite snack, donuts. The Delta Wing building consumes hundreds of thousands of donuts and 10,000 cups of coffee every day. Think about how much this would cost. There are also various bases, SHIELD Academy, upgrade agent equipment. The SHIELD organization consumes more funds every year than the total GDP of some countries. The World Security Council is no fool either. It's impossible to support Nick Fury unconditionally. Nick Fury must maintain international stability. At least on the street, few people are affected by people with super abilities. This is all thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D., and these are all done by Nick Fury. How developed is a civilization? It's not about his upper limit, but his lower limit. And material, it is the most intuitive way to see the lower limit of a civilization. The Destroyer is undoubtedly the highest crystallization of Asgard materials in the Marvel Universe. Except vibranium and adamantium, there's another very famous alloy. Magic metal, URU. This metal is produced from Nidwheel, the hometown of Asgard's dwarf. URU alloy looks like stone, but has metallic properties, and can store a large amount of energy, especially magical energy. When URU is endowed with magic, he will become quite strong and durable. Because of its unique and ugly appearance, Ulu is also called inferior cast iron. It is a non-sparking metal that is quite strong and wear-resistant. Moreover, due to its nature, URU is highly unforgeable. Only extreme 530 conditions can be cast, such as the energy of fixed star or powerful magic. Thor's Mjolnir and Odin's eternal strength Gangnir are all made of this alloy as the main material. The Destroyer as another Asgardian war artifact. Its main body is naturally this magical metal. Maybe it's because it lost its core energy. Jason was finally able to get a glimpse of its internal atomic structure. The interior of any atom on Earth is actually very similar. There is an atomic nucleus in the center, surrounded by various electrons moving in fixed orbits. Ulu is completely different. He seems to have no such thing as electrons at all. An atom is made up of a large atomic nucleus. It is precisely because of this special structure. He doesn't create a spark. Logically speaking, it has no free electrons and should be a completely non-conductive metal. But actually, Thor's Mjolnir has a powerful ability to conduct electricity. Jason had reason to suspect that this was due to magic. Or maybe he didn't observe the more impressive metal structure of URU alloy. Record these observed data in the database of Near Sky Network. Jason then spoke. Skynet, build a digital model of the Destroyer. Project to the operational projection interface. I want to see his specific structure. Although he figured out the structure of the Destroyer, he still didn't understand how this thing regenerated. And what is its energy source? Energy is eternal. Whatever it is, whenever you want to do work, you need energy. Especially a war machine like the Destroyer. Its energy consumption is terrible, like the destroying light ejected by the Destroyer. I'm afraid one shot can consume the energy of a small village. Not to mention that it requires a lot of energy to repair itself. But now, the Destroyer is just an empty shell. The source of its energy is not seen at all. This is simply unreasonable. Skynet, have you scanned the target energy source? To scan the target energy source. No energetic reaction detected. Skynet's serious voice sounded. Jason was disappointed. It seems like it's magic again. It is estimated that it is energy from subdimensions. Like Odin, he looks just like a human, but he can blow up planets. The power that erupted was higher than the energy erupted by tens of thousands of nuclear bombs. This is simply unreasonable. This can only be attributed to magic. And with his current level of technology, he is still unable to analyze the energy of subdimensions. Things attached to the underlying structure of the universe I want him to study now. It's still a bit overwhelming. Forget it. Let's perform a performance analysis on the Destroyer's material. Analyze hardness, tensile strength, compressive strength, yield ratio, stress. Study the internal structure and try to figure out why it can repair itself. Try to inject energy and see if it activates. Jason issued a series of orders. Skynet began to test one by one. Jason looked at the data. The properties of metals are very complex. Various performances include contradictions and promotions. For example, if a metal wants to be hard, it must sacrifice a certain amount of flexibility. An alloy with extremely high hardness like URU, there's almost no resilience at all. But the resilience shown by the Destroyer is still very good. The outer armor relies on shape-shifting to absorb a very large portion of kinetic energy. Jason was a little curious as to what the reason was. It took most of the day. Skynet completed performance testing of the Destroyer. As expected, URU alloy, whether in terms of hardness, wear resistance, or corrosion resistance, surpasses any metal on the Earth. Even atomic Wakanda's vibranium. In some properties, it is not as good as URU alloy, and it doesn't show any toughness or renewable properties. This made Jason very curious. He believes that as long as he understands the reason, he can grasp why the Destroyer is so powerful. Conducting energy injection experiments. Jason slammed the table and said, since the Destroyer has lost its internal energy, many properties cannot be expressed. He just provides energy. First, he tested electrical energy. Thor's Mjolnir can pass through large amounts of electrical energy. exert great power. He wanted to try if the destroyer armor could work. Therefore, Jason directly plugged the reactor's function line into the destroyer. To his surprise, destroyer does not exhibit electrical conductivity similar to Mjolnir. Powerful electric current to the surface of the destroyer just disappear. There is absolutely no intention of passing. It is indeed a good insulator. But why can Mjolnir conduct electricity? Is it because an unknown metal is added to it? Jason scratched his head. Start other energy tests. In the existing technology, the amount of energy that humans can control is actually not much. The only things that can be directly utilized are electrical energy, thermal energy, and solar energy. Other energies, such as chemical energy, there is currently no good way for humans to utilize it. 2.2 But Jason does not think that low-purity energy can drive the behemoth of the destroyer. Inject high-temperature plasma directly into the destroyer and see if there is any reaction. The state of high-temperature plasma is very special. The temperature is very high. If there is a thermal unit inside the destroyer, it can absorb the heat emperor and convert it into energy. The destroyer should have responded. After all, the energy used by Asgard to activate the destroyer has high caloric content. Jason had reason to be suspicious. Inside the destroyer, there is a very efficient thermal energy conversion device. It can convert heat into some kind of subdimensional energy, which can be used to activate the destroyer. Skynet is a very good enforcer. As soon as Jason asked, he did as he was told. A large amount of blue plasma was poured into the destroyer. Scientific experiment is a very rigorous process. Careful comparison and verification are required to arrive at the results. But it's a unique material similar to the destroyer that resists manufacturing. Jason is naturally not that particular. Various violent measures are directly arranged. In this way, I can test the nature of my destroyer faster. For example, current plasma infusion. He now has no other high-concentration energy sources at all, so he can only use his methods more directly. Hopefully the destroyer can handle it himself. Skynet, have you detected changes? Jason asked Skynet. There is a weak energy response, but it cannot be ruled out that it is caused by plasma interference. Further sample analysis is required. Record the energy model and perform simulation analysis. Stop the perfusion and check the energy model. Try switching to a high-energy laser to see if the same energy-based reaction occurs. Jason said, plasma originally also has huge amounts of energy, so it was difficult for him to confirm. Is this energy reaction originally from the destroyer, or is it an energy signal from the plasma? The same cannot be said for high-energy laser beams. The energy concentration is very high. Basically, no energy escape occurs. 26 is perfect for comparison testing. As the device for generating high-energy laser beams, he used an industrial-grade laser cutting machine. The maximum temperature can reach 20,000 degrees. Just control the power and don't worry about laser damaging the destroyer. Under the control of Skynet. Soon, a machine of huge amounts of money was sent up. This 3-meter-tall machine is a laser cutting machine, used to cut somewhat hard metals. Now, Jason is going to experiment with it. With a buzzing sound, arc reactor, huge amounts of energy are injected into the laser cutter. A dark red laser shot out. It shot straight into the destroyer's chest. The laser energy is being absorbed rapidly. Surge in destroyer energy index detected. Unknown energy circuits appear on the surface of the destroyer. The destroyer is disintegrating. Needless to say, Jason saw it too. The destroyer seemed to be alive under the illumination of borrowed light. Dark red lines appeared from under the metal, instantly covering the destroyer's body. Then these lines become densely packed, like flowing magma under the outsole. Split the destroyer into thumb-file-sized pieces. Then, starting from the head, the destroyer began to collapse. It's as if the destroyer was originally composed of these small pieces of objects. Stop the energy supply. Take out a small piece of the body and see if its properties have changed. Jason stared at the destroyer with an unusually calm expression on his face. Skynet let out his own exclamation from his side. It's incredible. Even under a scanning, tunneling microscope, it still appears as a whole. Now it can be split into countless parts. The molecular structure has definitely reached a more microscopic level. Jason nodded aside. It is remarkable that he can now observe the scale of atomic nuclei. This is a world of 7 orders of magnitude under normal conditions, like a more onlooker level. More advanced equipment is needed. For example, the quantum realm that Ant-Man involves is even more so, and it is no longer observable. Now he wants to figure it out, which is nothing more than wishful thinking. Even so, he didn't game me anything. A single structural unit for detecting the destroyer. See if you can see how the material heals itself. It's different from the human body. Guys like Banner and Thor who have abnormal resilience. Self-healing actually relies on nutrients inside the human body. Just need to store a lot of amino acids beforehand, plus other trace elements. The rebirth of limbs is actually not difficult to understand. It just enhances the body's self-healing tens of thousands of times. But metal is different. Due to its original structure, there is no spare metal material inside. The repair of the body seems to be directly supported by energy. This is basically impossible one. The direct conversion of energy into matter can indeed be achieved at some level, but it cannot be achieved with just one armor. There must be other reasons for the destroyer's self-repair. If he could research it, then the performance of his steel armor will be greatly improved. Like nano battle armor. Even if it is damaged, it can grow back. Whether it is resistance to ability or other abilities, you will get huge amounts of growth. Jason's thinking time. Skynet's data has been detected. Feedback came directly. What was formed after the destroyer disintegrated was tiny resonant units. When tens of thousands of resonant units form a whole, the destroyers were formed. This is why the destroyer is difficult to destroy and can shapeshift freely. Destroyers are actually resonant units the size of a thumb file. The destroyer cannot be destroyed except by destroying them directly. Jason nodded after listening to Skynet's introduction. Pretty much what he expected. Build a digital model. I want a clearer view of the internal structure. Waited for a while. An enlarged digital model of the resonant unit was directly projected into the mid-air by Skynet. Amazing skills. The dwarf craftsmen of Asgard are truly a race of genius. The reason for Jason's sigh is simple. On the tiny resonant unit, it depicts densely packed small circuits. This energy returns to Route 113, which is probably thinner than a hair. It's these tiny circuits of energy. Those energy circuits that constitute the huge destroyer's body. Various functions are formed. It's hard for Jason to imagine how these dwarfs are done. The average height of Asgard's dwarfs is about 4 to 5 meters. Although it is called a dwarf, it is actually not short at all. It's not an exaggeration to call him a little giant. Such a race. To be able to create such a sophisticated device. It's incredible. Their forging technology, in some aspects, is probably unmatched by the most cutting-edge technology on Earth. Such a race. They were actually killed by Thanos, leaving only a single Meow Meow. Thanos, this be asterisk 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 D, really deserves to die. If Dwarf was his subordinate, he might be able to research something. He's even considering it. Do you want to look at the relationship with Thor? Deceive a few dwarfs to come to Earth. At least leave some blood for the dwarfs. Shaking his head, he shook these distant things out of his mind. Jason once again observed the energy circuit in front of him. Skynet, are these energy circuits reproduced? Copy it and then conduct simulation experiments to understand its principles. I don't understand. It's possible to copy the effect. Jason gave the order and Skynet began its work. Artificial intelligence is very powerful, especially in the simulation of data. As long as the computing capability is sufficient, artificial intelligence can perform tens of thousands or even tens of millions of operations at the same time. Simulation of the action of energy loops. Essentially, it's a process of trial and error over and over again. This is really easy for artificial intelligence. It only takes a few minutes. Skynet has obtained the results of the test. A total of 3 large energy loops were detected on the resonant unit. Adsorbent elements, energy pathways perform repair. Preliminary speculation is that the destroyer's self-repair comes from this. The destroyer was not originally composed of pure URU alloy. Adsorbent various substances in the air can completely repair the destroyer. Hearing this, Jason frowned. How to ensure the strength of the body in this way? The reason why the destroyer is so strong. In addition to the sword blessed by Odin in Sif's hand and the plasma-cutting weapon he made, few weapons can defeat it. Like the weapons of Asgard in the hands of Fandral and Hogun. Can't even break through the defense. Can't even get a spark out. If large amounts of adsorbent free elements in the air repair themselves, the destroyer's body strength will most likely decrease. What's the difference between this and no repair? There are a large number of redundant URU alloy elements inside the resonant unit. Through the energy circuit, these URU alloy elements can move throughout the entire destroyer body. Skynet said so. Jason understood immediately. The destroyer is kind of like the liquid robot from the Terminator. Its body is fluid, although it is composed of small resonant units. But the material inside the resonant unit can flow, distribute the repaired weak points to the entire body. The decrease in intensity is naturally not obvious. Definitely, there's a limit to this. If Jason could destroy half of the destroyer's fuselage instantly, he would not be able to achieve repair. Only, this is somewhat impossible. URU alloy is Asgard's hardest metal. There's only one documented instance of URU alloy being destroyed in the Marvel Universe. That was Thor's hammer that Hela crushed. But something needs to be noted. Odin was already dead by that time. The blessing he had placed upon Mjolnir had dissipated. Mjolnir's defense is at its lowest point. Even so, only a pervert like Hela can destroy URU alloy. One can imagine, just how strong is this thing? It's easy to cut, but it's not that difficult to destroy. After thinking about it, Jason stopped thinking about these things. Asked toward Skynet, have you understood the principle of this energy circuit? There are insufficient samples to analyze. It is completely outside the scope of any technology on Earth. Jason was a little disappointed when he heard this. But it's not impossible to understand. This is Asgard stuff after all. There's also magic, Odin's blessing, and other fantasy things attached to it. It is very normal for them to not understand this kind of materialism. He just needs to be able to take advantage of it. Can the copy be completed? After copying the energy circuit, can the original function be preserved? Capable of perfect replication. Whether it maintains its effect will require experimentation. Based on the simulation, no issues were found. Skynet answered meticulously. Jason nodded. Indeed, no matter how real the simulation is, it is still a simulation. The final effect will depend on experimentation. Let's start by creating an enlarged version of the energy circuit. Try to see if it works. Jason ordered. Skynet controls the industrial robot and reproduces the same energy circuit. On the metal surface, a highly sensitive material, such as lithium titanium liquefied metal, is used to simulate the energy circuit inside the original destroyer. Plus, Skynet's perfect replica technology. Jason can say, the energy circuits are exactly the same as those inside the destroyer. Connect the energy and see if there is any effect. Jason stared nervously at the metal plates in the laboratory. Next to it are various monitoring instruments. As long as a reaction occurs inside, he can get feedback immediately. The experiment has begun, and universality has been injected into the army. 1/5 power. The power of the large ark's reactivity is terrifying. One reactor may be able to supply as much electricity as New York City. If the output is full, the resistance inside the metal may cause the metal to melt instantly. 1/5 of the power is already the experimental goal, the maximum electric current that can be tolerated. Because the voltage is too high, before the two come into contact, a discharge occurs. Blue electric current pathways appear on the surface of the alloy. But the energy path inside the alloy is as warm as an old dog, with no sign of change at all. Jason's brows suddenly frowned tightly. Change energy sources and try plasma and high-energy laser beams. Skynet cuts off the electric current. Start changing energy types. But the energy that plays a role in destruction. On the energy circuit he copied, it had no effect at all. The copied alloy plate is just lying in the laboratory. It seemed like he was mocking Jason for not knowing. Jason frowned and thought, what could be the reason? He didn't think Skynet's replication would go wrong. There must be no problem with the energy circuit. The problem can only be energy. What is the difference between the destroyer and the energy circuits he creates? Magic. Jason's eyes suddenly lit up. Although dwarf crafting equipment uses fixed star energy for forging, but it is also inseparable from magical energy. That is the subdimensional energy, among others. This kind of energy exists widely in subdimensions and the main universe, although he couldn't observe it. However, this energy originating from subdimensions can also be manipulated to a certain extent. This is also thanks to the white coat of the 10 rings he destroyed. Skynet brought over the subdimensional energy generation device. Try to inject subdimensional energy. The subdimensional energy generating device is very large. Li how, but he used the space expansion device to place it somewhere else. The subdimensional energy he controls is the ultimate ice power zone. Can lower the temperature to near absolute zero. Just change a few parameters. He might be able to find the same subdimensional energy that the destroyer harnessed. He can rely on this to activate the energy circuit. Skynet, input the destroyer's abnormal radiation parameters into the machine. Let's see if we can find the right energy parameters. Skynet complied. Soon from the machine, an energy-emitting light blue light was input. Among the samples he made, at the same level as this. In distant Asgard, Odin, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt someone was stealing Asgard's power. Soon, he closed his eyes again. Nothing else. This energy is really too weak. Asgard naturally dissipates more energy than this every year. Not worth his energy. Of course, Jason doesn't know. His operation actually caught the attention of Odin, the king of gods. He is still immersed in the joy of success. Subdimensional energy is indeed the same magical energy, although I don't know the specific principle of it. But being able to use it is already a very big improvement. If he can monitor enough data now, it can even produce any magic in revenge. What Jason is particularly coveted is the Ancient One's space magic. Not just random teleportation. Just fight for a while and create a mirror space. It's really too generous. If he could get these data, he might be able to deduce a lot of things. I was envious in my heart for a long time. Only then did Jason stop this meaningless thought. Skynet later used SRT-21 project. Build the body and add the energy circuit simulation program. Activation using submicron energy. Transforming nanorobot materials and using new titanium alloys. Jason stated his goal. This plan that starts with SRT, actually Tony Stark's nanowar electronics plan. He had acquired this technology long ago. However, due to the high technical difficulty and high cost for him, there is no qualitative improvement in performance. Jason never started manufacturing plans. Now after he has perfected many other techniques, especially after solving the self-repair problem, nano warriors can finally be manufactured. And it has an advantage over Tony Stark. He can completely use space devices to put a large number of nanorobots together. Flexibility is greatly increased. As long as he is willing, he can even make a second or even a third war box. It's just that under normal circumstances, there's no need to do that. Wouldn't it be nice if he used space devices to decorate ordinary armor? Why spend so much money to create nanorobots? 1 cubic centimeter of nanobot. The cost would be hundreds of millions of dollars. A battle armor requires half a square nanorobot. The cost of a single piece of armor is close to hundreds of billions of dollars. Who can withstand this? The Wayne family's money didn't come from strong winds. If he hadn't saved some savings through various means, he wouldn't have been able to build this thing. When Tony Stark created the nanosuit, it was already more than 10 years later. Materials that will be available everywhere in the future. It's probably all in a lab right now. That price is really sad to hear and shed tears to see. Big dogs like him feel like they are robbing money. But now Jason deeply feels the shortcomings of the armor. His strength can no longer keep up. So only upgrade can be done. The biggest advantage of nano battle armor is that it is very flexible through the assembly of nanorobots, able to compile various advanced equipment, perfectly making up for the rigid shortcomings of the original steel armor. It's very suitable for his current state, where his body is stronger than his armor. Master, are you implanting the underlying self-destruction structure inside the nanorobot? Well, let it become inactive after it loses control. Jason said calmly. This has been planned for a long time. Nanobots are very scary things. Has strong self-reproduction ability. Can absorb minerals and multiply itself. If this kind of thing loses control, it will be very scary. It is difficult for any living thing to stop invasion at the nano level. So in order to avoid accidents in the future, Jason would be better off fixing the underlying architecture from the beginning. There are definitely advantages and disadvantages, and there are advantages. Nanorobots form a battle armor. In fact, it is the most wasteful way to use it, whether it is medical treatment, strengthening, or self-repair of machines. Nanorobots can perform extremely well. For example, cancer. The biggest difficulty in treating cancer is to distinguish cancer cells from normal cells. With nanorobots, you don't have to worry about this at all. Rely on external control. Nanorobots can clearly distinguish cancer cells from ordinary cells, able to achieve targeted drug delivery, achieve the effect of curing cancer. It's just that the price is a little higher. I am afraid that concrete applications will only be realized in a few years. But it would be good to use it as a gimmick in Wayne Group, CGFH. At least you can make money in the stock market, while thinking about whether there is something or not. Jason waited for the nanobots to be built. In modern industry, the manufacturing of products is actually a very fast thing, especially a factory like Jason's that is entirely operated by artificial intelligence. Efficiency can be improved to a very frightening level. Half an hour. That's just one meal. The finished product has been delivered to Jason. Nanobots look a bit like flour. However, the color is silvery white. It feels very delicate to the touch. Its energy supply methods are very diverse. Electrical energy, thermal energy, light energy, chemical energy, etc. As long as it is an energy method that humans can now utilize. These microscopic robots at the nanoscale can be used. Definitely. Now they're using the power of the arc reactor. Skynet, load weapon template. Weapon template loading. Plasma cutting weapon model loading. Skynet's gentle voice sounded. The flower-like nanorobot in Jason's hand seemed to suddenly come to life. Like water, it flows quickly in Jason's hands. A long knife was formed. Jason picked it up and looked at it carefully. You can't tell any difference with the naked eye. Connect to energy. A plasma flow appeared on the long knife, and the items it cut were the same as the original weapon. This made Jason a little surprised. Nanorobots are really powerful and are definitely one of the highest achievements of science and technology. Such a little guy can form any device known to mankind under the control of Skynet. Tony Stark really made a fuss out of making a suit. Don't say anything else. Laser weapons, electromagnetic guns, plasma weapons, etc. Skynet can be synthesized without any pressure. Even Thanos. If you are hit head-on by a plasma weapon with a temperature of several degrees Celsius, you will be in a panic. Tony Stark is really on a narrow road. Skynet, try your best to make it. Made to financial standards. At the same time, I also built the mobile warehouse I envisioned. Jason spoke. Such a long time. In a warehouse underneath his laboratory. I'm afraid there are thousands of armors stored. It's such a waste to keep this thing down there. He was going to let Skynet create a space device. When the time comes, just take thousands of armors with you. One man is an army. At least on Earth, unless a pervert like Ancient One takes action. Jason didn't think anyone could be his opponent. Later, he can also expand. The thought of this. Jason's face was full of joy. He finally has such a day.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.